The word of God decreed, execute my will and bring balance to the world. Obeying the decree, the dragons, acting as messengers, began to harmonize the world under the divine law. Among them stood the great regulators, known as the four seasonal dragons, bells. These were the spring dragon Seedbell and the summer dragon Azulbell, along with the autumn dragon Archabel, and finally, the winter dragon Winterbell, the one who governs all things in the bitter cold. However, someone holding the book, recounting the divine tale, scornfully dismissed them as meaningless nonsense. The image of the winter dragon in their hand shattered into sparkling fragments. In a cold sanctuary, a red-haired person lay stretched out on the floor, sighing wearily from sheer boredom. They lay supine, their lifeless gaze fixed on the ceiling. They wondered how long it had been since they last listened to the prayers of humanity. The pleas were always identical. In Winterbell's name, destroy our enemies and grant them the most vicious curse, for to humanity, winter only means death. The red-haired person gently closed their eyes, their expression revealing profound exhaustion. I've had enough, they muttered, rolling onto their side. Sitting up decisively, they crossed their arms, their face set with determination. Glancing toward the door, they spoke. You've come again, just as usual? The scene suddenly transformed into a brilliant flower garden as they stood up, momentarily calling their own name in thought. My bell, Winterbell. A silver-haired old man holding a candle entered from the bright doorway, calling out, Rown. Rown, still sitting on the floor, looked up and chastised the old man. You are late today. The old man asked if he had made Rown wait, but the red-haired person turned away, coldly replying that they had not waited at all. The old man thought to himself, I knew it. He worriedly asked, If I leave, who will look after Sahervian? Then quickly corrected himself, Look after you. Sahervian looked up, their sharp gaze warning him not to mistake them for a child based on their appearance. The elderly caretaker smiled in response, saying, Of course not. You have looked exactly the same since I was just a tiny boy. An image of a majestic Sahervian in a hooded cloak, holding a white bone staff, appeared, testifying to their unchanging existence. Sahervian pouted, replying that the old man was smaller than a peanut when he was a child. The gentle caretaker asked, Isn't that merely knowledge that you inherited? Sahervian gave a slight shrug, confidently asserting that that much was sufficient. Yet, the name Sahervian still echoed in their mind. In the silent corridor, the old man sadly admitted that he was old. He feared that once he was gone, there would be no one left to look after the temple. Sahervian coldly thought that this was, after all, a forgotten temple, so that outcome was inevitable. The vast temple, submerged in white snow and solitude, came into view. The old man asked if Sahervian truly intended to ignore everything, receiving the blunt reply that there was no one left anyway. A sad smile flickered across the caretaker's aged face. He closed his eyes, thinking to himself that this was not true, because in his eyes, Sahervian was always here, radiating a divine aura within the temple. Sahervian's gaze wavered slightly upon hearing the old man call their name once more. Amidst a blazing fire, the caretaker's younger self appeared in a portrait, earnestly pleading with Sahervian to listen to the prayer of this old servant. Sahervian's eyes shone with a brilliant golden hue, reflecting the fire and the sincere plea. Amidst the scene of the snow-covered temple engulfed in flames, Sahervian stood motionless. A memory flashed of a hand holding a silver medallion before an unfamiliar city. The dying wish of the old caretaker echoed, hoping that Sahervian would learn more about the outside world. Sahervian coldly dismissed this, believing they already knew more than enough. But the servant's memory countered that knowledge without experience was merely a soulless portrait. He compared Sahervian at that moment to a monochromatic snowfield, possessing only a single color. His wish was for Sahervian to step out into a wider world, to see and hear things for themselves, and if they found a place that truly belonged to them, that would be his greatest happiness. The old hands of the caretaker clasped together, offering a final prayer. He called upon the entity he served. "O my dragon, Winterfell." Sahervian subtly pressed their lips together, surging emotions, breaking their composed facade. Returning to reality, they turned and walked away across the pristine white snow. Sahervian collapsed, seemingly unable to bear the weight of that plea. But then, their eyes shone with stubborn resolve. They told themselves that this place was home, and nothing would change, as if the caretaker had never existed. As they lay down on the cold snow, a gentle voice echoed in their mind, calling them Rown. The entire temple appeared from above, silent and submerged in a thick blanket of snow. In a spiritual space, Rown floated aimlessly in the white void, clutching the staff tightly. They sank into a deep sleep amidst the snowy sky, separated from the world. From afar, the silhouette of the caretaker appeared, calling out, "Sahervian, it is time to awaken." Sehervian awoke, his amber eyes opening amidst the vast white snowscape. Sitting up in the desolate, snowy mountains, he let out a soft sigh. As Sehervian bowed his head, a strange white bone staff materialized, hovering in the air. A system interface calling itself the Winterbell system activated, welcoming its master and announcing 3 new petitions related to winter. Refusing to hear the petitions immediately, Sehervian called the system by its name, Mimir. Mimir displayed sentimental topics about broken love that it deemed related to winter, causing Sehervian to exclaim that this was ridiculous. He closed his eyes, an inner thought rising, a readiness to abandon all the years of his existence since the dawn of time. Feeling annoyed, Sehervian ordered Mimir to mute the sound. The Mimir staff immediately fell silent upon its master's command. Smiling contentedly, Sehervian leaned back, enjoying the peace on the cold snow. He thought to himself that doing nothing was truly much more comfortable. Suddenly, a clear sound like a golden bell rang out, shattering the silence. A strange voice called out, "Winterbell?" causing the relaxing Sehervian to clench his fist in irritation. Amidst the falling snow, the voice echoed again, and Sehervian looked up at a distant icy peak where a figure had just appeared. It was a woman with lustrous golden hair rippling in the wind. The woman chuckled softly upon seeing Sehervian's gaze directed toward her. Surrounded by light and vibrant flowers, she smiled brightly and announced that she had found him. That woman was Archabel of the Golden Dragon lineage, the wisest among the Bell Dragons. With an indifferent expression, Sehervian asked Archabel the reason for her sudden appearance. Archabel merely smiled playfully, commenting that Winterbell was particularly cold today. Archabel gently descended onto the icy land, her golden hair flowing in the air. Standing beside Sehervian, who was sprawled on the snow, she questioned why he had ignored the message she sent via the World Tree a month ago. Archabel continued, her tone slightly reproachful, stating that she knew Sehervian was terrible at reading messages, but this time it was an emergency. She admitted that she herself had been very worried. Sehervian only glanced at her, his expression remaining unchanged. Lazily sitting up, Sehervian directly asked what the urgent matter was. Archabel's expression became more serious than ever. When Sehervian demanded an answer, Archabel countered by asking Sehervian to state what was happening himself. Sehervian appeared confused by her question. Archabel sternly announced that the main problem was winter. She explained that a full 100 years had passed. 100 years since winter last touched this world, and now, it was slowly vanishing. Archabel looked directly at Sehervian, asking if he understood what this meant. Sehervian bitterly admitted that it meant they had failed to complete their duty. Archabel added that it had another meaning, which was that the balance of the world was beginning to collapse. Sehervian's eyes reflected deep thought, recognizing the severity of the issue. They thought to themselves that this was a predictable outcome, as disaster always struck when a dragon abandoned its role as a regulator. Whether they worked or not, it was always suffering for them, as the winter they brought was always called a disaster by the world. Sehervian silently questioned, if no one could escape suffering, wouldn't it be better to just let winter disappear and cause a catastrophe? Archabel looked at Sehervian with a resolute gaze. She earnestly pleaded with Sehervian not to reject the sacred mission granted by the gods. Archabel emphasized that the bells were born to be the regulators of the world. Hearing those words, Sehervian silently clenched his fist in anguish. An illusion appeared, in which an ethereal figure instructed someone to take care of Winterbell. The illusion dissolved into specks of light and vanished before Sehervian. With a weary look, Sehervian finally asked what Archabel ultimately wanted him to do. Sehervian's thoughts were steeped in despair, because even if he worked himself to exhaustion, the only things he received were fear and curses. Bowing his head, Sehervian was completely submerged in resignation. The memory of the elderly caretaker surfaced, whose sole prayer was for Sehervian to be able to see the world more often. Sitting alone in the white snowfield, Sehervian wondered if he should just abandon everything. At the same time, a figure completely shrouded in a cloak was struggling to trudge through the snow. That person was determined to find their mother, to save everyone. But then, the exhausted traveler collapsed onto the cold snow. A trembling hand clutched the cloak, trying to hold onto the last vestiges of strength. Before fading out, the person weakly whispered a plea for help. The traveler's eyes slowly closed in unconsciousness. The plea for help echoed in the silent space, and Sehervian, with his fiery red hair, found them, uttering a question full of weariness. Standing next to the stranger, Sehervian, in unfamiliar attire, wondered if they were already dead. A memory flooded back, showing Sehervian in similar ceremonial robes, praying inside a sanctuary. In the memory within the sanctuary, a familiar voice echoed, calling out, "Master!" A white dove swooped down, and Sehervian called its name, Liliana. Liliana sighed in relief while playfully chiding him, asking why it took her master so long to summon her, but still expressed gratitude. The bird suddenly startled upon noticing something unusual in the room. It pointed at the staff and other items, asking if these were the things Round had once used. Liliana curiously asked Sahervian if he intended to go somewhere, and received an affirmative reply that he would be leaving this place. Shifting from pride to panic, Liliana flew upward, unable to believe her ears, while Sahervian calmly stated that he had not yet decided on a destination. Sahervian entrusted her with the heavy responsibility, declaring that while he was away, Liliana would be the guardian of this place. Liliana quickly tried to dissuade him, attempting to report that a human was currently in Blanconia. Just then, a notification echoed in Sahervian's mind. A plea had just been sent. Sahervian's amber eyes narrowed slightly, focusing on the message he had just received. Sahervian commanded the plea to be checked, and a magical screen materialized in midair. The words "Please save us" appeared on the screen, carrying a desperate appeal. A faint illusion appeared of a person in pain, calling out the name Winterbell, my dear friend and protector. Sahervian's gaze briefly wavered at the sight of the urgent cry for help. Sahervian decisively ordered Mimir to open the gate, causing Liliana on his shoulder to ask in astonishment if her master truly intended to answer the prayer. A brilliant gate of light opened, ready to transport them to an unfamiliar place. Sahervian declared that he would go to Blanconia, seeking the outsider who had just sent the prayer. The scene abruptly shifted to a land covered in white snow, where Liliana was blown away by a strong gust of wind in utter shock. Returning to reality, Sahervian stood on the snow, looking down at the unconscious traveler, and coldly wondering if they were already dead. A person with brown hair lay on a bed, stirring slightly as they woke up. Nearby, a pot was bubbling vigorously over a flickering fire. The crackling sound of burning wood filled the cozy space. Still groggy, the person felt the warmth and a pleasant aroma spreading around them. Suddenly, their amber eyes snapped open, completely alert. The person shot up, their face panicked as they realized they were in an unfamiliar room. A deep, warm voice asked if they were awake, causing the person to look up toward the source of the sound. By the fireplace, Sahervian sat, silently observing. Terrified by the stranger's presence, the brown-haired person screamed and quickly scrambled backward. In their panic, they lost their balance and tumbled onto the floor, while Sahervian remained silent. The person quickly stood up, clutching their head and stammering an apology for being so startled. Regaining composure, they cautiously inquired about Sahervian's identity. Sahervian stood up, holding a ladle, and countered by asking if they were the owner of this place. A fleeting image showed the distance between the two, Sahervian's red hair like a brilliant cascade. The brown-haired person was stunned, a vague memory of encountering a dragon resurfacing, leaving them unsure if this was a dream or reality. They were startled again when a bowl of hot soup was presented right in front of them. Sahervian invited them to drink it to warm up, and called them by name. Kesha. Kesha hesitantly accepted the bowl of soup, softly murmuring her thanks. Afterward, Kesha curiously asked if Sahervian was a priest. Holding the bowl of soup, Kesha muttered that she had heard the Winter Dragon's temple was deserted. Kesha smiled, expressing relief that a priest was still here. Sahervian coldly corrected her, "I am a devotee," leaving Kesha astonished. Holding the pristine white staff, Sahervian questioned why Kesha was present in this place. Beneath his hood, Sahervian silently awaited her answer. Kesha looked at the person opposite her in confusion, trying to gather her thoughts. Still holding the bowl of soup, she began to explain her reason. She asserted that she came here to meet the guardian dragon, Winterbell. Sahervian narrowed his eyes and asked what Kesha would do if Winterbell never appeared. Without hesitation, Kesha declared that she would wait for as long as necessary, because her mother and the entire Hartney village were desperately awaiting winter. She reaffirmed her resolve, stating that she would also continue to wait. Kesha explained that the illness afflicting her mother and the villagers would not subside until winter arrived. A contagious disease called Raxito was raging, and the only cure was the winter butterfly flower, an herb that only bloomed in winter. Her voice dropped, explaining that for the flower to bloom, winter absolutely had to return. Sahervian looked down at the kneeling Kesha, asking if the wish she risked her life for was indeed the return of winter, and she confirmed it. Suddenly, a flash of hope sparked in Kesha's mind, stunning her. She realized this place was covered in snow. Perhaps the flower was blooming somewhere nearby. Jumping up full of energy, Kesha declared that she had to go find it immediately. Sahervian looked doubtful, asking if she truly intended to search for that flower here in Blanconia. Kesha turned back, her eyes shining with conviction, and asserted that she was certain it was here. Simultaneously, the image of another traveler collapsing, unconscious in the freezing snow, appeared. Exhausted, Kesha collapsed face down onto the cold snow. Liliana perched on Sahervian's shoulder, questioning why he wouldn't help the girl, but Sahervian replied that Kesha insisted on searching herself. Despite the biting cold, Kesha pressed forward resolutely, her gaze fixed on her objective. Liliana challenged Sahervian, believing he knew the bitter truth behind this arduous quest. The white bird revealed a harsh truth. All the winter butterfly flowers here were dead, and it couldn't understand why Sahervian continued to follow Kesha. Sahervian quietly responded that he refused to see anyone else perish within his domain. Kesha finally reached the location, but her eyes widened in horror at the sight before her. A colossal, barren, and lifeless tree stood revealed, proving that nothing could survive in this place. Her hope shattered. Kesha sank to her knees in the snow, trembling with despair. She couldn't believe her eyes, her trembling hand reaching toward the tree while her mind screamed that it couldn't possibly be dead. As her hand drew near, the desiccated trunk appeared to crumble into fragments. A single tear traced a path down Kesha's cheek, her profound sorrow etched onto her face. She collapsed, sobbing that she had finally found it after so much effort, only to face such a brutal reality. Just then, a voice echoed, calling her name. Kesha spun around in surprise, startled to see the priest standing nearby. Sahervian asked if Kesha was all right, but she could only stammer a reply, her gaze still fixed on the lifeless tree. Despite her dirt-streaked and exhausted face, a spark of renewed determination flashed in Kesha's eyes. She wiped her tears, offered a radiant smile, and asserted that she would try searching again tomorrow. Sahervian was stunned by Kesha's persistence, reminding her that she had seen the tree frozen and withered, and that she herself had nearly perished. Looking directly into Kesha's eyes, Sahervian asked in a serious tone if she truly held no fear of death. Kesha met the priest's gaze, her eyes unwavering despite the question of life and death. She suddenly realized that he was genuinely worried for her, afraid that she might die. Facing the ancient entity, Kesha began to explain the true motivation behind her recklessness. She continued, asserting that if she failed to act, she would be left completely alone. Kesha offered a sad but determined smile, confessing that the fear of loneliness was far greater than the fear of death. Moved by her sincerity, Sahervian offered a faint smile and acquiesced. With Liliana perched on his shoulder, he solemnly declared that he would grant Kesha's wish and restore winter. Kesha was utterly stunned by the priest's sudden reversal. Sahervian's voice sounded distant, speaking of others who had wished for winter and the heavy price paid when that wish was granted. He looked at Kesha with a knowing smile, warning her not to blame him for what was to come, and spoke her full name, Kesha Hartney. The priest's image reflected in Kesha's astonished eyes. She was bewildered, wondering how he knew her name. Suddenly, a blinding light and the silhouette of a colossal dragon appeared, causing the name Winterbell to flash in Kesha's mind. She looked up at the sky, stammering the name of the legendary entity. A gigantic ice dragon spirit materialized, coiling around Sahervian, demonstrating his unimaginable power. Sahervian calmly looked down at the young girl, a confident smile gracing his lips. The scene abruptly shifted to a familiar town, and his voice echoed, telling Kesha it was time to return. Magical snowflakes began to fall, and he instructed her that she simply needed to step through this invisible gateway. In the town, a curious boy looked up as the very first snowflake gently drifted past. Kesha's family and acquaintances looked up at the sky together, witnessing the miracle as Sahervian promised that her wish would be fulfilled upon her return. Their faces lit up with joy and astonishment, an excited boy pointing skyward as the snowfall intensified. In the snow-covered square, Kesha smiled happily, embraced by her relatives and the villagers. Standing alone amidst the vast, snowy mountains, Sahervian secretly wished that the girl's heart would never change. He mused that no one could be certain if the precious flower that only blooms in winter would truly blossom, because the power of Winterbell only brought destruction, possessing no ability to create or restore life. A memory suddenly resurfaced, a gentle voice calling his name, comparing him to a warm snowflake amidst the freezing winter. Sahervian bitterly dismissed the thought, telling himself that there was no such thing as a warm snowflake in existence. He recalled the name Winterbell that he had received from the branches of the World Tree, a name he once believed suited him perfectly. But the truth was, not a single soul on this earth had ever truly wished for his existence, because the moment a snowflake becomes warm, it melts away. Exhausted by these heavy thoughts, Sahervian collapsed onto the cold stone floor of the temple. Just then, Liliana flew over in a panic, urging her master to look. The white bird pointed toward a flower, joyfully announcing that the winter butterfly flower had bloomed. Sahervian was stunned, certain that the tree had been dead. Amidst the pure white snowy mountain landscape, a truth was gradually revealed. Standing outside with a small snowman on his shoulder, Sahervian explained that he had checked the records in the archives. The record stated that the winter butterfly flower only temporarily ceased all vital activity when the weather became excessively cold. Sahervian finally grasped the entire situation. He ordered Liliana to immediately deliver this flower to Kesha Hartney. Unexpectedly, a notification appeared from the staff, stating that 13 prayers from the Dragon Temple had been received. Sahervian asked the number again in astonishment, and the notification confirmed that there were exactly 13 prayers. Sahervian muttered that 13 prayers was quite a large number. Liliana perched on his shoulder, noting that since Sahervian granted Kesha's wish, the number of people seeking him out had increased. But the first prayer that appeared was a dark request, to cast a curse. The subsequent prayers were even more vicious: destroy families, kill enemies, and inflict unbearable suffering upon them. The 13th prayer finally appeared, wishing their enemies to become more miserable than themselves. Sahervian let out a bitter laugh, covering his face in utter disappointment, as he had once held a flicker of hope. He gripped the staff tightly in his hand, anger and helplessness surging within him. Looking down at the icy ground, Sahervian called Mimir's name and asked if he should accept all those prayers. The staff emitted a message, proclaiming itself Sahervian's guardian. Sahervian was stunned by the emotionless reply. He raised the staff high, shouting that this was not what he had asked. With an angry expression, Sahervian demanded that Mimir answer his question. Meanwhile, Liliana stood on the snow, sadly watching her master sink into despair. Sahervian slumped, wondering if he had to continue fulfilling this role until the end of his life. Mimir coldly replied that his question exceeded its jurisdiction. Sahervian's face darkened. He realized things had always been this way. He tightened his grip on the staff, bitterly thinking that it had never cared about him, only about the role of Winterbell. A past image flashed, showing Mimir as a mechanical entity whose sole duty was to loyally support Winterbell. It was a staff that ceaselessly rang its weary bell and recited the endless prayers of humanity. Yet, Mimir mechanically asserted that it existed for its master's benefit, leaving Sahervian with only a wry smile. Sahervian angrily shouted that this was not what he wanted to know. The Mimir staff coldly replied, suggesting its master use it for any decision made. Sahervian was stunned by that declaration. He pressed, asking if this meant he no longer had to listen to the prayers or fulfill the role of Winterbell. Mimir once again evaded the question, asserting that it was outside its jurisdiction. Sahervian silently stared at the staff, seemingly coming to an understanding. After all that, he could only manage a bitter smile. With a decision formed, Sahervian turned and walked away, thanking Mimir. Liliana flew over in alarm, asking her master where he intended to go. Sahervian looked back with a resolute gaze, declaring that he would go where he wished, not as Winterbell. Elsewhere, a man in luxurious boots stepped onto the road and disdainfully commented on the countryside. The elite royal sorcerer appeared annoyed at not receiving a welcome commensurate with his status. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed his irritation. He spoke up, asking a young girl standing among the crowd of villagers if she was the lady of this land. Kesha raised her head, calmly replying that she had been waiting for the royal sorcerer. She formally placed her hand on her chest, introducing herself as Kesha Hartney, and welcoming him on behalf of her mother, the Lady of the Fief. She stood tall, repeating the official welcome in the middle of the square. The royal sorcerer was surprised by the girl's dignified demeanor. Kesha explained that her mother was currently bedridden, so as her daughter, she would host the esteemed guest on the family's behalf. She smiled warmly, inviting him inside for a cozy meal, while the sorcerer could only groan inwardly. The royal sorcerer flatly refused, scornfully stating that he could not stomach food from such a filthy, disease-ridden place. Kesha was stunned by the harsh words. He turned away coldly, disregarding the girl's feelings. The sorcerer muttered that the rumors about the awakening of the silver dragon Winterbell were indeed true. For that reason, he decisively stepped forward and declared that His Majesty had begun to take notice of this village, then haughtily asked Kesha if she understood what that meant. Completely confused, Kesha could only reply that she did not understand at all. The sorcerer grandly announced that this area would soon prosper under royal patronage. He smirked, adding that this would only happen if the contract with the silver dragon succeeded. Later, at an inn in the town, the snow began to fall heavily. Inside, the sorcerer could not contain his anger and slammed his fist onto the table. He snapped at his knights, asking how many days had passed already. The sorcerer slumped his head onto the table, utterly frustrated and exhausted. He thought about the importance of a contract between the nation and the guardian dragon. Such a covenant would bring unparalleled blessings and prosperity to the kingdom. But the problem was that despite scouring all of Blanconia, they still hadn't found any trace of Winterbell. The frustrated sorcerer raised his wineglass, lamenting that he was sick of this snow-covered wasteland. Suddenly, a timid voice interrupted his thoughts. A man carrying a large sack cautiously approached and asked if he was a sorcerer. Amidst the attention of the tavern patrons, a voice confirmed, introducing himself as Oz Robern, the elite royal sorcerer. The kneeling man explained that a plague was spreading throughout their village. He explained that thanks to the benevolent Winterbell bringing back winter, they were able to cultivate the winter butterfly tree. However, the flowers had not yet bloomed, preventing them from producing the necessary medicine. Oz Robern, sitting arrogantly with his legs crossed, took a sip of wine and coldly asked, "So what?" The man poured out a sack full of gold coins and jewels, stating that this was the donation the villagers had collected. He urgently pleaded with Oz to care for the sick until the medicine was ready, but the mage only responded with an indifferent gaze. After a moment of silence, Oz replied, "I understand," before inverting his wine glass and spilling the purple liquid onto the floor. The liquid splashed directly onto the kneeling man's face, leaving him stunned in humiliation. Oz picked up a bottle of wine from the pile of offerings and declared that hiring a royal official for private matters was illegal. He stood up, haughtily asserting that only the king could issue such commands. With a sinister smile, Oz pressed the issue, suggesting that this action could be interpreted as an attempt to usurp royal authority. The man and the other patrons in the tavern realized with horror the gravity of the accusation. Oz condemned them as those who dared to bribe a royal official and ordered his knights to execute them all. One of the knights hesitated, believing the command was too cruel. Oz roared in anger, threatening that if they dared to defy the order, they too would be considered traitors. Faced with the threat, the knight, terrified, reluctantly drew his sword from its sheath. The royal knights surrounded the innocent villagers, preparing to carry out the brutal command. Just then, Kesha rushed into the middle, shielding the villagers with her arms and shouting for them to stop. She angrily questioned them, demanding to know what the hell they were doing. Oz Robern merely smirked, casually replying that if there was no cure, the simplest solution was to eliminate the infected. Kesha protested in horror, arguing that eliminating people was an unacceptable act. Oz Robern only sneered, lecturing that a true leader must be capable of making such decisions. Kesha lowered her head, bitterly thinking that he had never treated her like a leader. Despite her fear, she snapped her head up, her gaze becoming resolute and defiant. Kesha's sudden change in demeanor momentarily stunned Oz Robern. Just then, an unexpected event occurred, like a gift being delivered. The tavern patrons startled and turned around, bewildered by the interruption. The tavern door burst open, and a tall figure holding a staff stood silhouetted against the light, drawing all eyes. The newcomer had fiery red hair and a calm gaze, carrying with them the cold aura of winter. Kesha was completely speechless, stammering the name Wint as she recognized her savior. The figure slowly stepped inside, their presence immediately calming the tense atmosphere. Turning to the girl, the figure greeted her warmly. "Long time no see, Kesha Hartney. Are you well?" Oz Robern stood behind them, warily staring at the mysterious, uninvited guest. His gaze suddenly froze when he noticed the pendant around the red-haired person's neck. He realized with horror that it was the symbol of the Dragon Temple. Oz Robern couldn't believe his eyes. A priest of Winterbell was present right here. Trying to regain his composure, Oz Robern rubbed his hands, preparing to speak and seize the initiative. He offered a polite smile and asked if this was indeed the priest. However, both Kesha and Sahervian completely ignored him, happily chatting with each other, leaving Oz furious at being sidelined. Kesha smiled brightly, replying that everything was truly wonderful now. In Kesha's recollection, she spoke of the beauty of winter when the leaves fell from the trees, and the white snow blanketed everything, bringing joy to her and her younger sister. Kesha also remembered the steaming hot stews, when the whole family gathered around the fireplace. She smiled radiantly, recounting that she had even planted a winter butterfly tree, concluding that winter was always full of joy. Returning to the present, Sahervian listened quietly with a thoughtful expression, then softly replied that he understood. Kesha was startled, confusedly asking the priest why he had come. Sahervian calmly replied that he had come to deliver something, holding out a small cloth pouch. Kesha looked at the pouch in surprise, while Oz Robern stood behind her, clearly annoyed. Upon opening it, she was stunned to realize that inside were the winter butterfly flowers. Suddenly, Oz Robern snatched the pouch from Kesha's hand, contemptuously questioning the flowers. Kesha angrily shouted, demanding he return it because it was a precious medicinal ingredient. Oz Robern looked down on her condescendingly, wondering how a country bumpkin dared to be rude to a royal mage. He glanced at Sahervian, secretly thinking that the presence of this priest was truly a troublesome issue. To save face, Oz tossed the pouch back to Kesha, sarcastically remarking that the acting lady was too young to know proper etiquette. He then turned to Sahervian, formally introducing himself as the royal mage Oz Robern, but received only an indifferent reply. Oz was dumbfounded, unable to believe he had been answered with such a curt remark. He tried to regain his composure, asking the dragon priest if he had ever met Winterbell. Sehervian casually confirmed it, while secretly thinking that it was obvious since he was Winterbell. Osroburn was delighted, quickly asking if that meant the priest was very close to Winterbell. Sehervian coldly affirmed that their relationship was very close, his face devoid of expression. Osroburn was overjoyed, quickly urging the priest to lead him to Winterbell. However, Sehervian coldly extinguished his hope with a decisive answer. I cannot. Oz was stunned, unable to believe his ears at the blunt refusal. Sehervian explained indifferently that Winterbell naturally disliked humans, and the snowfields surrounding the temple served as a barrier to prevent strangers from approaching. Meanwhile, in another corner, the villagers whispered amongst themselves, and a thought echoed about belonging to the Silver Clan and being so inherently lazy that one had never even killed a fly. Refusing to give up, Oz countered, questioning why a mere priest could be so close to Winterbell, suggesting their status must be different from ordinary people. Sehervian retorted, with a deeply sarcastic remark, advising him that, if he was jealous, he should simply become a priest himself. That statement was like a knife thrust directly into Oz's pride, making him tremble with rage as he felt his life's accumulated power being dismissed. Finishing his words, Sehervian turned his back, signaling he wanted the guest gone, and demanding Oz return immediately. Unexpectedly, Oz changed his demeanor, laughing loudly, and grabbing Sehervian's arm familiarly. He extended an enticing invitation, asking Sehervian to accompany him to the royal capital, Alfarios. Sehervian paused momentarily at the mention of the capital, secretly thinking that he had almost failed to restrain himself from punching the sorcerer. Oz continued his condescending speech, claiming the temple was forgotten and received no donations, but he would change that. He boasted about the royal backing, promising a future completely different from the present. Oz smugly emphasized that the fact an elite royal sorcerer like himself was dispatched here proved the temple would receive absolute support. Finally, he presented his trump card, an opportunity to personally meet the king. Fearing that prospect, Kesha quickly spoke up to dissuade him, calling out his true name. Please don't go with him, Lord Winterbell. Sehervian remained silent, only glancing subtly to the side after hearing Kesha's plea. Contrary to the girl's expectation, a voice rang out in agreement, and Oz flashed a triumphant smile. Kesha froze, her eyes wide with horror at the unexpected decision made by the deity she revered. Sehervian gave a self-satisfied smile, accepted the offer, and declared he would rely on his counterpart's care. The scene shifted to a peaceful town, submerged beneath a blanket of white winter snow. A red carriage rolled along the snowy road, signaling the start of a journey. Left behind, Kesha stood frozen in the middle of the road, her eyes filled with shock and worry. She was consumed by regret, blaming herself for doing nothing to stop him from leaving. Amidst the crowd, Kesha frantically reached out, as if trying to grasp a figure that had already disappeared into the distance. In despair, she cried out, confused between the title Winterbell and priest. From inside the carriage, Sehervian glanced out coldly, completely indifferent to the girl's distress. The carriage door slammed shut, extinguishing any remaining hope. Kesha bowed her head, her face distraught as she realized everything was truly over. A hot tear rolled down her cheek and fell onto the cold stone ground. She bitterly admitted her helplessness, realizing she could not stand against a royal sorcerer, a high-ranking noble like Osroburn. Resentment and hatred for her own weakness flared up, causing Kesha to burst into choked sobs. Just as she was sinking into sorrow, a voice unexpectedly rang out, asking what she was doing. Kesha snapped her head up, astonished to see the figure who had suddenly appeared before her. It was Sehervian, now wearing different attire, who repeated the title Lord Winterbell that she had just called out. He stepped closer, his voice full of sarcasm as he recalled that just yesterday she had happily called him priest. Faced with the questioning, Kesha could no longer hold back. She burst into wrenching sobs. Sehervian was slightly taken aback, asking in surprise if she was crying. Kesha, choking back sobs, tearfully explained that she thought he had left because he no longer cared for her. Sehervian sarcastically asked if Kesha truly believed he would run off with that shady man, causing the girl to stammer that she had seen him enter the carriage with her own eyes. With a casual smile, Sehervian explained that it wasn't him, but one of his subordinates. In a flashback, the image of Osroburn speaking with someone who looked exactly like Sehervian appeared as the real priest recounted the event. Sehervian revealed that this subordinate was extremely skilled in transformation magic. A clear sound rang out, signaling that the magic of winter was spreading across the snow-covered land. On the town streets, the residents had diligently begun sweeping, bringing life back to the area. Inside a house, a woman happily looked at the results of her cooking beside a large cauldron. A kind father smiled upon seeing his child recover from a severe illness, thanks to the effect of a healing magic current. Amidst this scene of revival, Sahervian sat alone on a stone bench, quietly lost in thought. A voice rang out from behind, commenting that the atmosphere of the village had changed significantly. Kesha appeared with a relieved and happy smile on her face. She came beside Sahervian and cheerfully said that the village had become much more lively than before. Kesha recounted that even those who had been ill for a long time had recovered overnight. Her mother had even been able to get out of bed to continue managing the territory's affairs. Sahervian simply listened silently and replied briefly that he understood. After finishing her report, Kesha said she would return home since she had confirmed everyone was fine. However, she suddenly called out loudly, "Priest," causing Sahervian to pause for a moment. When he turned around, Sahervian saw a crowd of villagers eagerly approaching him. A man at the front enthusiastically declared his desire to serve Lord Winterbell, while another offered to donate to the temple. Another villager eagerly asked to contribute, even if it was just cleaning the temple. Sahervian was stunned by the villagers' fervent devotion, musing that even Raun, the last dragon priest, had not been so enthusiastic. He spoke up, asking if the villagers held no fear of Winterbell. A villager admitted they were indeed afraid, which only deepened Sahervian's confusion regarding the motivation behind their actions. The village spokesman explained that, despite their fear, they wished to do something for the benevolent deity who had cared for them, and the man beside him agreed that this was their way of repaying the received grace. The phrase "repaying the grace" plunged Sahervian into deep contemplation. He reminisced about the countless prayers he had listened to and answered, a heavy burden he had always borne. Sahervian's face remained impassive, yet his eyes held the profound weariness of countless long years. Sahervian pondered the difference between the prayers he had answered and the simple wish Kesha had made. Meanwhile, two other villagers discussed the possibility of becoming priests, though one worried that the position was reserved only for the nobility. An elderly man suddenly recalled Kesha and brought up her name. At that exact moment, Kesha appeared, much to the astonishment of the villagers. Sahervian observed quietly while the villagers speculated whether Kesha intended to become a priest. Kesha spoke clearly and boldly, proclaiming her identity as Kesha Hartney. She formally requested to become Winterbell's dragon priest, a holy radiance emanating from behind her. Sahervian sighed softly, feeling a touch of helplessness upon realizing that even Kesha harbored this desire. With eyes brimming with hope, Kesha asked if he would accept her petition. Sahervian warned that it would be a solitary path, recalling the image of the winter temple standing isolated amidst the white snowfields. The temple appeared in their minds a frigid structure, confirming Sahervian's words about a place perpetually cold and utterly deserted. He turned slightly, honestly admitting yet another harsh truth. Sahervian stated plainly that Winterbell did not truly care about his temple, paying no mind to who came or went. The villagers whispered excitedly, believing Winterbell would not mind if they stayed to clean the temple. Kesha enthusiastically proposed not only cleaning but also renovating the place to make it much cozier. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sahervian decisively agreed to her proposal. Kesha smiled confidently, asserting that the people of Hartney were strong and would work together to accomplish this. Sahervian's gaze lingered on Kesha, seemingly moved by her sincerity. He called Mimir's name, and the sacred staff instantly materialized in his palm. Holding the staff, Sahervian declared that he would appoint Kesha as an apprentice priest, as she had not yet reached adulthood. Kesha could not conceal her happiness. Her eyes shone brightly with delight. Sahervian instructed Kesha to think carefully until she was of age to make a final decision, and the girl happily agreed. The tip of the Mimir staff emitted a gentle blue light, lightly touching Kesha's forehead. A burst of magical energy erupted, enveloping both Sahervian and Kesha, much to the astonishment of the villagers. Suddenly, the people realized the air was no longer bitterly cold and cheered excitedly. Kesha also felt the change, a pleasant coolness, rather than the previous biting frost. Sahervian explained that it was Winterbell's blessing, a bestowal that granted resistance to the bitter cold. The villagers were stunned, unable to believe the immense favor they had just received. Immediately afterward, Sahervian stood before a newly manifested magic gate and declared that it was time to properly reintroduce himself. The gate opened into a profound space, sparkling like a miniature universe. He solemnly declared his true name, Sahervian Winterbell, the sovereign ruler of Blanconia. Inside the gate lay a magnificent hall, overflowing with light and majesty. Elsewhere, Osroburn bowed deeply, terrified upon realizing Winterbell's true identity. At the royal palace, the king questioned the sudden disappearance of Winterbell's dragon priest. Osroburn frantically asserted that the person had definitely been there when they arrived, begging the king for his trust. The king coldly dismissed him, declaring that he would not tolerate any excuses. He ordered the stripping of Osroburn's title as Royal Elite Mage and his immediate expulsion from the capital city. Although sparing Oz's life due to past contributions, The king still condemned him for mocking the royal family, leaving Oz utterly stunned. Seized by the royal knights, Oz Robern still desperately screamed, pleading for the king's trust. He shouted that this was an injustice, while Prince Rainef observed the scene from afar. The red-haired prince muttered, showing keen interest in the information regarding a contract with Winterbell. An elderly royal aide approached the contemplative prince. The aide reminded Prince Rainef that he had originally come to seek an audience with the king. Rainef decisively replied that an urgent matter had arisen, and ordered his subordinate knights to prepare immediately. With determined eyes, the prince declared that their destination was Blanconia. Meanwhile, at the temple, the villagers were diligently cleaning, complaining about the persistent frost clinging to the walls. They busily moved furnishings, discussing the most logical arrangement around the columns in the great hall. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Sahervian stood silently behind a column, clutching the Mimir staff. Liliana's flock of white doves swooped in, frantically calling out their master's name. Liliana landed on Sahervian's shoulder, anxiously inquiring about the strangers, while Sahervian secretly thought they were destroying the temple. However, upon closer observation, Sahervian told Liliana that they did not seem to be causing any damage whatsoever. Light sparkled, reflecting off a newly polished ice dragon statue. Surveying the now tidy and decorated Great Hall, Sahervian had to admit that these villagers were truly talented. Amidst the magnificent hall, Kesha hesitantly called out to Lord Sahervian. Beside her stood Lady Hartney, her mother, both maintaining a solemn posture to show their reverence. With a gentle smile, Lady Hartney thanked Sahervian for accepting them, and for understanding her daughter's stubbornness. Kesha looked up with determined eyes, solemnly promising to dedicate her life to repaying this grace on behalf of the Hartney family. Sahervian quietly listened to the girl's vow with a composed expression. They humbly replied that they truly had not done much. But Lady Hartney smiled in disagreement, asserting that Sahervian had saved everyone and brought winter back for the children. Images of children smiling brightly while playing in the snow appeared, testifying to the happiness Sahervian had bestowed. From inside a cozy house, two other children eagerly looked out the window, where Sahervian stood amidst the white landscape. Sahervian requested only one thing: to keep their location a secret, and promised not to interfere further, allowing everyone to live freely. As soon as the words were spoken, the temple's great gate opened, leading directly back to the village like an eternal welcome. Lady Hartney offered her final thanks and took her leave to attend to the villagers, not forgetting to advise Sahervian to speak more with Kesha. The mother's figure faded down the corridor, leaving Kesha and Sahervian in the silent space. Kesha timidly called Sahervian's name once more. With anxious eyes, she asked if they were planning to travel somewhere far away. Sahervian only replied with an ambiguous answer. Perhaps, perhaps not. The vague response left Kesha momentarily disappointed and saddened. To reassure her, Sahervian revealed that she shouldn't worry, as the guardians would always remain to watch over the temple, prompting Kesha to ask in surprise about these guardians. Sahervian stood before the large window, spreading their arms as if performing a summoning ritual. Immediately, an elegant, pure white dove flew in, gently landing on Sahervian's waiting hand. Sahervian introduced the white dove on their hand as Liliana, one of their retainers. Following the command, Liliana soared into the air before Kesha's astonished gaze. In a burst of brilliant light and swirling feathers, the dove transformed into a winged woman. The white-haired woman smiled kindly and offered a greeting. Kesha was utterly stunned, wondering if this was an angel. Liliana pointed to herself in surprise, asking if Kesha was calling her an angel. She laughed and explained that she was often mistaken for one, but it was a misunderstanding. Liliana formally introduced herself as a shapeshifter belonging to the White Crow tribe. Sahervian further explained that shapeshifters like Liliana possess characteristics of both human and bird, allowing them to change forms. Liliana mentioned that in her bird form, she wouldn't be able to speak with Kesha, which astonished the girl even more. With a radiant smile, Liliana officially welcomed Kesha Hartney to the Winterbell Temple. The scene abruptly shifted to a desolate, icy wasteland, surrounded by colossal ice pillars. Sahervian stood amidst the white snow, turning to ask the Mimir staff what had happened. In a brief flashback, Liliana announced that they would be going out, leaving the entire land of Blanconia. Back in reality, Sahervian clutched their head in frustration, unable to understand why the plan had failed. They desperately wondered if they were still trapped in this cursed snowfield. Mimir replied that the system check showed Winterbell's system had been interfered with, and the supplicant had infiltrated once again. Sahervian's face hardened, worried about whether the rumors had spread among the populace. The staff reported that the news had reached the king, but Sahervian merely scoffed, reminding themselves that a king meant nothing to one who had already killed a king. Dismissing the complicated thoughts, Sahervian requested Mimir to pinpoint the exact location of the incident. Mimir directed Sehervian straight ahead, where a person was collapsing in the middle of the pristine white snowfield. Standing on a rocky outcrop, Sehervian looked down and mused that this situation felt worryingly familiar. When Mimir announced that the person only had about 15 minutes left to live, Sehervian knelt down and ordered the staff not to count down to their death. Sehervian declared that regardless of the stranger's purpose, they would cleanse the cold to prevent that person from dying within their domain. A surge of blue energy emanated from Sehervian's hands as they began the healing, while silently warning the person never to return here again. Under the influence of the magic, the stranger stirred slightly, their hood slipping off to reveal pure white hair. Sehervian's composed expression instantly shattered, replaced by extreme astonishment as they recognized something. A memory flashed. The image of Sehervian long ago, bestowing a blessing upon an infant, the very person now lying before them. The memory abruptly shifted to a stormy night outside a magnificent castle. Inside, an empty throne presided over the silent, splendid hall. A deep and violent slash mark was clearly visible on the back of the throne, evidence of a bloody conflict. A horrific sight unfolded with the body of a king lying on the floor, his crown fallen in a pool of blood. Amidst the deadly silence, a voice echoed, calling the name Aiden. The voice continued to pronounce the full name, Aiden L. Carrickson, as a lavender-haired woman appeared in the scene. The woman, surrounded by the corpses of guards, was held captive by a blond man who mocked her, asking if this massacre was the peace she had always desired. The blond man smirked, sarcastically calling her Queen Alferius. He smugly corrected himself, declaring that she was now merely the former queen, and that her own benevolence had led to this downfall. Defeated, Queen Alferius knelt on the floor, her hands tightly gripping a sword blade in a posture of submission. Tears streamed down her cheeks as the usurper's voice commanded her to look closely. The final image was the queen kneeling before the throne, surrounded by her own knights, who now pointed their swords at her under the command of their new master. The blonde usurper stood over the kneeling Queen Alferius, addressing her as his sister. He coldly demanded to know where she had hidden the prince. Tears of despair streamed down Alferius' cheeks as she confronted her brother's cruelty. She clung to his leg, trembling as she called out Aiden's name and pleaded in vain. Alferius desperately offered him her life, telling him he could take it at any moment. She only begged him not to harm her son. Aiden scornfully asked her who she thought she was giving orders to. He turned away, commanding the guards to scour the palace for the prince and promising a hefty reward. Outside the palace, heavy rain began to fall, signaling a long and bloody night ahead. In a secluded corner, behind a heavy curtain, someone was concealed. A royal nanny, shaking with terror, tightly held a child in her embrace. She wept uncontrollably, questioning why the queen had suffered such a tragedy. The child in her arms, the tiny prince with lavender hair, suddenly let out a piercing cry. The nanny frantically tried to hush him, pleading with the infant to stop crying. The memory flashed back to the tragic scene in the great hall. Queen Alferius lay fallen with a sword plunged into her chest, her final prayer directed toward her friend and protector, Winterbell. With her dying breath, she implored Winterbell to save her son. This was the very child upon whom Winterbell had once bestowed a blessing. A familiar named Titania materialized beside Sehervian, grumbling that they had been dragged back to this bloody place once more. The nanny gasped in terror as she sensed an unfamiliar presence. Sehervian stood directly before her, raising a finger to his lips to signal silence. The infant prince giggled happily, reaching out for the crystalline ice rattle that Sehervian offered. Sehervian gazed into a glowing crystal, his mind focused on the initial step of his plan. Amidst the ruined great hall, Sehervian resolved to fulfill the dying wish of the devout saintess. A streak of white light flashed, and freezing magic spread rapidly throughout the corridor. Two guards realized in horror that they were completely imprisoned by an icy barrier. While one soldier believed no living thing, not even the infant, could survive the intense cold, Sehervian gently took the unconscious nanny into his arms. The guard commander, finding no trace of the prince, ordered his squad to move on to the next sector. Sehervian exhaled a plume of cold air, asserting his absolute control over the surrounding environment. Suddenly, the baby's cries echoed, shattering the tense silence. Sehervian noticed the child's name engraved on the pendant, Iron. Gazing at the infant, Sehervian mused on the name's meaning, a life filled with the love his mother had desperately wished for him. A fleeting memory surfaced of the pink-haired woman named Titania, the namesake of Sehervian's familiar. After ensuring the pursuers had departed, Sehervian turned and walked away, leaving the nanny staring after him in astonishment. Sehervian mused that if he were to fully honor his promise, he couldn't simply leave the child behind. Sehervian placed his hand upon the child, bestowed upon him the name Titania, and declared that his mother's wish would be fulfilled under the winter's blessing. Returning to the present, Sehervian was stunned by an unbelievable realization. The person currently lying near death in the snow was the very embodiment of the blessing Sehervian had bestowed years ago. Sehervian thought to himself that perhaps it was now too late to simply abandon this troublesome individual. A system notification popped up, counting down the time until the person's death, causing Sehervian to sigh in annoyance, having specifically instructed the system not to report such things. The golden eyes of the white-haired young man slowly fluttered open, signaling his return from the brink of death. In an unfamiliar room, blinding light was the first thing Aaron perceived upon waking. As his vision cleared, he saw Kesha looking down at him, who joyfully announced that he had finally awakened. Kesha offered a friendly smile, introduced herself as an apprentice priestess of the Winter Dragon Temple, and asked how a devotee such as himself had managed to reach this place. Upon hearing the temple's name, Aaron abruptly shot up from the bed, startling Kesha. He hastily questioned her again, needing confirmation that this was truly the Winter Dragon Temple. Kesha, slightly taken aback by his intense reaction, nodded her confirmation in confusion. Aaron gave a slight smirk, a spark of recognition flashing in his eyes. He burst out laughing, unable to believe this place truly existed, prompting Kesha to curiously ask if he was an adventurer. Overwhelmed with elation, Aaron excitedly declared that Winterbell was not merely a legend, but entirely real. He hurried off the bed, urgently demanding directions to meet Winterbell immediately. However, Kesha's demeanor instantly turned frigid when Aaron referred to Winterbell as that damned dragon. She shouted angrily, blocking the path of the newly recovered devotee. Kesha sternly demanded that he state his name and his reason for visiting. She declared she would only lead him to Winterbell after he complied, leaving Aaron stunned by her sudden shift in attitude. Kesha warned him to cease his blasphemous remarks immediately, threatening to expel him from the temple if he continued to insult Winterbell. Her sharp warning froze Aaron in place, forcing him to recognize his impropriety. He silently retracted his excitement, attempting to regain his composure. After a brief moment, he straightened his posture, having fully calmed himself. Aaron looked at Kesha and sincerely apologized for his momentary outburst. Aaron introduced himself, stating that he could be called Ren. Kesha happily accepted the introduction. She warmly welcomed him, calling him a new devotee. However, Kesha's gaze suddenly halted as she realized something. She mused internally that perhaps it was his silver hair that evoked this feeling. In her mind, Kesha confusingly compared Aaron to Sehervian and noticed a strange similarity. Shaking off the thought, she seriously asked Aaron the reason for his visit to the temple. Aaron began to explain his purpose. He revealed that he was the leader of the Barzi. Kesha was stunned, immediately linking that name to the legendary Order of the Winter Dragon Knights. Aaron explained that their Order of the Free Knights served neither kings nor nations. Instead, they were only loyal to the dragon they had chosen as their symbol. But because Winter had been absent for too long, they were forced to live as mercenaries. Nevertheless, they persisted in waiting, believing that one day Winter would return. Aaron clenched his fist, bitterly recounting how they had been mocked after losing the blessing of their guardian dragon. He resolutely declared that he wanted to reclaim the reason for the knight's existence. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sehervian sensed a strange shift in the atmosphere. They wondered why, after a century of silence, people were suddenly seeking Winter again. Sehervian recalled that throughout that long, arduous period, only one person had ever called his name. Memories flooded Sehervian's mind, recalling information about Titania Shenner Alferius, who had died in a coup d'etat at the age of 26. The ancient entity's eyes shone with contemplation as he returned to reality. Standing atop the icy temple, Sehervian told himself that although he did not wish to exert himself, he could not ignore the child he had saved. After a moment of deep thought, a decision was made. Sehervian called out to his loyal attendant, Lily. Immediately, a giant white bird spread its wings and flew to its master's side. Giving the order to Liliana in her small dove form, Sehervian instructed her to inform the guest that their wish could not be granted immediately. Liliana was utterly astonished, questioning why her master refused the prayer when he had previously granted Kesha's request. Sehervian sternly explained that Kesha's wish was only for a single village, whereas bringing Winter back to the entire world would entail countless responsibilities and sacrifices. The scene of Hartney Village covered in white snow appeared, demonstrating the small scale of the previous favor. A glacial crystal formed in his hand, and Sehervian asserted that if there were those who yearned for Winter, there would certainly be those who rejected it. Instead, Sehervian said, offering an alternative solution. Clenching his hand, Sehervian ordered Liliana to tell the guest to wait a little longer. With a resolute expression, Sehervian declared that he would answer that person's desire in his own way. The image of the adult Aaron appeared as Sehervian decided to personally go and confirm whether this world truly needed Winter. His hand slowly opened, and Sehervian definitively announced that until he had an answer, all requests for winter would be temporarily suspended. The scene shifted to an unfamiliar city, where an endless line of people was waiting outside the city gates. A system notification appeared before Sehervian, stating that 12,443 people were waiting to enter the Rosaria artificial lake. Standing in the massive crowd alongside Aaron, Sehervian secretly sighed, having never expected the line to be this long. Amidst the bustling crowd waiting impatiently, a clear, crisp sound rang out. It was the gentle ringing of a small bell, worn by a companion animal. Sehervian, dressed as a traveler, quietly led his white mule, Mimir. Standing beside him, Aaron turned to strike up a conversation, remarking on the seemingly endless line. The white-haired young man offered a friendly smile, breaking the tense silence. He cheerfully suggested they talk, as he was feeling bored waiting with his new companion. Aaron introduced himself as Ren and eagerly offered a handshake, completely oblivious to Sehervian's internal thoughts regarding his naivety. Suddenly, Aaron's gaze froze, drawn to the pendant hanging around Sehervian's neck. He gasped in astonishment, unable to believe he was standing before a holy knight of Winterbell. Sehervian calmly confirmed it with a nod, stating that he had already departed from the temple. Still reeling, Aaron expressed his shock at encountering one of the rare holy knights in such a location. Clenching his fists, a fierce spark of determination ignited in Aaron's eyes. He looked directly at Sehervian and asked, full of hope, "Have you ever met Winterbell?" Sehervian avoided his gaze, replying vaguely while internally noting that he only needed to look in a mirror to see Winterbell. Aaron's expression grew desperate. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and clutched Sehervian's cloak. Aaron bowed his head, his voice filled with urgency, pleading to be allowed an audience with Winterbell. Taken aback by Aaron's sudden action, Sehervian could only stare, quickly dismissing a system notification that had just popped up. Aaron continued to implore, explaining that he could not abandon his desire to meet the dragon, even if only for a moment. Listening to the fervent request, Sehervian simply asked one short question. Why? Sehervian pointed a decisive finger, flatly declaring that Aaron held no faith in Winterbell at all. Aaron froze, taken aback by the accusation. Sehervian pressed further, questioning why he would seek an audience with someone he despised so much. Was it perhaps to beg for a favor? Having his true intentions exposed, Aaron merely smiled and conceded that the cleric was exceptionally sharp. He confirmed that he did, in fact, wish to pray for the return of winter. However, Aaron added that this was not the sole reason he sought Winterbell. Sehervian's eyes flashed, confirming his internal suspicion. In his mind, Sehervian wondered what Aaron was truly seeking from him now. Sehervian envisioned the familiar human desires, vengeance, or perhaps the power to conquer the continent, or perhaps a curse upon the kingdom that had cast him aside. Aaron finally began to reveal his actual motivation. He boldly declared that he simply wanted to deliver a solid kick to that detestable dragon's rear end. The insolent remark stunned Sehervian, while the white mule beside him immediately activated its threat elimination protocol, forcing Sehervian to quickly order it to silence. Aaron cheerfully changed the subject, asking the cleric if he had ever heard of Barzian. Sehervian replied that he had heard the name, but had never paid the place any mind. Aaron smiled, explaining that he had grown up in Barzian. He recounted that, for better or worse, he was born with silver hair, a color rumored to be Winterbell's blessing. It is the color of the legendary silver dragon. Aaron admitted it sounded like a jest, but it was true, evidenced by his ability to withstand the cold better than almost anyone else. Sehervian listened silently, internally confirming that it was indeed the blessing he had granted, while gently chastising Aaron as a fool for crossing the snowfields alone. Aaron smiled, recognizing the irony of their current situation. He continued, likening their encounter to a twist of fate between a winter dragon knight and a winter holy warrior. Aaron immediately asked the cleric to lead him to Winterbell, but Sehervian flatly refused, reiterating that he had left the temple. Disappointed, Aaron realized his plan was ruined, while Sehervian warned him that if he actually kicked the dragon, he would surely die. As the guardians were far from gentle, Sehervian asserted that even if this was fate, he would not allow Aaron to die for it. Aaron fell silent for a moment, his golden eyes reflecting deep thought. Then he burst out laughing, agreeing that risking his life just to kick someone's rear was not worth it. Aaron called out to the cleric, drawing Sehervian's attention once more. He presented a new offer. If he couldn't be led to Winterbell, then allow him to travel alongside the cleric, hinting at rumors the cleric must surely have heard. Sehervian feigned ignorance, prompting Aaron to ask in surprise if the cleric hadn't come here because of the elemental spirit in Rosaria. Aaron began to explain that two major rumors were currently shaking the kingdom of Alfarios. The first rumor, he stated, was the return of winter after 100 years, and the second, even more sensational rumor, was that an elemental spirit had appeared at Lake Rosaria. Sehervian repeated the word spirit with a look of inquiry. The cleric's eyes briefly showed understanding, realizing that this was the reason for the massive crowd. Indeed, a large crowd of people was gathered, buzzing with excited chatter. Amidst the throng, Sehervian mused that spirits rarely appeared in places like this, unless it was a forest protected by druids and pixies. A system notification materialized before Sehervian, confirming the entity's identity: the elemental spirit of Rosaria. The information continued, stating that recently, on bright moonlit nights, an animal-shaped spirit had been sighted near the lake. It was due to these wondrous appearances that travelers from all corners had flocked here for a first-hand glimpse. Sehervian pondered the details Aaron had just recounted. Moonlight, nighttime, the lake surface a suspicious combination. Aaron excitedly continued, describing how the spirit awakens under the moonlight when night falls, walking upon the water like a small puppy. His curiosity piqued. Sehervian decisively declared that they would go and investigate this so-called spirit. Aaron couldn't hide his delight, asserting that he knew the rumors would immediately capture Sehervian's interest. Sehervian merely replied indifferently before walking ahead. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if the entity in the lake was truly a spirit. They arrived at a bustling town, teeming with locals and travelers. Sehervian, Iron, and their white mule blended into the dense crowd on the street. Sehervian's expression soured upon hearing a loud hawker's cry. A street vendor was peddling vitality stones, claiming they contained the lake's energy and would grant the bearer health and longevity. Sehervian silently assessed the stones, realizing they contained absolutely no spiritual or magical energy. He was just thinking that no fool would fall for this scam when he realized Aaron had vanished from his side. Turning around, Sehervian saw Aaron cheerfully purchasing a stone and even wishing the vendor good fortune in business. Aaron returned with a radiant smile, looking utterly satisfied with his new souvenir. While Aaron innocently believed the souvenir stone would keep him healthy, Sehervian could only conclude internally, "My traveling companion is an idiot." They continued their journey to Lake Rosaria, an artificial body of water formed from Blanconia's snowmelt and purified using arcane technology. It was the largest lake in the kingdom, renowned for its exquisite beauty. Upon arrival, Aaron was astonished by the massive crowd gathered along the lakeshore. Concerned for their animal companion, Aaron suggested taking the mule to a stable or rest area. However, Sehervian decided it was sufficient to simply tie it to a nearby tree, while Aaron remained anxious that someone might steal it. Sehervian asserted that Mimir would be fine due to its inherently disagreeable nature, while the mule secretly thought it couldn't possibly abandon its master. Aaron remained skeptical of his companion's confidence. Seeing Mimir's mournful expression, he wondered why the mule looked so lonely. The two proceeded to the lakeshore, where a large crowd of villagers and tourists had gathered in eager anticipation. Sehervian silently approached the water's edge, gently reaching out to touch the tranquil surface of the lake. Observing the reflection, he silently confirmed what he had suspected. This lake truly harbored a spirit. However, Sehervian quietly uttered a comment filled with disappointment. How unfortunate. Meanwhile, Aaron was disheartened, assuming this was yet another baseless rumor. Sehervian narrowed his eyes, beginning a serious analysis of the situation. He mused that to dismiss the existence of a spirit, upon first glance, two conditions must be met. The first is belonging to a spiritual race, such as dragonkin, who are blessed by the gods and possess the ability to sense spiritual energy. That night, the two rested at an inn after a long day. Aaron was sitting down to eat when Sehervian suddenly called out to him. The boy looked up, his mouth still dusted with breadcrumbs. Sehervian looked directly at Aaron and asked a loaded question. "You are a spirit user, aren't you?" Aaron was completely taken aback by the abrupt question. Caught off guard, he leaned back on the bed and burst into laughter, acknowledging the priest's sharp insight. Aaron then sat up, and a brilliant sphere of light began to form in the palm of his hand. From within the light, a small spirit in the shape of an orange-gold cat gradually materialized. The cat spirit flew happily around Aaron, while Sehervian stood observing with his arms crossed. Aaron smiled and explained that he wasn't particularly skilled, only borrowing a bit of the spirit's power during combat, while the small creature affectionately rubbed against his hand. Aaron questioned why Sehervian showed no surprise at his ability. Sehervian casually replied that he had seen several spirit users in Blanconia, which piqued Aaron's curiosity about the dragon temple. The priest explained that dragons and spirits naturally share a harmonious relationship. To illustrate his point, Sehervian recounted the tale of the summer guardian dragon Archabel and its water spirit, leaving Aaron impressed by his profound knowledge. After a moment of silence, Aaron addressed the priest and prepared to ask a question. He earnestly asked again if there was truly no way left to meet Winterbell. Sahervian coldly reminded him that Aaron himself had claimed to have given up. Aaron conceded the point, but still smiled, affirming his desire to meet him just once. Sahervian's gaze suddenly turned cold as he asked if Aaron sought Winterbell in the same manner people sought the Rosaria spirit. Aaron was stunned by his companion's pointed question. Sahervian bluntly crushed his hope, declaring that Winterbell was no different from the Rosaria spirit, merely an illusory name. Aaron laughed, pointing out the contradiction in the words of a priest who serves the very deity he had just denied. Instead of answering, Sahervian unexpectedly countered by asking why Aaron thought he had left Blanconia. The answer resonated with melancholy. Because I no longer have any reason to remain there, leaving Aaron speechless. Suddenly, Sahervian turned and walked toward the door, causing Aaron to frantically call out to him. The priest simply stated that he had forgotten Mimir the mule and would return immediately after retrieving it. Aaron stood frozen in place, his arms still half raised, watching the departing figure. Meanwhile, outside, the white mule Mimir began to attract the attention of passers-by. Two women passing by marveled, commenting that they had never seen such a beautiful white mule. Drawn in by Mimir's appearance, one woman approached, offered an apple, and encouraged it to eat. A villager wondered about the owner of the white mule, deeming it heartless to leave it alone until late at night. Suddenly, the creature sensed an abnormal surge of mana in the air. Within its sight, a woman was still standing nearby in the desolate forest. Immediately, a warning flashed in its mind. Ferocious beast-type monsters were drawing near. Amidst the darkness, pairs of glowing red eyes began to emerge, their numbers steadily growing. A blue aura flared around the mule. It confirmed a total of 12 enemies were positioned ahead. Meanwhile, Sahervian stepped out of their dwelling, feeling weary. They mused that cohabiting with another person was truly bothersome. But then, a sinister premonition caused them to halt abruptly on the deserted path. The night sky above suddenly took on an ominous, blood-red hue. Sahervian's eyes shone with vigilance. They had recognized the anomaly. Simultaneously, at the edge of the forest, the apple a villager had given the mule rolled neglected onto the ground. A group of villagers, including a young girl, stood paralyzed with expressions of horror. The white mule shook its head resolutely, its gaze utterly fearless. It had shoved the girl named Rachel backward, standing defensively before everyone, as another woman anxiously called her name. Rachel realized in shock that had it not been for the mule's shove, she would not have escaped unscathed. The creature stomped its hooves firmly, readying itself for the impending battle. It snapped the rope with sheer force and charged forward, eliciting astonished shouts from the villagers. As it charged, it analyzed the enemy. Shadow attributed, tending to avoid sunlight but not entirely fearful of light. The solitary white mule dashed swiftly through the dark streets, heading straight toward the pack of monsters. The white mule delivered a powerful rear kick to the unseen enemy. Its internal system began updating the threat assessment data. It quickly recognized that the monsters were not of the dark attribute, but the shadow attribute. Analysis revealed they utilized shadows for movement and sustenance. The system further detected their moonlight absorption characteristic and identified the monster species. Without hesitation, the white mule lunged to attack a shadow wolf. It reported to its master that this was the shadow-attributed wolf species known as Hati. Instantly, a surge of emerald energy erupted, transforming the mule into the staff held in Sahervian's hand. Sahervian smiled with satisfaction, commending Mimir for a job well done. Standing in the silent square, they declared that the time had come to begin. With an air of confidence, Sahervian decided it was time for a change of combatants. Sahervian stood alone, facing the entire pack of haughty wolves that surrounded them from all sides. Their amber eyes flashed with brilliant golden light, readying themselves for the fight. The shadow wolves snarled, baring their fangs and claws, poised to strike. A pack leader reared up and charged directly at Sahervian. Abruptly, a voice rang out, shouting the incantation to summon a lightning strike. A brilliant golden thunderbolt struck directly from the heavens into the center of the wolf pack, creating a blinding explosion of light. Sahervian turned back in astonishment, realizing this sudden intervention was Aaron's doing. Aaron materialized, sword drawn, looking exhausted after deploying the magic, with the stunned cat spirit beside him. He shouted anxiously, asking if the priest was all right. Sahervian mused that borrowing the spirit's power would inflict significant strain on the user's mental energy. They coldly questioned Aaron as to why he had followed, and he replied that he had trailed them because he sensed danger. The sword in Aaron's hand crackled with brilliant golden lightning, ready for the fight. He smiled proudly, turning to ask Sahervian if he was proving to be a useful companion. Sahervian was secretly grateful, yet worried that Aaron had used lightning, the very element that would incite the Hati pack. Just then, A pack of shadow wolves with blood-red eyes snarled and emerged from the deep shadows. Aaron recognized them as the haughty shadow wolves, noting that this was the true form of the imposter spirit at Rosaria Lake. He still couldn't help but wonder why creatures that typically dwell deep in the forest were appearing in the middle of the city. Under the full moon, the wolves raised their heads and let out terrifying howls, signaling the start of the hunt. A wolf stomped its sharp claws hard onto the stone pavement, preparing its charge. Two other wolves immediately lunged at Aaron from opposing sides, forming a deadly pincer attack. With an expression of intense focus, Aaron did not flinch before the treacherous assault. He swiftly raised his sword, intercepting the pounce of one shadow wolf. The monster's claws struck the blade, which was crackling with stored lightning energy, creating a jarring clash. Aaron put his full strength into the swing, generating a burst of light that repelled the wolf backward. Following the counterattack, he stood firm, his gaze unwavering from the surrounding foes. Meanwhile, Sehervian stood silently observing the battle, their hand still gripping the Mimir staff tightly. Sensing the tense situation, Aaron shouted a command to his spirit. "Daisy, protect the priest." The cat spirit glowed, cheerfully responding to its master's summons. Immediately, Daisy flew to shield Sehervian, who was slightly taken aback by this protective gesture. Daisy the cat spirit turned back, letting out a cry of confusion. Sehervian remained silent, a flicker of awkwardness crossing his face at the spirit's action. He mused internally on the oddity of a spirit being commanded to protect a dragonkin. Meanwhile, Aaron used his lightning sword to cleave a charging haughty wolf in two. Instantly, more shadow wolves leaped from the hidden corners, pressing the assault. Aaron maintained his stance, the blade in his hand once again blazing with the light of thunder. He unleashed a powerful sweeping arc slash, clearing two of the shadow beasts. Gasping for breath from exhaustion, Aaron glanced toward Sehervian, who remained seated, observing from a distance. Mimir the Scepter reported that Sehervian had no intention of helping, to which the latter coldly replied that the haughty pack would vanish naturally at sunrise. Mimir continued its analysis, calculating an 80% probability that Aaron would perish before dawn, given the surrounding pack. Sehervian indifferently told Daisy that he never instructed Aaron to take such action. When Mimir questioned Winterbell's role, Sehervian firmly asserted that this was Aaron's personal choice. Just leave him be, Sehervian decided. While Aaron continued to bravely confront his foes, beneath the full moon, a massive pack of haughty wolves had gathered, their blazing red eyes illuminating the darkness. Aaron stood isolated in the encirclement, astonished as he wondered why their numbers seemed infinite. He realized something was amiss, as haughty packs typically only traveled in groups of 5 or 6. One wolf raised its head, appearing to prepare a signal. It stood upright and let out a long, echoing howl directed at the moon. The other wolves in the pack began to snarl, answering the summons. The entire pack howled in unison, their chorus signaling the imminent start of a brutal hunt. Amidst the relentless battle, Aaron gasped, utterly exhausted. He quickly realized the key to victory lay in finding and eliminating the alpha. Suddenly, Aaron's eyes flashed as he pinpointed his target. He immediately leaped backward, narrowly evading a deadly pounce that shattered the ground. After landing safely, Aaron stared straight ahead with fierce determination. From the shadows, a pair of sharp, clawed feet, wreathed in black and red-tinged aura, slowly emerged. A colossal shadow wolf, the alpha, materialized, radiating an imposing presence. Aaron stood alone, facing the beast in the desolate square. Their gazes locked. A confrontation of life and death was about to commence. Aaron smirked, thinking to himself that he had finally found it. Observed from above, both combatants began to move, circling each other in a deadly dance. He was certain that by striking down the alpha, the entire pack would scatter. Facing his foe, Aaron resolved that this was his only option. He determined to finish it with a single, decisive blow. Aaron assumed his stance, both hands gripping the sword hilt, readying the decisive attack. A surge of green, dragon-like energy coiled around his body and sword. From a distance, Sehervian watched silently, his crimson hair fluttering in the wind. He recognized the technique Aaron was preparing to unleash. Aaron roared the name of the technique, Edelweiss. He launched himself skyward, plummeting down like an arrow of azure light, aimed directly at the alpha. Aaron gritted his teeth, enduring the strain and pouring all his strength into the final strike. He vowed that even though his spirit was at its limit, he could not allow his comrade to perish here. From the distance, Sehervian observed silently, his expression unreadable. Aaron flashed a determined smile, readying the finishing blow. He stomped his foot down hard, the ground cracking beneath his power. With a roar, he shouted the technique's name, Edelweiss, and lunged forward. The alpha wolf stood its ground, prepared to meet the frontal assault. Aaron's sword radiated a brilliant light, accumulating immense energy. He swung his sword, unleashing a massive arc of energy that swept across the battlefield. The attack struck true. The alpha wolf roared as it was engulfed by the surge of power. A fierce explosion of emerald light erupted, momentarily illuminating the entire snowy expanse. Elsewhere, a campfire crackled softly in the night. A person with silver hair tied in a ponytail stood gazing toward the distant explosion. Their face reflected seriousness as they analyzed the situation. The dark-haired comrade sitting beside him asked if the explosion was caused by the boss. The two sat quietly by the fire, surrounded by the tranquil, falling snow. The silver-haired individual replied curtly that it was likely. He mused that few spirit knights could manipulate wind to such a degree. That power was determined to belong to Spirit Knight Ren. Meanwhile, a system notification appeared before Sehervian, confirming Ren possessed dual attributes, lightning and wind. After the devastating attack, a vortex of energy continued to swirl at the site. Witnessing the spectacle, Sehervian mused that the outcome was truly unexpected. He reflected that even the most renowned spirit summoners usually only managed to contract with one elemental spirit. Yet Eren possessed two. Eren's cat spirit, Daisy, remained safe, circling around her master's feet. Meanwhile, a surviving shadow wolf frantically fled down the desolate path. It collapsed onto the ground, whimpering in agony as a stream of blue energy enveloped its body. Sehervian stood silently, observing the creature writhing at his feet. He inwardly thought that Eren was far too soft-hearted to have spared them. Or perhaps, Sehervian considered, kneeling beside the creature, the boy was simply a fool. A warm sphere of light suddenly coalesced in Sehervian's palm. The shadow wolf, now healed, rose and looked up at its benefactor. It then quickly turned its back, joining its packmates as they vanished into the white, snowy forest. Sehervian watched them silently until they were out of sight. Elsewhere, an exhausted Eren slumped down amidst the wreckage. He weakly grasped the offered scepter, whispering the priest's name. Sehervian calmly replied, confirming his presence. Eren sighed in relief upon seeing that he was unharmed. Sehervian coldly questioned why he hadn't used his wind spirit, which specialized in speed, to flee. An image of Eren gliding past like a fleeting gust of wind appeared, demonstrating the ability he had neglected to use. Faced with the question, Eren offered a satisfied smile, despite the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Eren smiled, asserting resolutely that he had no intention of running away. Sehervian coldly retorted that if he wasn't going to run, he should have finished them off completely. The priest's hand silently tightened around the scepter. Sehervian warned sternly that Eren could have lost his life. The smile on Eren's lips slowly faded as he silently absorbed the reprimand. Standing on the deserted street, Sehervian began to explain the situation regarding the Hati pack. He recounted the image of the shadow wolves hiding deep within the snowy forest. They had mistaken the artificial lake for a natural body of water and turned the area into their den. But then humans encroached, leading the Hati to believe their home was under attack. From the Hati pack's perspective, attacking in self-defense was entirely logical. Returning to the present, Sehervian warned Eren that his compassion would one day be his undoing, but Eren replied indifferently, "Perhaps." "So what?" Eren challenged, struggling to push himself upright. Sehervian sat down as well, questioning Eren about the consequences of sparing the monsters merely out of pity. He emphasized that the Hati pack would inevitably continue to attack humans. Eren smiled again, casually thanking the priest for his concern. Sehervian was momentarily speechless at the unexpected reply. Eren revealed the truth. He was scheduled to meet his comrades in Rosaria tonight. He confidently asserted that once they were informed, they would handle everything smoothly. However, his strength gave out, causing Eren to collapse before he could finish his last sentence. Sehervian silently observed the moment Eren lost consciousness on the cold stone. A system prompt appeared, suggesting they move to the next location, while Eren was still unconscious. Sehervian tiredly pressed a hand to his forehead, reluctantly agreeing to depart. In truth, they only wanted to wander alone, and had no intention of praying. Looking at the collapsed Eren, Sehervian briefly entertained the humorous thought of stuffing him into a sack. Finally, they sighed, accepted the reality, and commanded the scepter Mimir to lead the way. The scene shifted to a cold, snow-covered mountainside. Nearby, a campfire flickered brightly beside a tent. A dark-skinned woman with silver hair tied in a ponytail stood guard with a solemn expression. A dark-haired comrade rushed over, looking anxious and flustered. He nervously stated that some time had passed since the loud explosion, and dawn was approaching. The man continued to panic, fearing that their boss had run into trouble with the law again. The silver-haired woman turned back coldly, calling the name of someone who appeared to be their superior, Sir Drake. The dark-haired man flinched in fright, quickly covering his mouth. With eyes flashing with authoritative red light, The woman ordered him to stand straight, and he immediately complied. Immediately afterward, an object was thrown toward the man, and he quickly raised his hands to catch it. In his hand was an armband bearing an emblem. He was stunned as he recognized it. The man stammered, asking if this was the symbol of command entrusted by their boss, and the silver-haired woman confirmed it. He immediately objected, reiterating that the boss had instructed them not to leave their post. The silver-haired woman looked straight at him, her voice challenging. "Do I look like I'm leaving?" The dark-haired man reluctantly accepted, muttering, "I suppose not?" The two stood facing each other in a moment of tension amidst the freezing snow. Suddenly, a muscular, silver-haired man appeared, warning that someone was approaching from their direction. The silver-haired woman and her comrades spun around, their vigilance heightened. From within the snow curtain, a red-haired figure materialized, carrying another person on their back. The silver-haired man recognized the unconscious figure and exclaimed in shock, "Boss?" Sehervian calmly approached, Aaron still resting soundly upon his back. The silver-haired man still couldn't believe his eyes upon seeing Aaron in such a state. Immediately, the group of four drew their swords and aimed them at the stranger, while the silver-haired woman coldly demanded his identity. Without offering an explanation, Sehervian gently placed Aaron down onto the white snow before them. The silver-haired woman was stunned, rendered speechless by the sudden action. Sehervian spoke, asking if they were the comrades he had been instructed to meet in Rosaria. He then calmly stated that he was here to deliver someone named Ren, and requested that they take custody of him. Having grasped the situation, the group began setting up camp and tending to the injured man. The dark-haired man cleared his throat, turning to Sehervian with a probing question. "Are you a priest?" He turned back to explain to Aaron, who had just awakened, wrapped in bandages, that he had needed a moment to collect his thoughts. Sehervian merely observed silently from a distance, refraining from interfering in their conversation. The dark-haired man pressed further, asking why a priest would abandon his temple, to which Sehervian replied that there was nothing left for him there. He added dismissively that if it were truly necessary, someone else would simply fill the vacant position. Meanwhile, another member of the group was speaking with Aaron, who still appeared disoriented after waking. Aaron let out a hearty laugh. While his dark-haired comrade bandaged his wounds, Aaron praised the priest's audacity, prompting the other man to demand he sit still. Aaron stood up, agreeing that his comrade had a point about the difficulty of guarding a forgotten temple, which only irritated the other man further. The dark-haired comrade angrily complained that he was the strategist, yet was forced to bandage his boss, scolding Aaron that if he kept thrashing around like a baboon, the bandages would surely unravel. Chastised, Aaron obediently sat down and apologized, addressing his comrade as Kashi. Aaron's expression turned serious as he addressed the commander. The silver-haired, ponytail-wearing woman, the group's commander, asked bluntly if Aaron had been chased off before even managing to meet Winterbell. Aaron looked bewildered by the question. The commander continued to press, questioning whether Aaron had truly made it to Blanconia by himself. Aaron hastily denied the claim, but then he lowered his head, muttering a quiet admission. The commander grew furious, reiterating Aaron's promise that this time he would meet Winterbell and bring Winter back, or else disband the entire company. Hearing this, Sehervian silently mused on the fact that Aaron had even considered dissolving the Night Order. Aaron quickly reassured everyone, asserting emphatically that he had not returned empty-handed. The entire group, including the commander, Kashi, and another comrade, regarded him with deep skepticism. The commander sharply asked what progress could be found in merely wandering lost. Another swordsman chimed in, sarcastically suggesting that perhaps being thoroughly beaten by the Hati pack was the achievement Aaron was referring to. Aaron beamed, pointing towards Sehervian, and declaring that thanks to that battle, they had met the priest of Winterbell. Sehervian, the subject of the declaration, merely sat there silently with an unreadable expression. The entire space fell silent, as all members of the Night Order fixed their gazes upon Sehervian and Aaron. Aaron's comrades murmured amongst themselves. One couldn't believe his ears upon hearing the name Winterbell, and voiced his suspicion regarding the stranger's claim of priesthood. The silver-haired woman with the ponytail, while internally questioning the existence of a Winterbell priest, immediately punched the speaking comrade squarely in the face. Aaron smiled confidently, explaining that they had received a message from Winterbell, promising a response if they returned. With that, Aaron took a decisive step forward onto the white snow. He stopped directly in front of Sehervian, who was still sitting and observing quietly. Aaron looked at Sehervian, and formally introduced himself as Aaron Barzian, commander of the Barzian Company. Sehervian listened to the introduction in silence. Aaron extended his hand, offering Sehervian an invitation to accompany them as the priest of winter. Aaron's sudden invitation left the silver-haired woman and Kashi utterly stunned. A principle flashed through their minds. Priests do not fight for ideology and must never recklessly involve themselves with specific factions. They only follow divine legitimacy and would never waste a single drop of sacred power. That is the true nature of a priest. Sahervian contemplated the invitation, which directly contradicted the conventional rules governing priests. The silver-haired woman quickly voiced her objection, calling out to Aaron with a worried expression. "Commander!" Aaron calmly cut her off, addressing her by name, Jin Veronica. He reminded her of the Barzian creed, that they always welcome those who have nowhere else to go, asserting that she, above all, understood this principle best. Jin Veronica was frozen by Aaron's words, her eyes wide with emotion. After a prolonged silence, Sahervian spoke, accepting Aaron's proposal. Immediately, a cold analysis flashed through Sahervian's mind, predicting that the Barzian company had over a 70% risk of dissolution within 2 years. The analysis cited the causes. Their liberal ideology was antagonistic to the royalty, and the winter symbol they revered was unpopular among the populace. The final conclusion affirmed that given such unfavorable conditions, maintaining the organization was virtually impossible. In Sahervian's contemplation, Aaron Barzian was, above all, a good man. But as long as a good man holds the leadership, the Barzian organization cannot endure. Sahervian's amber eyes reflected the bitter understanding gleaned from past experiences. Sahervian recalled that good people occasionally visited the temple. Although he favored such individuals, in human society, kindness was a poison. That was how the world appeared in Sahervian's eyes. Back in reality, Aaron stood patiently, awaiting an answer amidst the white snow. Sahervian tightened his grip on the Mimir staff. A decision had already been forged. Very well. A brief and decisive acceptance rang out. Aaron smiled in relief, yet cautiously suggested that the other should reconsider. He was stunned, unable to believe his own ears. Sahervian calmly reiterated, "I said I will join," adding that he, too, had nowhere else to go. Upon hearing this, Aaron's face brightened with overwhelming joy. He leaped up in celebration but abruptly doubled over, coughing, clearly not yet fully recovered. Sahervian observed silently, assuring himself that this was sufficient repayment for their protection of the Hatti tribe. In Sahervian's view, Aaron was the type of person willing to sacrifice himself so that no one else would suffer harm. But such good people never last. This was the second sudden favor Sahervian had bestowed upon him, and it was also an opportunity. Following the decision, the Barzian group, along with their new member, set off across a vast plain. Sahervian rode leisurely upon Mimir's back, commencing his unplanned journey. Sahervian appeared slightly perplexed, suggesting they should begin with introductions. A member of the Barzian group offered a hearty smile. Riding parallel, he informed Sahervian that the monk was now a Barzian recruit, a fact Sahervian reluctantly acknowledged. He extended his hand in a friendly gesture, introducing himself as Cassio Drake, and inviting them to call him Kashi. Sahervian realized this was the very person he had heard mentioned previously. In a flash of memory, Sahervian recalled Aaron mentioning beast-taming magic. Aaron had explained that Cassio was an exceptionally skilled beast tamer. Cassio's current mission was to relocate the Hatti pack to a new home. Returning to the present, Cassio Drake politely inquired about the name of the newly joined monk. Sahervian paused momentarily before offering a reply. He decided upon a simple name, Servi. Cassio cheerfully welcomed Monk Servi, expressing his honor to have him join their company. Cassio then turned toward Aaron, who was riding ahead, affectionately calling him their saint. From the front, Aaron called back, requesting not to be called a saint, but boss. Another voice immediately interjected, correcting that he must be called commander, not boss. The speaker was Jin Veronica, the group's deputy commander, wearing an extremely stern expression. Cassio turned back, casually asking the deputy commander if she had an issue with orienting the new recruit. Jin Veronica challenged Cassio about using the disrespectful nickname, while Sahervian privately mused that his own patience had limits. Cassio calmly explained that everyone had grown accustomed to calling Aaron boss since the very beginning. Jin Veronica sternly reminded her comrades to abandon old habits and always remember that they are proud members of Barzian. Cassio Drake merely grumbled softly at the deputy commander's lecture. Jin then turned to Sahervian, declaring that this reminder was also meant for the new member. She stressed that once one joins Barzian, the status of monk or noble holds no meaning. Sahervian calmly replied that he understood and would bear it in mind. Nevertheless, Jin Veronica's scrutinizing gaze remained fixed on the new recruit. She turned away decisively, concluding the tense exchange. Immediately, Mimir's system sounded an alert, reporting a hostile signal detected from Jin and asking if the threat should be eliminated. Sahervian gently patted Mimir, ordering it to lower the alert level. He mused over the two words hostile signal with a hint of amusement. Jin Veronica maintained the cold, resolute demeanor of a commander. Sehervian reflected that while he knew he wasn't welcome, he hadn't expected the situation to be serious enough to trigger Mimir's alarm, wondering if the hostility targeted his monk status or the name Winterbell. Whatever the reason, he realized he had a challenge to address even before reaching the Barzian base. Their journey was abruptly halted by two crossed spears. The guards announced that the area was restricted and demanded they find an alternate route. Cassio questioned this, noting it was the only road to the capital, but the guard firmly insisted they turn back. Aaron scratched his head in frustration, realizing that was why they hadn't encountered anyone on the road. The group discussed the matter. Aaron doubted the claim that a stable volcano would suddenly erupt, while Cassio suggested the soldiers were merely following the orders of the royal mages. Simultaneously, Mimir's system displayed information, confirming the mountain was the Wyvern Nest, a volcano that had been dormant for 300 years. Sehervian calmly rode upon Mimir, observing the situation. Aaron suddenly called out, drawing attention toward the monk. He smiled and asked Sehervian for his thoughts on their current predicament. Sehervian mused that he was truly unconcerned by this particular obstacle. With a resolute expression, he raised a finger and proposed that the group simply walk straight through. Cassio gaped in astonishment at the audacious suggestion, while Jin Veronica maintained her cool demeanor. Aaron was equally speechless at the sheer recklessness of the plan. He quickly objected, explaining that the royal mages had erected a magical barrier, and all alternative routes were designated danger zones. Sehervian calmly countered, asking if anyone present had ever actually witnessed a wyvern attacking a human. The other Barzian members paused, realizing they had no such experience to draw upon. He began to explain that wyverns, much like dragons, are territorial creatures whose color reflects their nature, noting that the green wyvern species is primarily herbivorous. Sehervian concluded that they would never attack unless first provoked. Jin Veronica stepped forward, challenging him and demanding proof for Sehervian's assertion. She sternly warned that if Sehervian was mistaken, the entire group would be placed in grave peril due to his lack of knowledge. Sehervian replied with a decisive no. Jin Veronica remained unconvinced, speculating that he must have some other motive. Naturally, Sehervian admitted. Just as a brilliant blue magic array began to materialize behind him, the scene abruptly shifted to a lush forest, bathed in brilliant sunlight. A single green leaf gently trembled, signaling a subtle shift in the spatial environment. A sharp, swift slash tore through the air. Two fragments of glossy black horn were severed, clattering heavily onto the ground. Cassio Drake sternly warned the group to beware of the leeches, explaining that just 15 seconds of blood loss could be fatal. Upon hearing this, the other Barzian members immediately recoiled in horror and disgust. Aaron irritably turned to Cassio, asking if he could use his beast-taming abilities to handle these creatures. Cassio replied that his mental strength was limited, as he still needed to focus on monitoring the Hati pack. Amidst the discussion, one member of the party suddenly halted their steps on the damp earth. Sehervian merely observed the situation silently, maintaining a composed expression. Seeing him about to advance, Aaron quickly raised a hand to stop him, calling out loudly and demanding the priest halt his steps. Jin Veronica sighed, wondering what the trouble was this time, and inwardly mused that it was probably time for a beast-type monster to appear. Suddenly, a distinct rustling sound emerged from the dense thicket nearby. Two Barzian members vigilantly focused on the source of the noise. Aaron and Jin Veronica immediately directed their attention toward the brush as well. The noise intensified, signaling that something was about to burst forth. Aaron narrowed his eyes, focusing intently as he waited for the danger to reveal itself. A dark shape shot out of the thicket with astonishing speed. The yellow eyes and vertical pupils of a reptilian creature became visible. A tiny, green, lizard-like creature flapped its wings and let out a high-pitched shriek. The entire group, from Sehervian and Mimir to Aaron and the other knights, stood frozen, staring at the tiny creature that had caused such a commotion. Aaron stammered in utter surprise at the newly arrived creature. Sehervian calmly identified it as a juvenile wyvern as it chirped next to Mimir. A knight curiously asked if it was a wyvern's offspring, while Sehervian had already knelt down to stroke it. The young wyvern playfully nibbled at Sehervian's gloved hand, and a voice explained that technically, it was already in the adolescent stage. Jin Veronica added that it would reach full maturity in 2 years. Aaron mused, feeling that encountering a wyvern was not a good omen. He turned to ask Cassio to check if there was an entire flock of wyverns in the area, but the beast tamer was too busy admiring the small creature's tail and wings. Utterly captivated by the wyvern's beauty, Cassio mumbled praises for its perfection, completely oblivious to Aaron's question. Sehervian stood up, concluding that they could do nothing else, and ordered the group to proceed toward the valley. Their destination was the Wyvern Nest Valley. As explained, Green wyverns prefer cleanliness and reside near large trees, making the valley path the safest route to avoid them. The juvenile wyvern suddenly projected a mental call, hailing Sehervian as the lord of the Silver Clan, the Silver Dragon, and offered to guide them. It confidently asserted its familiarity with the mountain range's terrain as it trotted along after Sehervian. The other knights noticed the wyvern only followed the priest, speculating that it was drawn to his divine power. The small creature continued to flutter around Sehervian, pleading for another caress. Sehervian turned to Cassio and asked a succinct question. Do juvenile wyverns wander alone? He received a definitive no. Cassio mumbled, appearing to have grasped a sudden realization. The beast tamer's eyes widened in horror as he realized the terrifying implication behind his own response. Cassio's sudden reaction startled Aaron and Jin Veronica, prompting Aaron to frantically ask what was wrong. While the group was still reeling from the juvenile wyvern's appearance, a strange sound drew their attention. Cassio and the other knights nervously gazed up at the sky. Sehervian calmly registered that something was approaching, just as a massive wyvern circled overhead, its mind projecting a protective call. The creature's colossal talons struck the ground with immense force. The adult wyvern let out a sky-shattering roar as it swooped down. Cassio fearfully confirmed the identity of the newcomer. Amidst the tension, Jin Veronica cautiously suggested the group remain defensive to avoid provoking the creature. Aaron anxiously wondered what their next move should be, facing the monster's sharp, intelligent gaze. Suddenly, Aaron turned in astonishment as Sehervian began to step forward. Without a trace of fear, Sehervian faced the colossal wyvern towering before him, alone. Aaron was utterly bewildered by the sight of the ferocious monster acting so calmly before the priest. Sehervian calmly offered a greeting to the mighty beast. In response, the wyvern bowed reverently, its voice echoing telepathically in everyone's minds as it offered greetings to the Silver Clan. The majestic scene highlighted the stark contrast in size, as the colossal wyvern demonstrated complete submission to Sehervian. Sehervian placidly returned its greeting. After expressing its honor at the meeting, the wyvern took flight and soared away, leaving a profound silence. Aaron and Cassio could only stand there, utterly dumbfounded by the recent events. The silence was broken by the adorable, pattering footsteps of the juvenile wyvern. The juvenile wyvern happily scampered toward the knights, surprising them and drawing them in with its unexpected friendliness. The young wyvern chirped as it stood beside Sehervian. Facing the newly arrived adult wyvern, Sehervian calmly inquired if it had come to retrieve its child. The adult wyvern's eyes swept over the group of knights standing behind Sehervian, silently questioning their presence. Aaron's party, including Jin, Veronica, and Cassio Drake, remained in a vigilant stance, their swords still drawn. The adult wyvern questioned why such esteemed individuals were present, and Sehervian simply replied that they were his companions. Sehervian calmly clarified that they were merely passing through the region. Meanwhile, Aaron privately reflected that he truly wished to avoid encountering wyverns, as they always instilled a sense of dread. The adult wyvern bowed in acceptance, declaring that it would comply with the will of the Great Silver Clan. Sehervian silently observed as the colossal creature prepared its departure. With a powerful beat of its wings, the adult wyvern shot into the air, generating a fierce gust of wind. Aaron quickly raised his arm to shield his face from the violent downdraft. The adult wyvern let out a resonant roar as it flew off. In response, the juvenile wyvern on the ground also craned its neck skyward and chirped. From above, the mother wyvern urged her child to return to the nest immediately, but the stubborn offspring declared its desire to follow the silver dragon. Enraged by its child's insolence, the mother wyvern swooped down and unceremoniously snatched it up in her jaws. Carried away mercilessly by its mother, the juvenile wyvern could only manage a shout that it did not want to leave. Witnessing the scene, Aaron turned to Priest Servi and innocently asked if child abuse existed in wyvern society. Upon hearing this, Sehervian simply chuckled with amusement. That night, the entire group gathered around a blazing campfire, concluding an eventful day. Beneath the night sky, Aaron's party huddled around the flickering campfire. Aaron cheerfully announced that they were nearing the edge of the mountain range. Cassio Drake leaned back comfortably, reassuring everyone that they would cross the plains tomorrow and finally be able to rest. Aaron suddenly addressed Sehervian formally, Priest Servi. He sincerely expressed that the group's safe and swift return to headquarters was entirely thanks to Sehervian. The other Barzian members smiled in agreement. Jin Veronica observed silently, her expression composed. Aaron raised his wooden cup, proposing a toast even though they had no wine. He loudly proclaimed the toast, "To the prosperity of winter." The entire group responded enthusiastically, their wooden cups clinking together amid cheers. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere, Sehervian sat apart, deep in contemplation. Two Barzian members glanced toward Sehervian, whispering about the peculiar toast. Sahervian mused that the Winter Night slogan was no longer fitting for a guardian dragon who had abandoned his duty. Suddenly, Sahervian stood up abruptly, drawing attention. Sahervian quietly stepped out of the campfire's warm circle and moved into the shadows. Mimir, in its donkey form, stood waiting, and issued a warning. "We are being watched." Sahervian showed no surprise, privately noting that he had sensed that presence once more. With a determined gaze, Sahervian wondered if it was time to confront the Watcher and discover their motive. Ahead, the night forest was silent and mysterious, seemingly concealing a secret. Sahervian quietly proceeded into the darkened woods. Sahervian decisively halted in a small clearing. A voice emerged from the darkness, asking where Sahervian intended to go. Jin Veronica emerged, standing with her arms crossed and leaning against a tree trunk. Sahervian coldly replied that he was going to relieve himself. Jin Veronica immediately countered that there was a temporary latrine within the camp. The red-haired priest nonchalantly stated that the outdoors was more comfortable. The deputy commander could only internally comment on the other person's sheer audacity. Sahervian's expression turned serious, his playful demeanor gone. Jin Veronica revealed that in the 10 days she had been with the Barzians, she had never once seen Sahervian visit the restroom. Sahervian was surprised she had paid such close attention, but Jin simply replied that she noticed it by chance while observing. Jin asserted that she had suspected Sahervian from the start, as the holy power they possessed was far too immense for an ordinary priest. Initially, she tried to rationalize it, thinking perhaps it was a knight who had undergone holy power training. Jin continued to list her evidence, recalling how Sahervian had traversed the treacherous mountain path without a single scratch. Furthermore, the magical beasts dared not even approach the person. Above all, the adult wyvern's inexplicable submissive attitude was something that could not be explained. Jin Veronica declared that no human could possibly accomplish such feats. She looked directly at Sahervian and asked point-blank, "Priest Serbi, what exactly are you?" Immediately after the question, a thought flashed through Jin Veronica's mind, negating all her previous hypotheses. A thought flickered through Jin Veronica's mind, doubting if the person before her was truly a priest. Sahervian maintained his composure, silently contemplating how to handle this situation. Suddenly, Mimir issued a system alert about a pack of green wyverns approaching from behind. As Sahervian turned, the system continued to analyze that the wyvern pack was in a panic, fleeing from something. A strong gust of wind swept in, engulfing both Sahervian and Jin Veronica in darkness. Sahervian reacted in a flash, shouting and pushing Jin Veronica down to the ground. A massive swarm of wyverns filled the sky, chaos erupting as they rushed forward. Both lay close to the ground, narrowly dodging the torrent of creatures flying overhead. Jin Veronica looked up in astonishment, realizing it was indeed a pack of wyverns. Sahervian gazed towards the mountain, wondering what could have caused such a commotion. His gaze was fixed on the distant, fiery mountain peak, realizing a terrifying truth about the volcano. The volcano erupted violently, spewing lava and ash into the night sky. From their vantage point, Sahervian and Jin Veronica witnessed the unfolding natural disaster. Jin Veronica began piecing things together, questioning why the wyvern pack had abandoned their habitat and fled in terror from something. She was stunned as she finally understood the reason behind everything. Sahervian calmly confirmed her speculation, stating that the volcano was on the verge of eruption at any moment. Jin Veronica frantically urged for an evacuation, but Sahervian reassured her not to worry. There was still a way. With a confident expression, Sahervian extended his hand, ready to face the disaster. In the air, a radiant icy staff materialized in Sahervian's hand, signaling the power about to be unleashed. Jin Veronica stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what she was seeing as the staff suddenly appeared. Sahervian coldly declared the emergency situation, stating there was no time for explanations. Immediately after, a pair of colossal dragon wings unfurled from Sahervian's back, with immense power. Jin Veronica's eyes widened in horror at the unbelievable transformation unfolding before her. With a mighty beat of his wings, Sahervian soared into the sky, leaving a stunned Jin Veronica on the ground. Looking towards the violently erupting volcano, Jin Veronica clenched her fists, sensing a connection. She was shocked to realize how mistaken she had been in viewing Sahervian as merely a protector. The volcano's maw roared, spewing molten lava that dyed the sky a fiery red. Sahervian flew amidst the ash-filled sky, a solitary figure confronting the natural disaster. He calmly assessed that this heat would be a significant problem for the fragile green wyverns. Mimir, through the interface, inquired if his master had any plans to assist the wyvern herd. Heading directly towards the volcano, Sahervian affirmed that a dragon's concern extended not only to humans, but also to keeping promises. The memory of Aaron's sincere gratitude resurfaced, as thanks to Sahervian's message, they had safely crossed the mountain range. Sahervian raised his staff high, summoning a colossal icy energy that shook the very space. A chilling magical vortex began to form, swirling with the power to freeze all things. The spell was cast, and thousands of giant ice lances rained down from the sky like a hailstorm of ice. Sehervian's eyes blazed with a brilliant golden light, reflecting the absolute power of Winterbell. His hand, pale with frost, reached out to seize complete control of Winter. Sehervian unleashed his dragon's breath, a terrifying torrent of icy energy. The magical power spread, freezing everything in sight. With a calm expression, Sehervian observed his work. The ferocious volcano was now completely frozen over. The surrounding landscape was also plunged into an eternal winter. A system notification confirmed. Volcanic activity had been halted. The system further reported that the probability of recurrence was 0%, and the danger had completely vanished. Sehervian let out a sigh of relief after completing his task. He then wondered if he had made the place too cold. At the same time, at Winterbell's temple, snow still blanketed the ground. The rustling sound of a bamboo broom echoed as it swept away a thin layer of snow from the courtyard. Kesha cheerfully announced that she had finished all the sweeping. She mused that perhaps, thanks to the rumors, the number of visitors was increasing. Kesha felt delighted that more and more people were coming to love Lord Winterbell. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette reflected in her eyes against the sky. A white bird was soaring through the air. The creature transformed, becoming Liliana in her winged human form. Liliana cheerfully called out to Kesha from above. Kesha looked up, happily greeting Liliana good morning. Liliana reminded Kesha that sweeping the snow was unnecessary as it would soon pile up again. Kesha explained that keeping the entrance clean not only made it easier for devotees to travel, but also improved people's perception of winter. Kesha's dedicated attitude made Liliana secretly admire her. Liliana told herself that she now understood why Lord Winterbell had accepted Kesha as a novice priestess. As the young girl smiled brightly, Kesha innocently thanked Liliana for her concern, causing the latter to hastily deny it. After a moment of awkwardness, Liliana became serious again, stating she had something to ask. She abruptly mentioned the kingdom of Alperios, Kesha's homeland, surprising the young girl who turned around. Liliana wondered why the royal family, who had previously been completely indifferent to their master, were now making strange moves. She held out a glowing magic orb and told Kesha to look into it. Kesha stared in amazement at the swirling magical energies within the orb. She had no idea what was happening. Liliana asked if Kesha recognized the people appearing in the orb. Kesha replied that while she didn't know them personally, she knew where they were from. She pointed to the lion embroidery on the flag and confirmed it was the royal crest of Alperios. Liliana silently confirmed her suspicion that these people were from the court. Kesha continued to explain further about what she saw. She asserted that the man in the central position was definitely a member of the royal family. Kesha recognized the person as Prince Rainef. He was the crown prince who would inherit the throne of Alperios, leading his retinue through the snowy mountains. The wind howls through the snow-capped mountains. Amidst the blizzard, Prince Rainef stands stoically, his expression resolute. Accompanied by his retinue of knights, Rainef surveys the frozen landscape before them. Rainef announces their 3-day vigil, while his royal aide listens with a bowed head. The aide expresses concern, certain that Winterbell must be here. Rainef calmly replies, confident that an entrance must exist somewhere. Both gaze towards the white horizon, waiting in silence. Rainef turns back with a confident smile, reassuring his aide that it doesn't matter. He asserts that even Winterbell cannot ignore their presence. The entire royal entourage, along with the standard-bearers, stands solemnly in the desolate, frigid wilderness. This entire scene is being observed by Liliana through a magic orb. Kesha and Liliana gaze into the orb together, watching the uninvited guests. Liliana irritably explains that they have been standing motionless for 3 days, and she herself has blocked the temple's entrance. Kesha worries that the court will use its power to pressure them into achieving their goal. She realizes that preventing them from entering the temple won't solve the problem, and Liliana reluctantly agrees. Having dealt with it herself, Liliana decides it's time to report to her master. Elsewhere, Sehervian suddenly lifts their head, sensing something. Sehervian rides atop Mimir, accompanied by Jin Veronica, as they advance. Jin Veronica maintains a stern, vigilant expression as they move. Walking beside them is Aaron, his gaze sharp and intensely focused. While riding, Aaron calls out Jin Veronica's name, but she only responds in silence. Noticing this, Aaron repeats her name more formally. He clears his throat and directly asks if she is Jin Veronica, seemingly teasing her silence. Jin is startled and turns to look at him. Aaron notices she seems unwell and asks if something happened last night, but Jin denies it. Smiling, Aaron points out she looks quite tired and suggests she rest in the carriage. Jin refuses, insisting she's fine and that it would be troublesome if she fell off her horse. She looks up at him, addressing him by his title, Commander. Aaron responds, waiting for her to continue. That night, Jin Veronica appears vigilant as she confronts a figure in the darkness. Her gaze is fixed on a towering mountain, hazy in the night mist. The figure standing before her is Sahervian. Jin begins to speak, intending to call him Priest Serbi, but hesitates. She gathers her courage and directly asks if that person is Winterbell. Jin is stunned when Sahervian replies that they wish to keep that a secret. Sahervian adds that the one present is not Winterbell but Priest Serbi, and tells her not to be vigilant. Sahervian then asks in return why Jin is following them. Sahervian's amber eyes flash with an unusual light. Sahervian cryptically explains that they should consider their presence as a form of entertainment. Jin Veronica is completely silenced, bewildered by the mysterious answer. Jin Veronica questions Aaron if he regrets recruiting Priest Serbi. Aaron cheerfully asserts that he does not, considering the recruitment of a Winterbell priest an incredible stroke of luck. In her heart, Jin Veronica wonders if this is crazy luck or terrible misfortune. She announces she will enter the carriage to rest for a while and turns to leave. Later, the group arrives at a train station. A massive steam train awaits, with passengers waiting on the platform. As they prepare to board, Aaron asks Sahervian if this is their first time riding a train. He explains it's a magical device imported from the Machine Nation, showcasing the kingdom's extensive diplomatic ties. The train begins to move, commencing its journey. Inside the carriage, passengers sit neatly on rows of wooden seats. Sahervian places a hand on the window, their eyes wide with wonder at the passing scenery. Aaron comments that Jin is too rigid, causing Sahervian to turn with a thoughtful expression. He smiles and apologizes on behalf of his deputy commander, explaining she is simply extremely cautious. Sahervian replies that it's perfectly understandable, as they too would be suspicious if a priest suddenly left the temple to join a night order. Aaron laughs, revealing that he was the one who extended the recruitment offer, and that no one can question the commander's decision. He begins to explain that Jin's suspicious nature stems from her childhood experiences. A flashback unfolds, showing Jin as a child being sold and forced to wander. In the past, that child stood opposite a young Aaron in a deserted alley. Returning to the present, Aaron smiles and says that thanks to that past, they have grown, and he is always grateful to Jin. He turns to Sahervian, expressing his gratitude for their understanding of the deputy commander's circumstances. Aaron smiled, stating he looked forward to cooperating with the priest Servi. Silently listening, Sahervian contemplated how his monotonous life was gradually being filled with extraordinary things. The magical train continued to roll across the vast plains. For the first time, Sahervian felt that his decision to leave his temple was the right one. Before long, they arrived at a fortified port city nestled on the mountainside. The group entered through the sturdy stone city gates. Sahervian took his first steps onto the paved road of this new land. Clad in a hooded priest's robe, the figure looked up at the unfamiliar surroundings. Suddenly, a hand reached out, pulling down Sahervian's hood and inviting them inside. This man was Cassio Drake, who smiled and welcomed the group to their sanctuary, Barzi Camp. Another member of the Barzi group, with green hair, looked utterly surprised to see their commander. Aaron cheerfully waved back. Immediately, a crowd of villagers, both adults and children, rushed out cheering for Commander Aaron's return. A group of children eagerly presented a bowl of freshly made hot soup to him. Sahervian stood quietly to the side, observing this warm welcome. The figure thought to himself that everyone looked gaunt and hollow, just like the villagers in the Hartney territory. Aaron happily accepted the bowl of soup from the children and drank it in one go. He affectionately patted the head of the boy named Dylan and thanked him for the delicious soup. Sahervian continued to observe, realizing that despite their thinness, they didn't appear sick. Information from Mimir appeared, stating that 70% of the residents at Barzi Camp were commoners, and some children here had only recently escaped slavery 5 days prior. Sahervian silently absorbed the information that these people had once been slaves. They were people treated as disposable objects, their lives so cheap that no one cared. Mimir's system indicated that Aaron himself, the leader of Barzi, had taken them in. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, breaking the peaceful atmosphere. Sahervian narrowed his eyes vigilantly as a blade pointed directly at him. A Barzian member named Zeke drew his sword, while his companion hastily tried to intervene. Zeke ordered the stranger to stand still and questioned their identity. The companion quickly explained that this was a priest personally recruited by their commander. Instantly, Mimir angrily stomped its hoof on the stone floor. The donkey delivered a powerful kick to Zeke, making him cry out in surprise. Knocked backward, Zeke was stunned, wondering where this immense pressure came from. Sahervian gently patted Mimir, telling it not to be angry. Gently pulling down his hood, the figure spoke, introducing himself. "My name is Servi." Zeke and the surrounding villagers were stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. With his red hair flowing in the wind, Sehervian declared he came from the Temple of the Winter Dragon. Afterward, Aaron led them to Barzi's headquarters, a magnificent fortress. The main entrance to the fortress exuded an aura of solemnity and sturdiness. While ascending the stairs, Aaron explained that Barzi had once been stationed near the capital but was gradually forgotten by the royal family. He smiled and affirmed that they had now become an almost independent organization. Sehervian, holding Mimir's staff, listened in silence as Aaron revealed that subsidies had been cut long before he took command. Aaron explained as they walked that no longer receiving subsidies also meant they had gained a certain independence. He proudly stated that this place had become a refuge for those with nowhere else to go, and this castle was used as housing for the knights. Standing before a large door, Sehervian wondered if the entire building was used as an inn. Aaron grasped the doorknob, cheerfully confirming and announcing that this would be the priest's room starting today. He opened the door, stating that the official registration procedures would be handled tomorrow. Aaron smiled, bid them farewell, and advised Sehervian to rest well before leaving. Sehervian stood alone at the threshold, silently gazing into the empty space within. After entering and observing the surroundings, the figure commented to himself that it was a rather modest room. Stepping out onto the balcony, Sehervian looked at the view outside and thought it wasn't too bad. Suddenly, a notification panel appeared, indicating a mental link request from the guardian Liliana. Sehervian was momentarily surprised, murmuring the name Lily to himself. Through the link, Sehervian heard Liliana's voice asking if someone from the Alferius royal family had arrived. Liliana continued to report that she believed they had come to see the master, even mentioning that the prince had been camping at the entrance for 3 days and asked what they should do. Sehervian calmly issued instructions. Let them in, but find out their purpose, and be cautious, so no one gets hurt. Realizing something was happening at the temple, Sehervian decided to connect directly with Liliana. Immediately, Liliana's frantic scream echoed in Sehervian's mind. Master! Liliana angrily asked if she could give that guy a beating, complaining that he was incredibly annoying and rude, causing even Mimir's staff to tremble. Sehervian asked for confirmation. Is that terrible guy, the one from Alferius? And Liliana affirmed it was, that damned prince. Liliana continued to complain about the prince walking arrogantly through the temple, ordering Kesha around like a servant. Sehervian maintained a neutral stance, asking a crucial question. Did he actually harm anyone, or do anything to you, Liliana? And she irritably admitted he had not. Through a mental link, Liliana reports that the prince has been acting within acceptable limits, leaving them no grounds to expel him. Sehervian silently assesses that this individual is quite calculating. The other party remarks that he is not only calculating but also extremely cunning. Sehervian understands Prince Rainef's intention is to deliberately provoke him into appearing. In the scene at the temple, Kesha is forced to apologize to Prince Rainef. She explains that according to regulations, acolytes cannot leave their designated area without permission. Prince Rainef clearly expresses his displeasure at Kesha's explanation. Liliana reveals her true form, stepping forward to protect Kesha and asserting that she did nothing wrong. She turns to confront the prince, demanding he stop ordering Kesha around for trivial tasks. In response, Rainef simply smiles and solemnly introduces his full name as Rainef de Obelica Alperios. He further taunts Liliana by suggesting nicknames, enraging her and causing her to yell at him to leave. Kesha quickly pulls the furious Liliana away, informing the prince that any requests should be handled through his knights. As they turn to leave, Rainef calls out to them. He comments that the temple is too cold and requests that the hearth be stoked more vigorously. Kesha immediately offers to fetch more firewood, but Liliana snaps back, stating that those who need it should get it themselves. Kesha innocently explains that ordinary people would fall ill if they caught a chill. Kesha's simple and kind explanation stuns Liliana into silence, leaving her unable to retort. Liliana thinks desperately that this situation is driving her insane. Watching Kesha go to get firewood, she irritably thinks that if the royal delegation had attacked directly, everything would have been much simpler. Meanwhile, Prince Rainef maintains his calm smile, completely in control of the situation. Prince Rainef observes Kesha and remarks that the people here don't seem to feel the cold. Liliana stands beside him, giving him a sharp glare at his smug demeanor. Rainef continues to provoke, directly asking if this resistance to the cold is due to Winterbell's influence. Liliana can no longer hold back, snapping that even if he knew, it would be of no use to him. Suddenly, a calm voice echoes, confirming the prince's words as a figure in white appears. Sehervian, with fiery red hair, states that since the people are immune to the cold, it cannot be the prince's wish. Within an icy aura, the figure questions Rainef de Obelica Alperios, directly asking why he has come. Rainef is stunned, unable to tear his eyes away from the distinctive, deep red hair of the person before him. A single name echoes in his mind as he recognizes the great entity standing before him, Winterbell. Overjoyed, Liliana exclaims with delight, calling out to her master. Kesha, still holding the firewood, stands frozen, stammering the name Lord Sehervian. Sehervian smiles gently, turning to praise Kesha for her hard work. Kesha blushes, flustered by the unexpected praise from the deity she serves. Prince Rainif quickly regains his composure, bows respectfully, and expresses his honor in meeting the regulator of winter. He continues to thank Sehervian for responding to the earnest plea of a member of the Alperios royal family. Sehervian coldly interrupts, asking the prince to dispense with pleasantries and get straight to the point. Without hesitation, Rainif kneels and presents a momentous proposal, to form a contract. Sehervian repeats the words, a contract, his eyes revealing a probing gaze. To persuade, Rainif begins by asking if Sehervian is aware that the Hestalian Empire has formed a contract with Asura. He reveals that about 20 years ago, the Hestalian Empire offered their entire nation in exchange for Archabel's protection. Rainif further explains that in Hestalian, Archabel's power surpasses even that of the Emperor. Sehervian silently muses that a dragon meddling with human powers only brings trouble. To increase his persuasiveness, Rainif promises that the Alperios royal family will help Winterbell shed its reputation as a destructive dragon and restore its glory as a guardian dragon. The prince earnestly calls out Winterbell's name. Rainif then solemnly kneels on one knee, imploring Sehervian to form a contract with him and protect the Alperios kingdom. Sehervian coldly analyzes, noting that despite living in luxury, the prince knows how to humble himself. However, the figure also sees through Rainif, realizing he is not revealing his true intentions. Sehervian bluntly states that he cannot comprehend Archabel's choice. The figure closes his eyes in thought, believing Archabel must have its reasons, as it has always favored humans. In stark contrast, Sehervian declares that he does not, and all of this is too troublesome. Therefore, the figure decisively rejects the prince's proposal. Rainif remains unfazed, merely thinking to himself that his first attempt has failed. He quickly stands up, blaming himself for being too hasty and for not having appeased Winterbell before proposing an agreement. Rainif immediately changes tactics, stating that he heard Winterbell has just awakened and the kingdom is ready to provide whatever the dragon needs. Sehervian quietly ponders again, wondering why no humans from other nations have sought him out until now. The answer becomes clear on the map. It is because the Alperios kingdom does not permit foreigners to enter Blanconia, Winterbell's territory. The figure understands that Rainif is only seeking out this dragon of curses and destruction because he has reached his limit. Sehervian looks directly at the prince, exposing his intention that he does not want Sehervian to go to other countries. Then, the figure raises his staff, revealing the true reason that shocks Rainif. Because you need to prepare for war. Behind them, Liliana and Kesha are both stunned by the earth-shattering declaration. Exposed, Rainif merely smirked and asked if Sehervian had known all along. Sehervian coldly declared they had no intention of lending Winterbell's power solely for invasion purposes. A fierce blue energy erupted, sending the stunned Prince Rainif flying backward. The prince's face contorted in shock as he was completely overwhelmed by the crushing power. With an emotionless gaze, Sehervian offered a brief and decisive farewell. Rainif was mercilessly flung away in a magical vortex. In his final moments, he desperately cried out the name Winterbell. The energy dissipated, leaving an empty space where the prince had stood. After everything concluded, Sehervian stood in silent contemplation, while Kesha behind remained in shock. Sehervian turned back, calmly calling Kesha's name. The cold demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by a warm smile as they inquired about the well-being of the people in Hartney. As they walked down the corridor together, Kesha replied that everyone in the village was living well. She happily added that many tourists had also come to visit and experience the winter. As a result, the villagers became busier, and the ice sculptures they sold gained popularity. Among them, Kesha mentioned that the most sought-after item was an ice sculpture of Winterbell. She worriedly suggested they would have the villagers stop making the statues if they were displeasing, but Sehervian reassured her it was fine. Sehervian mused that it was surprising the Winterbell statues had become so popular, but it wasn't a bad thing. Hearing this, Kesha smiled with relief and joy. As they approached a door, Kesha excitedly revealed that she had personally made a statue and wanted to present it as a gift. Sehervian turned, their eyes gleaming with curiosity at the mention of a gift. Kesha cheerfully led the way, eagerly pointing out something special for Sehervian to see. Each step Sehervian took left shimmering frost snowflakes on the ground. Before them stood a magnificent ice dragon statue, towering under the ethereal moonlight. With expectant eyes, Kesha turned and asked if Sehervian liked her work. Seeing their silence, Kesha worriedly offered to destroy the statue immediately if it displeased them. However, Kesha was stunned to hear Sahervian's gentle reply, praising it as beautiful. Sahervian offered a genuine smile, thanking Kesha for the meaningful gift. Pure joy erupted on Kesha's face as she beamed with happiness. Standing before the statue, Sahervian silently wished that Kesha's kindness would be widely recognized. The scene shifted to a grand mansion where knights were stationed. Here, Aaron Barzia began to feel uneasy, unable to find his master. While Cassio Drake used magic to search, and Jin Veronica also noticed their absence, Sahervian was actually fast asleep in bed. The external search efforts disturbed Sahervian's sleep, causing them to grumble and pull the covers over their head. Sahervian's sleep was invaded by a chaotic memory, with a voice urging someone named Dogret to find a person. Suddenly, the bedroom door was violently shattered from the outside. Startled by the noise, Sahervian jolted awake and opened their eyes warily. The intruder was a small creature, with cunning eyes peering into the room. A tiny bat-shaped familiar playfully flew into the room. From outside the door, a strange man looked in and smirked triumphantly upon seeing Sahervian sitting up in bed. He pointed directly at Sahervian, exclaiming with delight that he had found the priest Serbi. Sahervian awoke, still groggy. Suddenly, a cold voice warned, "Behind you." A swift strike took down the intruder. Jin Veronica panted, standing over the unconscious intruder with her sword drawn. She apologized for the disturbance while they were resting. Jin Veronica cleared her throat and reported that during the morning meeting, the commander had inquired about Sahervian's whereabouts. She gestured to the troublemaker, admitting it was her fault for being negligent in her duties. Sahervian reassured her that everything was fine, the room could be cleaned, and the missing door wasn't a major issue, while the intruder groaned in pain. Jin Veronica bowed her head, promising to rectify the situation, while the strange man mumbled an apology, bewildered by Sahervian's composure. The man sat on the floor, sighing and asking the priest if they had received the bulletin. Sahervian looked surprised, wondering about the bulletin he mentioned. Outside, at the Barzian training grounds, members were diligently practicing, and from afar, Aaron waved. Iron's voice rang out, calling for Priest Serbi. The three of them stepped outside, the strange man now holding the Mimir staff and waving cheerfully. Aaron laughed heartily, approaching with a sword slung over his shoulder. Aaron apologized for the incident, explaining that the bulletin might not have been delivered properly as they used carrier pigeons. Aaron turned to Jin, asking about the appointment letter, and she confirmed she had given it to the priest. Sahervian glanced around, hearing whispers from other Barzian members, confirming the person's identity. The chatter spread, with some saying it was Winterbell's dragon priest, while others marveled that a priest would use a staff instead of a sword. The discussion continued, with one person questioning the durability of a wooden staff, while another dismissed it, stating a priest would never use it for combat. Responding to the murmurs, Sahervian mused that the Mimir staff, a branch of the world tree, could even block a dragon's breath. Mimir immediately responded via a system interface, correcting that 100% defense was impossible, and each direct attack from its master would cost it 30% of its body. Sahervian realized that consecutive attacks would destroy Mimir, and wondered what would happen if it shattered. The individual worriedly wondered if Mimir could literally die. Mimir explained that it could regenerate as long as its energy remained above 10%, but below that, the regeneration process risked failure. Sahervian repeated the phrase, "failed regeneration," with a worried expression. Mimir continued, stating that at 5% energy, it would fall into a coma. That state was defined as the closest thing to death as its master perceived it. Sahervian mumbled the grim information again, that at 5% energy, Mimir would fall into a coma. The individual pondered, understanding that this was the threshold between life and death for their companion. Sahervian's expression hardened, lost in thought about Mimir's fragility. The concept of death brought back memories of the deceased elderly caretaker, who had smiled peacefully when facing it. Sahervian's gaze became distant, lost in thoughts of loss. Another memory surfaced, of a basket placed in a sacred forest, and a promise that Mimir would always be by their side. The woman's hand in the memory gently clasped the cloth, a gesture filled with affection. The image of the original Titania appeared, vowing to accompany them from the highest heavens to the deepest abyss. The vow from years ago echoed in Sahervian's mind. From your beginning to your end, I will always be with you. Returning to reality, Sahervian wore a resolute expression, seemingly having found new determination. Suddenly, the train of thought was interrupted by a startled cry as someone rushed forward, stomping their boot right in front of them. Two young priests appeared, one named Wiz excitedly shouting, "A Winterbell priest?" while his companion tried to restrain him. Wiz excitedly explained that this was only the second time in his life he had seen a priest since his coming-of-age ceremony. He was even more astonished to realize it was a priest serving Winterbell. which made Sahervian a bit bewildered. A silver-haired man named Pinuar appeared, and Wiz's companion reported that Wiz couldn't be calmed down. Pinuar smiled it off, explaining that Wiz came from a noble family where priests were rare, hence his surprise. Wiz's companion turned to welcome Sahervian, calling them the Dragon Priest of Winter. Sahervian quietly observed the enthusiastic people before them. Pinuar clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. He announced that the break was over, and asked everyone to return to their positions. As they left, Wiz waved and promised to hear about the Winter Temple from Sahervian next time. Pinuar turned to Sahervian, remarking that everyone seemed to like them very much. Sahervian replied that the atmosphere here was quite different from the temple, feeling very refreshing. Pinuar chuckled, admitting that their night order was certainly not a typical one. Sahervian commented that the Barzi members seemed to come from various backgrounds. A knight explained that most of them were commoners, but there were also those from fallen noble families, or those who had abandoned their families and surnames. Sahervian wondered how they could accept each other as comrades despite such different origins. Pinuar calmly explained that once one bore the name Barzi, their old status meant nothing. It was all in the past. The Knight Order's banner fluttered, symbolizing that everyone here followed Barzis rules and hierarchy. He added that everyone who came to Barzi had their own reasons, and no one wanted to return to their past. Pinuar looked at Sahervian, calling them Servi, and saying that as a priest, they must understand this best. This was because it was often said that gods loved all people equally. Sahervian silently admitted Pinuar's words were true. Because the gods loved all things fairly, dragons had to bear the responsibility of a regulator for the sake of the world. It was an imposed duty, whether they wanted it or not. Returning to reality, Sahervian abruptly told Aaron that he was strange. Aaron, surprised, asked what they meant. Sahervian explained that, in their opinion, those with privilege were the ones who had to sacrifice equality. This was something they realized after a long time observing those who came to pray. Sahervian took a decisive step forward. They looked directly at Aaron, expressing hope that his comrades shared the same sentiment. Aaron responded with a silent nod, his golden eyes reflecting an unreadable gaze. Deep down, Aaron recognized that distant look again, one that seemed to observe everything, including himself, from a distance. Sahervian quietly turned and walked across the training grounds. Aaron spoke up, reassuring them that they would understand everything after some time here. He affirmed that after all, they were now comrades. Half a month passed, and Sahervian continued to rest alone under a tree, prompting Mimir to speak through the system, reminding them of their master's solitude. The staff continued to question what the purpose of leaving the temple was if they continued like this. Sahervian closed their eyes and replied that they came as a priest, with no need for training and no assigned duties. Mimir directly asked if they disliked Barzi, but Sahervian immediately denied it. Silently reclining, Sahervian admitted that they genuinely liked the atmosphere here. It was like a stream where pebbles had been smoothed by countless impacts. Leaning against a tree trunk, Sahervian declared that he had no intention of interfering in the local affairs. He was merely observing to see what the winter nights expected from a dragon. However, simply sitting still made Sahervian feel incredibly restless. He began to worry about the Barzi group's fate if they continued like this. The Mimir staff then displayed a question, suggesting Sahervian find a way to prevent the knight's disintegration. Nevertheless, Sahervian dismissed the thought, deciding not to get involved. He told himself that as a cursed dragon, why should he care about humans? Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, asking why the monk was there. Aaron leisurely approached Sahervian, who was sitting. He commented that the place was cool, and perhaps Sahervian liked it too. Aaron agreed, while Sahervian inwardly thought his appearance was troublesome. After sitting down beside him, Aaron asked if Sahervian was bored, and announced that a new mission was coming up. Sahervian asked in surprise about the mission, and Aaron reminded him to prepare as well. Mimir then announced their destination was the city of Asbel in the Hestalian Empire. Upon hearing the name, someone in the meeting room slammed the table in shock. Cassio Drake frantically asked Aaron if he knew where that place was. Aaron calmly replied that they would have to cross a vast sea. He confidently stated that he knew this well, as well as the fact that they would have to pass through the Serpent territory. In the meeting room, Cassio Drake questioned Aaron about his plan to cross that dangerous sea. Aaron just laughed heartily and casually said he trusted Cassio would handle it, making the beast tamer furious. As Cassio was getting angry, Jin Veronica placed a hand on his shoulder, reminding him not to be disrespectful in front of the captain. Cassio continued to complain, saying that rumors had it even veteran navigators had sunk there, and taming an unknown beast was extremely difficult. Aaron calmly declared that despite this, it was too good an offer to pass up. Deputy Commander Jin Veronica then asked what kind of offer it was. Aaron solemnly announced it was an opportunity to meet Archabel, the summer dragon. All the Barzian members present in the room, including Cassio, Jin, Wiz, and his companion, were stunned by this earth-shattering revelation. Sehervian remained silent, quietly observing all developments. Jin Veronica began to realize the deeper meaning behind the plan. Aaron explained that this could help them solve Barzia's true independence problem once and for all. In his heart, Sehervian pondered whether the Alfarios royal family was acting before Barzia was dissolved. Standing before the map, Aaron observed that their opponents had clearly not been idle all this time. Suddenly, Sehervian spoke up, asserting that sea serpents were not beasts. He explained that technically, they belonged to the Fey race, which meant a beast tamer could not connect with them. Cassio was utterly confused, retorting that in beast books, sea serpents were recorded as rare, high-tier beasts. He pondered a more important question. Why would a Fey attack humans? Sehervian smirked and replied with a rhetorical question, stating that humans also hunted Fey, so why couldn't the reverse happen? Cornered, Cassio could only awkwardly agree. Aaron commented that the monk seemed to know a lot about sea serpents. He approached, holding the Mimir staff, and directly asked if Sehervian knew a clever way to safely cross the sea of sea serpents. Sehervian hesitated for a moment, then admitted that at least they knew what the sea serpents liked. The ship's horn echoed throughout the bustling port, where large ships were docked, ready for their voyages. Aaron stretched refreshingly, breathing in the fresh sea air. Together with Jin, Veronica, and Sehervian, Aaron exclaimed with excitement as he stood before the vast ocean. A member of the group approached and reported to Aaron that there wouldn't be a ship to Hestalion until tomorrow. He added that a reservation request had been sent, but the exact departure date depended on the weather. Aaron sighed, suddenly realizing they had arrived right in the middle of that season of the year. Hearing this, Sehervian inquired about the season Aaron had just mentioned. Mimir then displayed information, stating that Hestalion was the land of Archabel, the summer dragon. Due to the dragon's influence, Hestalion frequently experienced intense heat waves and prolonged rainy seasons. Aaron smiled, thinking that although this was an unexpected variable, it also gave them a rare period of rest. He suggested the group take a walk around the port to gather information while they waited. Aaron turned to Jin, saying that although the plan to meet Winterbell had failed, at least they weren't returning empty-handed, which surprised her. He put his arm around Sehervian familiarly, cheerfully announcing that thanks to this, they had gained a valuable monk companion. Aaron playfully looked at Sehervian, asking if that was true. "Oh, monk," Sehervian silently replied with a cold, emotionless gaze. Watching the ship sail away, Sehervian thought to himself that this was indeed a strange group of people. Gulls soared across the clear blue sky, heralding a peaceful day. Sehervian sat alone by the water's edge, quietly lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, a warning from Mimir appeared, stating that recent safety protocols had become too lax. Mimir cautioned that dragons were messengers of the gods, and it was taboo to casually touch their bodies. Sehervian brushed it aside, thinking Aaron's shoulder slap wasn't an attack, but Mimir remained resolute in its duty to protect its master. Lost in thought, Sehervian wondered why Mimir felt the need to stop him. The figure quietly surveyed the port city scenery. Sehervian told himself he wanted to hide his true identity, and for now, he was the monk Serbi. Deep in thought, the figure was startled by Aaron's loud call. "Monk!" Aaron and the Barzian members waved enthusiastically, urging Sehervian to hurry and eat with them before the good food ran out. Faced with their enthusiasm, a faint smile touched Sehervian's lips. The figure mused that these were strange people. But then, Sehervian admitted that their kindness wasn't so bad after all. The group entered a bustling tavern, the atmosphere loud and lively. Everyone cheerfully raised their wooden beer mugs for a toast. Amidst the night's boisterous feast, Sehervian sat quietly observing. Tasting the food, Sehervian pondered how cuisine had changed, but the drinking culture remained the same. Aaron suddenly called out his name, drawing the monk's attention. He smiled, raising his mug and proposing a toast to their newfound camaraderie. Aaron continued to tease that monks must abstain from alcohol, tobacco, and marriage, which Sehervian inwardly scoffed at. Sehervian gripped his staff and replied, "I may have left the temple, but I have never turned my back on the divine," he finished, causing the staff to glow, astonishing Aaron. Aaron smiled and began to say he was curious about something. He reiterated that Winterbell was known for rarely granting wishes, prompting Sehervian to listen in silence. Aaron listed grand requests, such as the rise and fall of entire nations, or painful prayers for revenge, all of which were ignored. However, he pointed out that recently, Winterbell had suddenly granted a snowfall in the middle of summer to fulfill a child's wish. After taking a sip of his drink, Aaron looked directly at Sehervian and asked if he was curious about what he was wondering. He clarified that he wanted to know the criteria Winterbell used to approve a wish. A Barzian member asked in surprise if Aaron still hadn't given up on meeting Winterbell. but he replied that since they now had a dragon monk as a comrade, he would plan a proper visit. Amidst the tavern's din, Aaron slung an arm around Sehervian and pleaded for his help. When things quieted down at the table, Aaron repeated his question, asking if there were any criteria Winterbell particularly favored. Sehervian pondered the word criteria. The figure casually replied, "Not really," making Aaron ask in disbelief. Sehervian affirmed that there were no criteria at all, as Winterbell wasn't the type to set rules or plans. He further explained that Winterbell simply granted wishes if they felt like it. Aaron listened intently, as Sehervian stated that this applied to requests for destruction or curses as well. Holding the staff, Sehervian concluded that it also applied to the simple wish of a child wanting snow on a summer day. Aaron suddenly understood, a knowing smile gradually appearing on his lips. He chuckled, remarking that Winterbell was as impulsive as he was. The scene shifted to a sun-drenched harbor, signaling the start of a new journey. Cassio Drake irritably asked if there were no ships today either. A port official explained that they had to wait patiently because the rainy season in Histalion had not yet ended. Cassio grumbled curses at the persistent rainy season in front of Aaron and Sehervian. Aaron commented that, despite the inconvenient weather, thanks to Archabel's blessing, the kingdom didn't have to worry about foreign invasions. He smiled optimistically, saying that the group was in no hurry, so waiting was fine. Aaron turned to seek agreement from the monk, but Sehervian was nowhere to be seen. He was surprised to see Sehervian standing alone in the distance on the cobblestone path. With a stern expression, Sehervian stood still, seemingly sensing something unusual. Sehervian noticed something strange upon seeing a half-eaten apple next to a collapsed figure. Aaron hesitantly approached, beginning to ask about the peculiar sight in this land. He asked in astonishment if the people here often discarded others like trash. Seeing a young person lying motionless in a hidden corner, Aaron's face darkened, his eyes flashing with anger and concern. Jin Veronica frantically called out Cassio's name, drawing his attention. Cassio turned back with a stunned expression, realizing the gravity of the situation. A small rabbit spirit, emitting a green glow, suddenly appeared. Cassio Drake knelt down, summoning his familiar to begin healing the injured person. He announced that the most severe wounds had been healed, and the person's life was temporarily safe. Nevertheless, Cassio still turned to Aaron with concern, wondering about the identity of this child. Aaron firmly replied that he knew and would take full responsibility. Jin Veronica sternly warned, urging Aaron not to take the word responsibility lightly. Aaron remained resolute, picking up the young person and asserting that leaving them here would be no different than condemning them to death. Cassio Drake exclaimed in alarm, "Boss," trying to dissuade his commander's decision. Jin Veronica stepped in front of Aaron, coldly declaring that he had gone too far. "I said I would take responsibility," Aaron replied, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the still unconscious youth. Standing quietly to the side, Sehervian listened to the warning that merely saving this person could be a crime. Jin Veronica continued to question, worried that this action would put the entire Barzian group in danger, and whether Aaron could truly bear that responsibility. Aaron simply responded with a sharp, defiant look. Sehervian suddenly spoke up, posing a question that pierced everyone's conscience. Why is saving a life considered a crime? The two young priests, Wiz and his companion, were stunned by the intervention of the red-haired priest. With composure, Sehervian continued his argument. They argued that if there was a crime, it belonged to the one who heartlessly discarded a child in the trash. Aaron smiled in agreement with Sehervian's perspective, but he knew the issue was not that simple. Jin Veronica turned to explain. The crime she spoke of was the law of the kingdom of Alperios. Sehervian was surprised, not understanding what the kingdom's laws had to do with anything. Aaron lifted the youth's clothing, revealing a dark red butterfly-shaped mark on their abdomen. He explained that those bearing this mark were called red eyes. Cassio Drake was horrified to realize the terrible truth. This child was a slave. The youth slept on, completely unaware that their grim fate had just been revealed. The cold explanation echoed. Red eyes were the lowest slave class in the kingdom of Alperios. They were creatures considered property, legally owned by the nobility, and by law, touching a slave without the owner's permission was a grave offense. Sehervian thought to himself, these people were truly being treated like inanimate objects. Aaron brushed aside the dissuasion, asserting that they were not royal knights and were not treated well either. Jin Veronica replied worriedly, suggesting that this action would only push them into a more dangerous situation. Aaron gritted his teeth, beginning to weigh his options under the pressure from his comrades. He asked himself, if he abandoned this child, how would he be any different from the cruel Alperios army he despised? The other members of Barzian, including Cassio Drake and Wiz, could only watch the tense confrontation in silence. Jin Veronica pleaded, warning that if the commander met with trouble, all of Barzian would collapse and begged him to stop. Aaron responded decisively, saying she could blame him later for arbitrarily weighing the value of lives. His eyes gleamed with unshakable determination. He clenched his fist, solidifying his arduous choice. Aaron wondered if simply taking this person along would be enough, but his heart was still filled with doubt. He preemptively told the stunned Jin Veronica that taking this person with them did not mean they could save him, because, he explained, he had never heard a plea for salvation from the person's own lips. Sehervian watched silently, his deep gaze seeming to analyze Aaron's every word. Looking at the sleeping youth, a philosophical question suddenly arose in Sehervian's mind. Do all people want to live? Aaron replied with conviction, as if hearing the thought. No. More than anyone, I know there are lives that no longer wish to exist. Aaron firmly told Jin Veronica that he could not abandon this person. He asserted that he would resolve everything himself, causing Jin to turn and look at Sehervian. Sehervian coldly reminded them that it would be troublesome for the leader of the Winter Knights to act openly. A priest in the group spoke up, suggesting that since Sehervian was also a comrade, there wouldn't be much difference. With a mysterious smile, Sehervian proposed a bold solution. To use the name of Winterbell. The entire Barzian group, including Jin Veronica, was stunned into silence by the unbelievable proposal. A member quickly realized the deeper intention. The word of a dragon priest carried the power of a dragon, and no noble would dare incur Winterbell's curse. Seizing the opportunity, Sehervian solemnly declared that this child had been chosen by Winterbell to become a dragon priest. They thought to themselves that this excuse was more than enough to quell any argument. Aaron looked up, surprise evident in his eyes at the unexpected plan. Sehervian confidently explained that if they didn't like it, they wouldn't dare argue further. The surprise on Aaron's face gradually faded, replaced by a knowing smile. He couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter at Sehervian's cleverness. Turning to Jin Veronica, Aaron asked teasingly if she still objected. Jin bowed her head in defeat, admitting that she could not possibly oppose something done in Winterbell's name. Sehervian stood there silently, witnessing his plan succeed perfectly. Mimir communicated silently, questioning if Sehervian truly intended to make the person a dragon priest, and warning that the person could not belong to them. Meanwhile, the youth lay motionless, completely unaware that they had become the center of a political game. Sehervian calmly replied to Mimir, asserting that, of course, this child was not qualified to become Winterbell's dragon priest. On the vast ocean, the white flag on the mast fluttered in the wind. A large ship cut through the waves, embarking on a new journey. Standing on the deck, Cassio Drake crossed his arms, admitting thoughtfully that even though they were lucky to get on board, he still felt something was not right. Meanwhile, Aaron's cat, Spirit Daisy, happily flitted through the air, while Cassio continued to wonder if everything was truly all right. Daisy landed on the wooden floor, and someone in the group commented that they had never heard of snakes liking spirits. Aaron smiled reassuringly, suggesting that if snakes were a type of celestial being, it was natural for them to be friendly with spirits, and urged everyone to trust the priest for once. A sailor on the ship shouted loudly, warning everyone to be careful as they were about to enter snake territory. Aaron gathered the members, declaring it was time to discuss their upcoming plan. Suddenly, a bare-footed, dirty figure dashed across the deck. It was the youth they had rescued, now awake and running desperately, with a panicked expression. Aaron and Cassio turned in surprise, Aaron recognizing the child, while Cassio remained bewildered. Without a moment's hesitation, the figure launched themselves off the ship's railing, plunging into the cold sea. Two Barzian members cried out in horror as they witnessed someone jump into the sea. They panicked, realizing it was a child, and shouting for their protector. Aaron gritted his teeth in frustration and quickly shed his black coat. He tossed the coat to Cassio, ordering him to hold Jin back, while Cassio could only utter a sound of surprise. With a look of disbelief, Cassio Drake reached out, unable to comprehend the reckless action he foresaw. Wasting no time, Aaron leaped from the ship, executing a daring dive. The remaining Barzian members could only stand frozen, watching in horror as their commander plunged into the sea. Aaron pushed off the ship's railing with all his might. He shot forward amidst his comrades' horrified shouts of, "Boss!" Beneath the deep water, the youth's lifeless face appeared. Within the youth's mind, a terrifying memory flooded back. Harsh orders demanding absolute obedience. Every step, every word, was controlled. Their entire existence was dictated by their master's will. This control was destined to last until death. The fear and pain from past whippings resurfaced in their consciousness. As they sank, an invisible command urged them to return. Amidst the darkness of the sea, Aaron reached out, trying to grasp them. The youth's eyes fluttered open as they sensed someone approaching. On the surface, the ship continued to rock violently, Jin Veronica desperately cried out Aaron's name. Meanwhile, Cassio Drake attempted to follow but was restrained by a comrade, who explained it was an order. Jin angrily shouted for them to release him, while the knight could only beg them to endure it together. Helpless, Jin could only stare at the churning sea. A bad premonition washed over her. Bubbles began to rise to the surface of the water. Iron finally surfaced, clutching the unconscious youth and trying to rouse them. Iron supported the unconscious youth, wondering if they had fainted. In the vast sea, he looked towards the ship, which was at a considerable distance. He noticed the ship had stopped, likely waiting for him. Determined to return, Iron summoned his energy, shouting the name of his skill, Edelweiss. However, an unusual sensation suddenly struck him, causing him to freeze. Iron was astonished to realize his spiritual energy was slowly dissipating. He wondered in confusion, as spirits rarely defied their summoner's will, unless there was a stronger presence nearby. Just then, on the ship, a panicked crew member pointed to the sea and shouted that there was a sea serpent. Jin Veronica turned with a stunned expression at the warning. Beneath the water, Aaron also looked up with a look of astonishment. He desperately shouted the name of his familiar, Daisy. A giant shadow enveloped Aaron, and his familiar Daisy was but a tiny speck against the colossal sea monster. Aaron gave a wry smile, thinking he shouldn't have looked. Immediately after, the head of the giant sea serpent emerged from the water. On the deck, the Barzian members screamed Aaron's name in utter horror. A comrade struggled to hold back Cassio Drake, who was frantically trying to rush to the rescue. The giant sea serpent with its blue scales coiled and rose from the ocean. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared, calmly walking on the water amidst a green energy flow, and breathed a sigh of relief. Iron, holding the youth, hovered in a green energy circle, facing the giant sea serpent below. He smirked, thinking that with the monster's presence, his Edelweiss skill could not be summoned. The sea serpent narrowed its eyes, observing its target menacingly. Instantly, it lunged from the water, its mouth wide open to swallow Aaron. Unexpectedly, a flash of golden lightning crackled around the boots of a mysterious figure hovering in the air. The figure delivered a lightning-infused kick, blasting a powerful energy beam at the sea serpent, pushing Aaron and the youth back. Aaron looked annoyed, muttering, "Enough." The situation worsened as not one, but a swarm of sea serpents emerged from the water, surrounding him. Iron sighed inwardly, thinking Jin would surely be furious about this reckless act of his. A hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Aaron startled and turned around. The young person had woken up, and Aaron exclaimed in surprise, "You're awake." He smiled gently, urging the person to close their eyes for a little longer, until they were safely away from here. Aaron raised his hand, seemingly about to use some kind of magic to make the young person sleep again. The person obediently leaned their head on his shoulder, but their eyes remained open. Suddenly, the young person spoke in a cold tone. "Are you planning to abandon me?" Their face showed no fear, only calm analysis. The young person raised a finger, explaining that it would be the most effective path for Aaron's survival. The person took Aaron's hand, causing him to exclaim in shock, "Good heavens, what are you talking about?" Aaron smiled, asserting that if he cared about efficiency, he wouldn't have come to save the person in the first place. Facing the young person's bewildered gaze, he declared they would live together, return together, or die together doing what they wanted. Holding the person tightly in his arms, Aaron affirmed that he had always lived that way, and they would definitely overcome this. Suddenly, Aaron's expression changed as he realized something horrifying. The swarm of sea serpents had changed targets. They were heading straight for his comrade's ship. Without a second's hesitation, Aaron shouted a warning and charged forward to intercept the danger. He summoned his familiar, and a massive bolt of lightning energy from Daisy struck the monsters directly. A giant sea serpent emerged from the water, its mouth wide open, ready to engage Aaron. With a defiant gaze, Aaron growled, asking the monster where it thought it could go. He declared himself its opponent, and then used his energy-charged hand to grab the serpent's jaw. Thrown back by a powerful force, Aaron somersaulted in midair to regain his balance. In midair, he was surprised to see a pure white feather drift past him. He was astonished to realize a flock of white crows was circling him. A cold, authoritative voice echoed, ordering him to put away his weapon. Amidst the white crows, a red-haired figure sat calmly atop the head of the giant sea serpent. The figure stood up, repeating the order decisively, while a small familiar perched on their head. Aaron was completely stunned, only able to stammer out the name of the person who had appeared. From afar, a desperate scream rang out from the ship, calling the person Monk Serbi. Aaron confusedly pointed at the monster, questioning that they had attacked first. But Sehervian calmly explained that the serpents did not consider spirit mages enemies. Sehervian sternly declared that Aaron was the one playing with the sea serpents first. Aaron asked back in bewilderment, not understanding what they meant. Suddenly realizing something, he wondered in shock if the cause was due to him. Sitting on the serpent's head, Sahervian explained that these creatures were fond of spirits, and Aaron's display of power had attracted them. They likened Aaron's actions to waving a foxtail in front of a cat. The giant sea serpent rumbled softly under Sahervian's gentle touch. Aaron finally understood the issue, his expression no longer tense. He let out a light, relieved laugh, realizing it was all a misunderstanding, and the serpents had now become docile. Sahervian looked at Aaron and decided it was time to end this. They suggested they both return to the ship waiting in the distance. Upon returning, Aaron was questioned by Jin Veronica with an angry expression, asking if he had lost his mind. Aaron tried to placate her, but Jin Veronica remained unappeased, snapping that he had truly gone mad. She criticized Aaron's reckless actions, and when he argued that if they had discussed it beforehand, he wouldn't have gone, she became even more enraged. Jin sternly reminded him that if anything happened to Aaron, the Barzian group would also fall apart. Aaron brushed it off, thinking anyone could replace him, but Jin immediately denied it decisively. She asserted that no other commander could exist. Jin affirmed it wasn't her, nor Cassio Drake, nor any member here or waiting at the camp who could replace his position. She boldly declared that the person they had all sworn to follow was Aaron, causing him to listen in silence. Jin Veronica firmly demanded that Aaron take responsibility if he valued them even a little. Aaron bowed his head in silence, accepting the reprimand. Amidst the silence of the members, Aaron spoke his apology heavily. Jin Veronica replied that he didn't need to apologize to her. However, Aaron unexpectedly asserted that he absolutely wanted to apologize, causing Jin to pause. He admitted he hadn't considered how worried everyone was for him to the point of anger. With a sincere expression, Aaron repeated his apology. Jin Veronica was stunned by his honesty and remorse. Her gaze softened, and her anger seemed to dissipate. Aaron walked away, his heart heavy. He told himself that he was not suited for the role of a leader at all. The scene shifted to a ship cutting through the waves as it sailed out to sea. On the deck of another ship, sailors panicked at the sight before them. A man with an eye patch asks his dragon priest if they should attack, but receives orders to leave them be. On another ship, Sahervian and a companion face a colossal sea serpent emerging from the water. Sahervian calmly explains that this is the first time the serpents have seen humans up close, so they are merely curious. Indeed, an entire swarm of sea serpents circles the ship peacefully, and Sahervian assures they will leave on their own. The lead serpent curiously lowers its head closer, causing the man accompanying Sahervian to cry out in fear. Suddenly, a voice echoes in their minds, the serpent addressing Sahervian as Silver Leader, Winterbell. The sea serpent conveys one final message to Sahervian. The green leader awaits. Sahervian murmurs the name Archabel to himself. Thanking the colossal creature, Sahervian tells it to return and rest. The serpent dives deep into the sea, leaving the ship to continue its journey. Aaron approaches, addressing Sahervian as the ascetic. He walks to face the red-haired individual on the deck. Aaron sheepishly admits he almost caused trouble by not trusting Sahervian's word. Sahervian reassures him that thankfully he stopped in time and no one was harmed. Aaron muses on the burden of leadership. He smiles, agreeing that it's an undeniable truth. Suddenly, Aaron freezes as a thought strikes him. He recalls the previous moment and realizes Sahervian seemed to have genuinely conversed with the sea serpent. Aaron suddenly remembers the child he rescued. Sahervian confirms they are speaking of that child. The person asks Aaron why he risked his life to save someone who could be a slave. The unexpected question momentarily bewilders Aaron. Snapping back to reality, he rushes off in a panic to check on the child. Sahervian calmly suggests he go see for himself. In the ship's hold, the young man with dark hair remains motionless, awaiting his rescuer. Aaron stepped into the ship's cabin, telling himself he would check on the condition of the person he had just rescued. He smiled with relief, concluding that fortunately, there were no serious injuries. The young person with black hair had woken up, silently looking at Aaron with a scrutinizing gaze. Aaron kindly asked for their name and age, but the person just shook their head, unable to answer. Instead, they raised one finger, seemingly trying to convey something. Hesitantly counting on their fingers, the person indicated confusing numbers. 23? Aaron was stunned as he understood the answer, asking in disbelief. 23 years old? Suddenly, Sahervian appeared and calmly declared that there was nothing strange about it. Sahervian revealed a shocking truth, stating that this child carried mixed blood within them. A dark, dragon-shaped illusion enveloped the young person as Sahervian identified it as dragon blood. Aaron was speechless upon hearing the explanation that this was a half-dragon blessed and loved by the dark dragon. Sahervian recounted that pure dragon blood bestowed immortality and immense power. But for mixed blood, that blessing turned into a deadly curse, and an image of a shattered holy chalice appeared. The person explained to a bewildered Aaron that a human body could not withstand the violent magical energy flowing through their veins. When they were young, the curse did not manifest clearly, but as they grew older, they would transform into beings that were neither human nor dragon. Aaron listened with a grave expression about their tragic fate, hunted by humans or taking their own lives until extinction. The young person with black hair lowered their head, silently accepting the harsh truth about themselves. Sahervian used the staff Mimir to lift the person's chin for a closer look. After examining, Sahervian concluded that this was a fortunate half-breed who had survived. But those with long maturation periods often had many flaws in their youth. Sahervian's gaze focused on the peculiar necklace with a bell attached around the person's neck. Sahervian coldly stated that thanks to their long lifespan, such individuals could serve their master for generations. The emotionless voice concluded that it was indeed a useful slave, causing Aaron to clench his fists in anger. Aaron's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth at the cruel remark. Unable to restrain himself, Aaron lunged forward, grabbed the staff, and shouted the name of the monk Serbi. His hand tightly grasped the pure white shaft of the staff. Immediately, a fierce blue energy erupted from the staff, throwing Aaron back. Aaron realized in horror that it was holy power. He was blown backward by a powerful vortex of energy. Sahervian calmly apologized, explaining that Mimir did not like being touched by others. The young person with black hair sat on the bed, bewilderedly witnessing the entire event. Aaron staggered to his feet, still dazed from the impact. He angrily questioned why Sahervian could speak like that. Sahervian merely asked back indifferently, "Like what?" Aaron firmly asserted that this child was not a monster. He refused to accept calling someone flawed or useful. Aaron growled. Being different from others was not a reason to turn a person into a slave. Sahervian calmly asked again, "Would that change if it were the law of Alperios?" Aaron raised his head high, declaring that they were Barzians, those who drew swords for the Winter Dragon. With a sharp gaze, he asserted that the royal laws meant nothing to them. Sahervian remained silent, his eyes slightly wavering at Aaron's spirited declaration. Sahervian silently understood Aaron's thoughts and turned away. Decisively choosing to help, the figure swiftly moved past the stunned Aaron. The young man with black hair flinched as the red-haired figure suddenly approached. Sahervian gestured for silence and lifted the young man's shirt, revealing a black butterfly mark on his abdomen. With a sharp gaze, Sahervian ordered the young man to remain still. A powerful wave of magic flowed out, and images of chains shattered amidst a flurry of ice butterflies and snowflakes. The mark disappeared, and the young man stood amidst a vortex of pure energy, his shirt torn in one place. Aaron quietly observed the entire process of breaking the curse. Standing before the kneeling young man, Sahervian declared that he was no longer a slave and would be free from now on. The words freedom echoed in the mind of the newly liberated young man. Smiling kindly, Sahervian advised him to walk the path he desired and grasp what he yearned for. The scenery changed, and a white flag fluttered on the ship's mast, signaling the ship's arrival. The group of knights cheered with joy upon their arrival. Aaron asked the young man, now named Jack, to stay on the ship. He explained that Jack's body had not fully recovered, while a brief flashback showed how the name Jack was chosen. Cassio Drake kindly told Jack that since he was now part of the Barzian family, he should listen to the captain. He suddenly grimaced, complaining that this place was scorching hot. Sweating profusely, Cassio fanned himself repeatedly in distress to ward off the heat. He turned to ask Sahervian, who remained completely unfazed, why the monk wasn't feeling the heat. Sahervian calmly replied that he possessed the winter's blessing, causing Cassio to immediately implore him to use his power to help the captain who was about to be roasted. Amidst Cassio Drake and the other members collapsing from the heat, only Jin Veronica remained standing. Sahervian coldly remarked that this situation was troublesome. Wiz, a young priest, worriedly asked if Sahervian felt any difficulty being in Archabel's territory, but the latter denied it. Suddenly, a voice announced guests, and a luxurious carriage appeared from afar. Aaron looked up, his sharp gaze following the sudden appearance. A solemn delegation emerged, led by a dark-skinned woman, who announced they had been awaiting Winterbell's attendance. The woman smiled, welcoming the group to Hestalion. The scene shifted to a magnificent palace, symbolizing the Empire's might. As the group was led away, the woman promised they would receive treatment befitting the Empire's customs. This woman was Hannah Selwick, Hestalion's second pillar, and she affirmed it was all thanks to the Emperor's grace. Hannah suddenly stopped, stating that before proceeding, there was something that needed to be done. A sharp, cold sound echoed. Aaron startled, turning back with a wary expression. The other members of the group, from Jin Veronica to Wiz, were stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Hestalion soldiers suddenly aimed their spears, surrounding and isolating Sahervian from the rest. Sehervian merely glanced indifferently at the spears pointed at them, showing little concern. Aaron immediately questioned Hannah, demanding an explanation for this action. In the wide courtyard, Aaron's group was blocked while Sehervian was escorted away, causing him to angrily demand whose order this was and where they intended to take the priest. Hannah smiled mysteriously, replying that she could not answer that question. Aaron clenched his sword hilt, his gaze chilling as he deduced that if she couldn't say, then this was not the Emperor's order. Aaron declared he would not let his comrade go alone without a proper explanation, while the other Barzian members also showed their readiness to confront. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Sehervian remained in silent contemplation. Hannah Selwick coldly warned that if Aaron's group resorted to force, they would face the Empire's law. Aaron immediately retorted, pointing out that it was Hestalian's soldiers who drew their weapons first. The young man took a step forward, asserting they were not a group of greedy mercenaries blinded by reward. Aaron issued an ultimatum, stating that if they treated his comrade this way, the entire group would leave the land immediately. Hannah Selwick showed a hint of surprise at Aaron's resolve, while the young man maintained his stance. Suddenly, Sehervian raised a hand to signal a halt and calmly agreed to go, breaking the standoff. Aaron was stunned by the priest's decision, turning to look at Hannah in disbelief. Aaron rushed after them, trying to persuade Sehervian that this was enemy territory and the dangers were unpredictable. Ignoring the plea, Sehervian replied that he had intended to meet that person anyway, and a blue energy began to gather at their feet. A colossal pillar of magical energy erupted, enveloping Sehervian in a brilliant light. Aaron exclaimed in astonishment as he realized it was a teleportation gate. Standing amidst the swirling energy, Sehervian calmly affirmed that if this was where he was meant to go, then this gate was the right path. Hannah Selwick confirmed this to be true, silently admiring the rumors of the dragon priest being able to communicate with dragons. Aaron desperately called out the priest's name, Servi, clenching his fist in helplessness. The young man approached, directly asking Sehervian if they were truly all right going alone. Jin Veronica and the other Barzian members watched with concern, explaining that it was a dragon that had signed a protective pact with Hestalian. Aaron still did not give up, warning that one could not know what the Empire would do under the guise of protection. But Sehervian simply replied that everything was fine. With a knowing smile, Sehervian reassured them that he was quite familiar with the other side. Aaron could only stare in bewildered shock. In an instant, a vortex of water magic enveloped Sehervian. The magic dissipated, leaving only ripples where the person had stood. Sehervian's amber eyes remained unwavering amidst the chaotic energy. The person appeared at a new threshold, looking out into a sun-drenched garden. Entering a grand hall, Sehervian silently observed the unfamiliar yet familiar space. With a calm demeanor, the person stood firm, still gripping the Mimir staff. A memory suddenly flooded back, the image of a woman with pink hair in a flower garden with luminous spirits. The woman's radiant smile from the memory remained intact. Sehervian squinted slightly, recognizing the familiar scene. A voice called out from ahead, a person with light blue hair welcoming Sehervian's presence. Sehervian calmly replied, "It has been a while." The person turned, and Sehervian addressed the old acquaintance, Adrian. They both entered a luxurious lounge to converse. Adrian admitted he was quite surprised to hear about this visit. Sehervian merely replied that he happened to be passing by and decided to stop in. Adrian smiled, explaining that people like them rarely left their territories. The person continued about the noble duty to always remain to maintain balance for the world. Listening in silence, Sehervian gently raised his teacup as Adrian called his name. Adrian looked directly at the person opposite, his eyes full of concern, and remarked, "You look exhausted." Sehervian maintained a calm expression at Adrian's remark. "Is that so?" the person asked coldly, as Adrian stared intently. Adrian began to recall their first meeting, and asked if Sehervian remembered. In Adrian's memory, a particularly cold winter appeared, with a young Adrian waiting at Sehervian's doorstep. Adrian affirmed that he remembered the moment vividly, with the innocent eyes of a child. Adrian recalled Sehervian's eyes, at that time, the gaze of someone who had faced the blizzard alone. The memory shifted to Sehervian, facing the enemies of winter alone, telling himself he had tried to change their minds. In a dark space, Sehervian walked, admitting that all his actions then stemmed from fear. The fear of being rejected by the whole world and becoming a worthless existence haunted Sehervian. Returning to the present, Adrian continued his story, recalling the day he sought out Sehervian. In another flashback, Sehervian smiled and advised Adrian to find his own colors. Sehervian closed his eyes, dismissing it, saying it was just a cliché piece of advice from a senior. "But I found it," Adrian stated firmly, causing Sehervian to open his eyes in surprise. Adrian explained that he had met people who carried the colors he liked and those he disliked, but those colors were never fixed. They constantly shifted from vibrant to dark, from murky to pure. Adrian continued, saying there were colors he thought he had fully understood. Then, they suddenly transformed into unknown shades, like a crude stain on his hem. A fleeting image in Adrian's mind, a woman with peach-colored hair happily arranging flowers, while a small Adrian watched from the window. Sahervian interrupted, asking if this was about that child, and said it was only half the story. Adrian replied, Rugi. He was my student. Adrian's hand clenched over his chest, his voice filled with pain as he asked, But he died, because of that man, didn't he? Sahervian listened as Adrian mentioned a dragon about to become a father. Adrian continued in a thoughtful tone. The person contemplated that they only realized after experiencing it themselves that humans possess countless shades and cannot be defined by a single color. Adrian looked directly at Sahervian, his voice filled with worry. The person believed Sahervian had been looking at only one color of humanity for too long. Sahervian turned away, admitting that perhaps Adrian was right and that he was tired. Suddenly, Sahervian declared he was thinking of ending it all, causing Adrian to exclaim, Winterbell, in horror. Adrian pleaded for Sahervian to answer one last question. The person asked if someone had guided Sahervian to this place. When Adrian asked if they shared the same colors, the image of Aaron and the Barzian knights appeared. Adrian implored Sahervian to check one last time, saying it wasn't too late to give up. Sahervian's expression clearly showed annoyance. The staff was slammed forcefully onto the floor as Sahervian exclaimed that this was troublesome. Turning his back, Sahervian stood before a gate of light, declaring he was tired of being resented after bestowing favors. Sahervian asserted that if it were any other wish, he would have ignored it. The image of Aaron appeared, steadfastly seeking their reason for existence. Sahervian smiled, recalling Aaron's plea, to seek the blessing of Winterbell, the dragon of destruction. A burst of blue energy erupted from where Sahervian stood, leaving Adrian stunned. Adrian mused that, whom one meets, and what debts one incurs are each person's choices. A scene of a lavish, candle-lit banquet unfolded. At a grand party, Aaron's group became the subject of hushed whispers. Nobles murmured about Winterbell's curse and mocked the dragon knights for not receiving blessings. They made remarks that the knights were pitiable. Hearing the whispers, Cassio Drake couldn't hide his anger, but Jin Veronica quickly intervened. Cassio exploded, complaining about the court, ignoring them for 5 days, then parading them as a spectacle. All while there was still no news from Priest Sahervian. Jin Veronica coldly asked if he intended to cause a scene like a monkey. Cassio irritably replied that nobility was a ridiculous charade everywhere. Iron gently reminded him that Cassio himself was nobility, causing him to admit that was why he left home. With a glass in hand, Aaron sarcastically remarked that the Empire's pillars seemed rather rude. Hannah Selwick, one of those pillars, approached and called Aaron's name. She formally offered a sincere apology to the Winter Dragon Knights. Aaron calmly accepted her apology. Hannah commented on Aaron's surprisingly formal demeanor. He smiled, and explained he apologized for mistaking her for an enemy during their previous encounter. Iron added that since they were now allies, they needed to respect each other. But then, his eyes turned sharp as he unequivocally denied it. He made it clear that whether they would become allies was yet to be decided. Aaron was taken aback by Hannah's response. She stated firmly that whether they cooperated or left, the Empire would depend on what she was about to say. Cassio and Jin stood by, silently observing the tense confrontation. Aaron listened intently as a formal voice echoed. The woman in the regal red attire began to relay the Emperor's decree. Hannah Selwick revealed His Majesty's wish to officially incorporate Aaron's group into the Empire's ranks, leaving them all stunned. With a serious expression, Hannah reiterated the offer, confirming the Emperor's desire to absorb them. Aaron, holding his wineglass, silently realized this feast was not without purpose. Hannah explained that Barzi would be established as a special organization under the royal family, responsible for foreign affairs. She also promised they would be granted the privilege of meeting Archabel, the Empire's protector. Aaron immediately questioned the term foreign affairs. Hannah revealed that in exchange for overseeing the Empire, Archabel had forbidden war. She smiled enigmatically, stating their dragon yearned for peace, and in emergencies, another dragon-serving knightly order could intervene. The members of the Barzi group, including Cassio, were aghast at the implication of the offer. Cassio Drake angrily questioned, asking directly if she was asking them to wage war on behalf of the Empire. Hannah calmly explained that they merely wished to borrow the group's strength in rare instances where force was needed during diplomatic missions. Wiz, a young member, indignantly shouted that it was no different from waging war. Hannah maintained her composure, raising an eyebrow slightly and asking if there was a problem. She began listing what they would receive: generous compensation, unmocked power and honor, and a place to call home. Hannah turned her back, asking if these were not the things they had always desired. Aaron slammed his wineglass down on the table, the sound echoing decisively. He faced Hannah, politely thanking her for her generous offer, while she was confident he had thought it through. Aaron declared with conviction that they had to refuse the offer. Hannah Selwick was momentarily stunned by the blunt refusal. Aaron explained that their identity was the Dragon Knights of Winterbell, and they could not pledge loyalty to an emperor in a land without winter. Hannah quickly retorted, pointing out that Aaron's homeland also lacked winter. With a smug smile, she twisted the knife, suggesting Winterbell had long abandoned them. Hannah's words struck a nerve, causing Aaron to flinch slightly. Hannah inwardly gloated, believing they were merely a masterless knight order. She was convinced that with a little more pressure, Aaron and his men would completely submit to the emperor. Suddenly, a powerful voice boomed from the void, questioning her assertion. A fierce, icy wind suddenly swept in, knocking over the Hestalian retainers. The frigid energy permeated the space, the air biting to the bone. Hannah shielded her face as a magically glowing snowflake materialized directly before her eyes. Her eyes widened, reflecting utter astonishment at the supernatural phenomenon. The guests and soldiers looked up at the sky in horror, where snow began to fall heavily in Hestalian. The mysterious voice spoke again, challenging anyone to claim Alfirios had no winter as a figure descended onto the frozen ground. Aaron looked up, his breath catching in the frigid air, his expression one of complete shock. Amidst the blizzard, a figure with fiery red hair holding a staff appeared, causing Aaron to exclaim in surprise, "Servant Servi." The figure walked leisurely through the snow, their gaze calm yet authoritative, directed at Hannah as they stated it was a pity. Standing before the entire group, the figure declared they were not a servant, nor were they one who abandoned them at the whim of a cunning emperor. Hannah's entire confidence crumbled, and she stammered in her thoughts as an unbelievable truth began to unfold. Standing before a stunned Jin Veronica and Cassio Drake, Aaron explained that he had to exert great effort to summon the cold, and if not for Asulbul's intervention to temper the energy, things could have been worse. Sehervian coldly interrupted, stating it didn't matter, as their children had made their disinterest in the Empire's offer clear. With sharp eyes, the figure ordered the Hestalian delegation to clean up the mess they had created themselves. After everything settled, only Aaron and Sehervian stood facing each other under the bright moonlight by the tranquil lake. Sehervian noticed Aaron's silence and spoke first, urging him to voice his thoughts. Aaron remained, with his back turned, lost in silence, unable to speak. Seeing this, Sehervian reiterated that Aaron had once desperately sought Winterbell, then declared they would leave if he had nothing to say. Finally, Aaron uttered a single question, his voice filled with anguish. Why? He spun around, his face contorted with pain and anger, questioning why Sehervian had only appeared now. Sehervian listened calmly to the full extent of Aaron's emotional outburst. The figure calmly replied that the only reason was that they did not want the Barzi Knights to be drawn into a world war. A vision appeared, in which Adrian revealed that the situation in Hestalian was far from peaceful. Adrian continued to warn of a massive territorial war about to erupt, with Alfirios at its center. In the vision, Adrian stated that the free knights that Lord Sehervian cared about would also be caught in the coming storm, like a small boat capsized by a fierce wave. Returning to reality, Sehervian affirmed to Aaron that refusing the Emperor's offer was the right decision. The figure explained that if they had accepted, they would have merely been exploited until their complete destruction. However, Sehervian also warned that this action only delayed the inevitable, and Barzi would still be dragged into the war. Sehervian raised a finger towards Aaron. The figure asserted that war was unavoidable, because Aaron himself, as a leader, could never turn a blind eye to the suffering of others. Aaron clenched his fists, questioning why Sehervian remained by their side despite knowing war was inevitable. In his distress, he cried out, running his hands through his hair, and asking why he had received that blessing. Sehervian simply watched Aaron silently, her face devoid of any emotion in the face of his fury. Sehervian began to recount the story from 20 years prior, as the staff Mimir glowed, revealing that Aaron's mother had once made a wish. A blue light from the staff's illusion touched Aaron's forehead, awakening a buried memory. Within his mind, the image of Queen Titania Shenner Alfirius's eyes appeared. The memory continued with the Queen's plea, asking Winterbell to save her son from the traitors. The stream of memories shifted to Aaron's childhood, recalling the words his nanny often spoke. He remembered her warm hand on his shoulder, and her advice to always prioritize his own safety. Aaron realized his nanny had hidden his true identity, raised him to be the leader of Barzi, and sacrificed herself for his survival. Returning to the present, Aaron gasped, covering his mouth as Sehervian confirmed his identity, the son of the late Queen Titania Alfirius. Sehervian recalled another memory, asking Aaron if he remembered the wish he had made at the temple. Aaron dazedly remembered that he had once wished he could bring back the winter. Sehervian confirmed this was correct. The individual calmly sat down, announcing that they had temporarily set aside Aaron's wish. With a knowing smile and eyes alight, Sehervian stated that she had not yet decided whether to grant that wish. Aaron was completely stunned, sweat beading on his forehead at Sehervian's unpredictable demeanor and power. He silently admitted the fear that was rising within him. Aaron was terrified by the immense power contained within just that gaze. Suddenly, Sehervian broke the tension with a mischievous smile, recalling Aaron's past threat to kick Winterbell's backside. A fleeting memory flashed, showing Aaron in a state of anguish, his face shrouded in darkness. Under Sehervian's calm gaze, Aaron stammered in his thoughts, bewildered by the teasing remark. Sehervian gently landed, dismissing Aaron's earlier words as a reckless jest. Aaron was bewildered as Sehervian directly asked what he truly wanted to say to Winterbell, referencing the winter wish. Sehervian asserted that the wish originated from Aaron himself, in his capacity as commander of Barzi. Sitting down with the staff, Mimir, Sehervian solemnly called Aaron by his full true name and inquired about his wish. Aaron pursed his lips, his expression determined as he prepared to state his wish. Within the icy aura, Aaron formally requested Winterbell's blessing as the Knight of the Winter Dragon. Sehervian smirked, thinking that after treating Aaron like a prince, this was what he received. Sehervian recalled the precious daughter of yesteryear, Queen Alferius, who had requested a blessing, and now her son, Aaron, was doing the same. The individual continued to ponder, believing they were ready to grant a wish for revenge or even to become king. Sehervian concluded her thoughts with a simple exclamation about the nature of the wish: a blessing. When Aaron asked what he should do, Sehervian turned away and confessed that she had never protected anyone in her life. Sehervian stated she didn't know how, but a mischievous smile played on her lips as Aaron began to define blessing. Sehervian listened intently as Aaron explained that the blessing he sought was faith. Amidst the cosmic expanse, Aaron explained, he wished to grant Barzi the faith that they were protected, while also instilling that faith in their enemies. Aaron smiled, concluding that this was the true meaning of a blessing. Sehervian appeared enlightened, a smile forming as she finally understood the profound meaning behind Aaron's plea. The individual walked away, thinking that responding to prayers, which had once been a nuisance, now made her feel anticipation. An image of Sehervian standing on the first page of a pristine book, symbolizing a new chapter about to begin. After a moment of silence, Sehervian decided to give it a try, stepping out under the star-filled night sky. Aaron asked in astonishment if she was serious, but Sehervian merely replied that she didn't want to see Barzi fall. Turning her back, Sehervian declared she would do as she pleased, and whether or not the world would see winter again would be decided after observing Barzi. With a mysterious smile, the individual challenged Aaron and everyone else to show her their worth. Aaron smiled back, his eyes filled with determination at the declaration. He hurried to catch up with Sehervian, telling himself he also wanted to protect these people, just as Adrian had said. Sehervian suggested leaving the place as it belonged to others, and Aaron quickly agreed. A few days later, the Barzi group left Hestalion as if they were being chased after refusing the Emperor's offer. Shortly after, Hestalion abruptly issued a complete entry ban, and many other nations began to close their borders. Just as Aaron had predicted, the western wind of territorial warfare had begun to blow, leading to mass executions and expulsions. The Barzi group was no exception, struggling to find a single ship after the hired sailors refused to set sail. Their ship drifted on the vast sea, facing a raging storm that roared around them. Lightning split the sky, and the small ship was mercilessly battered by colossal waves. On deck, Cassio Drake and Jin Veronica frantically called out their commander's name amidst the tempest. Aaron knelt on the soaked deck, helpless against the fury of nature. He fearfully wondered if the negotiation had failed when a giant white wing suddenly appeared amidst the storm. Cassio and Jin stared in amazement at a white bird soaring overhead, utterly confused by what was happening. Amidst the storm, Aaron smiled brightly, giving a thumbs up and confirming that the negotiation had gone very well. Cassio Drake could only remain silent, his expression clearly showing utter helplessness and bewilderment. Sehervian stood firm on the deck, her red hair whipping in the storm, calmly observing everything with an unusual composure. Amidst the calm sea before the storm, Sehervian stood on deck, asking Aaron if he intended to continue hiding his identity. Aaron confidently stepped forward, facing his companion. He admitted that hiding his identity forever was impossible. Aaron shyly asked why Sehervian was using polite language with him, to which Sehervian explained it was out of respect for a contractor. Aaron mused about the title of contractor, feeling it was still too distant and unbelievable. Sehervian leaned against the railing, shifting the topic to a more pressing matter. Aaron expressed concern about aimlessly wandering the sea, but Sehervian reminded him that those left at the Barzi base were not exempt from war. Aaron adjusted his collar, revealing that this was precisely what he wanted to discuss. He confessed that no matter which way they looked, they truly had nowhere else to go. Sehervian listened in silence with a calm expression, seemingly having a solution ready. The figure reaffirmed his promise to protect Aaron. Sehervian declared that easing Aaron's worries was also his responsibility, and he need not fret about a place to stay, as the staff Mimir in his hand began to glow. Aaron was stunned, sensing what was about to happen. The sky suddenly darkened as Sehervian called out the name Liliana. A single white feather gently drifted down before the astonished Aaron, his eyes reflecting the image of a white bird. Amidst the thunderous claps of lightning, Sehervian smiled and formally invited Aaron to his winter. The scene instantly shifted, revealing a vast land covered in pristine white snow. Cassio Drake appeared with a bewildered expression, completely stunned by the instantaneous teleportation. A small white bird suddenly landed on Cassio's face, startling him. In the Winterland, young Dylan played happily, while Jin, Veronica, and Aaron witnessed the peaceful scene of a bustling town. Jin, Veronica, carrying crates, urged Cassio to get himself together and move the goods. Another member of the Barzi group, still haunted, recalled the scene of a giant bird snatching their ship. Jin Veronica seemed incredulous, asking her teammate why, after so many days here, he still didn't understand what had happened to that priest. The dark-haired knight suggested that confusion was understandable, while Jin inwardly thought that observant people were troublesome. Amidst the enthusiastic labor, another member excitedly cheered upon witnessing all the Barzi villagers being transported here as well. The dark-haired knight cheerfully remarked that now they were like the true winter knights, prompting another to tease by asking if they were fake before. He quickly corrected himself, saying it was just a figure of speech, then hurried with everyone else to continue their work so as not to be late for lunch. The entire village came into view. A large, beautiful, and peaceful town covered in white snow under a clear blue sky. Amidst this scenery, Aaron sat alone on a rock, lost in quiet and heavy contemplation. He thought of the current king of Alfarios, Aiden Londre Alfarios, who ruled the kingdom. After seizing the throne through a rebellion, this tyrant had continuously waged wars of aggression. A reign of terror enforced by military might, the people trembled in fear and were burdened with heavy taxes. Countless people were enslaved, and the lower classes slowly died from disease and starvation, with no one daring to oppose him. Aaron admitted inwardly that he hated that king, and now he knew an even more painful truth. It was he who had murdered his parents. As Aaron was lost in thought, Sehervian quietly approached from behind, remarking that this place had developed quite a bit. Aaron turned around, startled, and greeted him, while Sehervian inquired if he was managing things well. With a relieved smile, Aaron replied that everyone was adapting very well. Sehervian sat down on the snow, confessing his gratitude that Aaron had taken over, saving them from the annoyance of constant visits from the Hartney family. They sat together, and Sehervian contentedly said that Aaron, would now be the one to look after everyone. Sehervian looked at Aaron with a serious expression. Aaron turned back upon hearing Sehervian call his name. Sehervian explained that he hadn't asked before, because Aaron hadn't seemed interested, but perhaps his thoughts had changed now. Amidst the snowy landscape, Sehervian directly asked if Aaron wanted revenge. Aaron quietly pondered the unexpected question. He turned his head slightly, seemingly having an answer. Aaron firmly replied no under Sehervian's gaze. He clasped his hands together, stating he had no interest in revenge. Aaron looked down at the new settlement, explaining that the reason he sought out Sehervian was because there were people he wanted to protect. The image of his dark-haired comrade happily carrying a child flashed in his mind, and he affirmed that this goal had never changed. The image of Jin, Veronica, and the dark-haired comrade appeared, as Aaron expressed his hope that those who had kindly followed him would no longer suffer, but would live safely and peacefully. Aaron smiled with relief, concluding that this was all he wished for. Sehervian looked at him with an understanding smile. In an allegorical vision, Aaron in armor stood firm amidst darkness, and a thought echoed that the desire for peace was something only the strong could achieve. And whether one liked it or not, a war to obtain it was inevitable. Sehervian stood up from the snow-covered ground. The scene shifted to a snowy sky, signaling an impending troublesome event. A majestic royal castle appeared under the cold snow. Inside the Alfarios royal castle, a voice reported that the troop shortage had been supplemented by forced conscription. An official bowed in the grand hall, continuing to report that military supplies were also being steadily collected. In the royal hall, King Aiden pondered the actions of the elder council. He noticed their suspicious silence, a sign that they were still holding their tongues and dared not speak. The long-braided aide stood before the throne, silently despising the conservative old men who never had a voice. The person continued to report another important piece of information. The recruitment of dragon hunters was underway, a perfect move to quell the unrest among the populace. Upon hearing this, King Aiden smirked with self-satisfaction. He eloquently declared that if they could not receive divine protection, they would seize power by force themselves. Meanwhile, in the land of Blanconia, the Barzi group had safely settled under the blessing of winter. The new city, a crystallization of the joint efforts of the Dragon Knights and the people of Hartney, was finally named Ellie. The name, carrying a sacred meaning and dear friend, symbolized the alliance between the three powers. Construction proceeded at a hurried pace, large wooden pillars driven firmly into the frozen ground. The members, even Sehervian, joined in carrying the heavy logs amidst shouts of exertion. From afar, Iron, along with two other members, observed the scene of passionate labor. The two new instructors smiled, remarking that the trainees were tough, and teaching them was quite enjoyable. Aaron expressed his gratitude for their acceptance, and one of them immediately inquired about the village's situation. The person curiously asked if everyone was rushing to spread news of a miracle that had occurred. Aaron simply smiled, while the instructor clarified that everyone believed Winterbell had answered the prayers of Priest Servi. And the proof of this was the tender green shoots sprouting from the ground, emitting a magical light. A woman from the village commented that everyone was now busy tending to their fields. From a distance, Iron quietly observed Sehervian standing alone amidst the white snow. Sehervian mused that merely changing the weather was enough to make humans immediately set to work. Looking at his comrades striving for survival, Aaron told himself he couldn't just sit idly by. Sehervian smiled faintly at their determination. Suddenly, Liliana, in her white bird form, rushed over, frantically calling for her master. As Liliana landed, she hastily reported that the dark-haired young man was showing very strange symptoms. Sehervian was surprised, trying to recall who the dark-haired person was. Liliana explained it was Jack, the former slave rescued by Aaron, and he was dying. Immediately, Aaron and Sehervian appeared in the hallway, Aaron turning back with a horrified expression. In the room, Jack was writhing on the bed, and Aaron desperately called his name. Sehervian asked how long this condition had lasted, but Aaron could only say he had just discovered it. Aaron blamed himself for thinking Jack's pale complexion was merely a lingering effect of his years of slavery. Seeing the dark energy emanating from Jack's body, Aaron regretted not recognizing his critical conditions sooner. He turned to look at Sehervian, desperately calling out Winterbell's name. Aaron pleaded, asking if Winterbell's power could save Jack. A half-dragon. Sehervian praised Aaron for his correct judgment in seeking him out first. But then, they coldly declared that this child would unfortunately die soon, leaving Aaron speechless. Sehervian explained the tragic fate of the half-dragon race, that they were eventually hunted or took their own lives until extinction. Sehervian revealed the ultimate reason why half-dragons could not live to adulthood. It was because their bodies, like Jack's, were not complete enough to contain the surging dragon blood within. Aaron was stunned, unable to accept such a cruel truth. He painfully recalled the moment Jack could finally smile happily. Sehervian watched in silence, with an unreadable expression on their face. But then, a glimmer of hope appeared when they said it wasn't entirely impossible. Aaron rushed forward, pleading to know if there truly was a method to save Jack. Sehervian calmly replied that if the current body could not withstand that power, then the boy's nature simply needed to be changed. They explained that although this was nearly impossible, there was only one way: to become a dragon's guardian. Aaron was astonished, muttering the words guardian as he tried to grasp their full meaning. Emitting a powerful aura, Sehervian defined a guardian as one who dedicates their entire life and soul to a dragon, creating an absolute master-servant covenant. They proposed that if Aaron became the guardian of the Black Dragon, the same type of energy would help calm the chaotic power within Jack. In agony, Jack continued to writhe on the sickbed. The boy's life was once again placed in Aaron's hands. Aaron gritted his teeth, determination evident on his face. He raised his head, preparing to give his fateful answer. Suddenly, the scene shifted outside, to a village immersed in peace. A white mother dog was resting with her litter of puppies. Abruptly, she lifted her head and barked fiercely, shattering the silence. A dark-haired person approached the barking dog, calling her Noelle and asking what was wrong. As the person turned away, a sudden gust of wind blew through, signaling a scene change. In another space, a consciousness floated amidst darkness, sensing an unusual calm and warmth. Suddenly, the consciousness awoke, exclaiming Aaron's name. A frail hand clutched at the hem of Aaron's clothes. Sehervian calmly announced that they had arrived at the Black Dragon's lair. Under the bright sun, Aaron carried his newly awakened, dark-haired companion on his back. Aaron marveled at the magnificent sight before him, wondering if this was indeed the black dragon's lair. As they stood in awe, joyful barks echoed from ahead. Another white dog dashed towards them, brimming with energy. The excited dog circled Aaron and Sahervian in greeting. A clear voice called out a greeting as a small figure approached. It was a child with dark hair tied in two buns, holding a puppy and curiously asking who they were. The puppy in the child's arms looked incredibly docile. Aaron was momentarily bewildered by the sudden appearance of the strange child. The child was also startled by the newcomer's reaction. The child quickly reassured them that there was nothing to fear, and the little dog was in a very good mood. Aaron grew more confused, as he hadn't asked about the dog. The child explained that even though Aaron hadn't spoken, his thoughts were transmitted very clearly. Shocked by the child's ability, Aaron could only let out a gasp when faced with her. The child with the buns directly asked if Aaron was afraid of her. Aaron flinched, unable to hide the confusion on his face. The child suddenly called out Roran's name while looking up at a tall figure who had just appeared. It turned out to be the child's father, and she joyfully exclaimed, "Dad!" The dark-haired man, Roran's father, looked down with a calm expression. A voice rang out, introducing Sahervian Winterbell of the Silver Clan and his contractee. The man began to introduce himself. He smiled, introducing himself as Roran's father while the girl happily hugged him. The scene shifted to another location, a white dove soaring through a clear blue sky. Inside a magnificent building, a hearty laugh echoed. A woman with blue-gray hair chuckled, finding the recent introduction rather peculiar. She turned to playfully scold the man, saying that no matter how cute the child was, he should introduce himself before meeting guests. Then, she turned to Aaron, pouring tea, while asking if he was their service contractee. Sahervian maintained a calm expression, while someone commented that it seemed like only yesterday he was an infant, and now he had grown so much. The woman formally introduced herself as Ives, from the Blue Clan. Aaron awkwardly replied that he was Aaron Barzy, causing Ives to laugh and urge the other man to introduce himself as well. The man introduced himself as Terrio of the Black Clan, and despite their friendly demeanor, Aaron felt an invisible pressure. Terrio apologized on behalf of his daughter for presuming to read Aaron's thoughts, while Ives sighed in exasperation. Terrio explained that Roran might not yet have full control of her abilities, as members of the Black Clan are born with the ability to read minds. In Aaron's mind, an image of the girl with vacant eyes flashed, a disturbing reminder of being seen through. Ives spoke coldly, her hand tightening on her wooden fan. She questioned Aaron about bringing a child of mixed blood, along with the proposal to make that child a guardian. Aaron earnestly confirmed, humbly pleading for their help. However, Ives only responded with an emotionless, judgmental gaze. She fanned herself, thinking to herself that human selfishness truly never changes. Aaron cried out in terror as a stream of water suddenly appeared and engulfed him. Submerged in the violent whirlpool, Aaron could only see Ives' cold eyes as she wondered why he had made this choice. She continued to assault his mind, questioning if he was forcing the child to live a life that was neither human nor dragon simply out of pity. Suddenly, the water froze and shattered under Sahervian's intervention. Aaron collapsed to the floor, coughing violently, expelling the water that had nearly claimed his life. Sahervian stood protectively in front of Aaron, declaring that Ives' trial was more than enough. Ives smiled, remarking that this was the second time Sahervian had stood in her way. Sahervian remained silent, his gaze unwavering before Yves' loaded words. He logically pointed out that if Ives wanted an answer, she should at least let Aaron breathe and speak. Ives narrowed her eyes, seemingly not yet defeated. Sahervian boldly asserted that he was not so naive as to let a contracted person die. Sahervian boldly declared he would never be so naive as to let his contracted person die. Ives smiled enigmatically at the red-haired person's sharp gaze. Suddenly, she cheerfully agreed, admitting Sahervian's words were entirely correct. Ives turned to Aaron, who had just managed to stand up after the ordeal. She smiled, and explained that she only wanted Aaron to understand the difficulty of what he was pursuing. Water still dripped from Aaron, a testament to the predicament. Aaron affirmed that he hadn't come here thinking things would be easy, but because it was the only path. You bowed deeply, earnestly pleading with Terrio and Ives. With determined eyes, Aaron implored them to save Jack. Ives quietly observed Aaron, seemingly contemplating his plea. She began to speak of the destiny of a guardian, bound to serve their dragon master for life by soul's calling. Ives revealed she had heard the story from Sahervian and questioned why Aaron wished to condemn Jack to such a life. Aaron answered resolutely that he did so to save Jack. He explained that only while alive could humans have the chance to choose. An image of Jack running forward illustrated his will to survive, regardless of what that life entailed. Aaron boldly asked if that reason was convincing enough. Ives and Terrio listened in silence to Aaron's heartfelt defense. Ives's gaze seemed to waver at his sincerity. An iconic image appeared, replaying the promise of protection Aaron had made to a vulnerable creature. In a sun-drenched forest, Ives mused that this would be enough to prevent him from being hurt again. With a serene smile, she accepted Aaron's plea, feeling his sincerity was sufficient. The scene shifted to a room where Jack lay unconscious on a bed. Terrio explained that if the child's body rejected the new energy, it would die instantly. He emphasized that this outcome was beyond anyone present's control. Aaron nodded resolutely, accepting all risks. Terrio then began the ritual, channeling a stream of dark energy into Jack's motionless body. Aaron watched, silently placing his faith in Jack, who had once chosen life. He silently cheered, wishing for Jack to awaken. The dark energy continued to envelop Jack's frail form. Aaron anxiously called Jack's name, but there was no response. Terrio turned away in silence, seemingly having completed his task. Aaron was stunned into silence as Terrio coldly announced that Jack was dead. He couldn't believe his ears, bewilderedly wondering what had happened. Gazing at Jack's still form, Aaron sank into despair, blaming himself, believing his faith was mere foolish arrogance. Suddenly, Ives struck Terrio's back, angrily scolding him for speaking in such a misleading way. She turned to reassure Aaron, confirming that the human named Jack had indeed died. But she paused, drawing Aaron's attention. Then Ives revealed that the boy had crossed the boundary between life and death. Ives explained that thanks to the wild dragon blood stabilizing, Jack's body had developed to match his true age. Aaron burst into tears of joy, happily calling Jack's name. Immediately after, Jack bowed respectfully before Terrio. Aaron thought to himself that Jack was now a guardian and would stay, but then spoke, saying it was time to part ways. Jack looked up, his expression stunned by Aaron's words. Suddenly, he collapsed to his knees before Aaron, causing the white-haired young man to exclaim his name in surprise. Ives calmly stated that all guardians had the freedom to choose their own path, even if it meant leaving. While Jack remained kneeling, she added that they always respected each person's choice. Aaron suddenly realized, and directly asked if they had been testing him from the start. He continued to question Ives, asking why they had helped him so much, and if it was only because he was Winterbell's contractor. Ives simply replied with a gentle smile and closed her eyes. She explained their philosophy, that just as they were loved by God, they also loved this world. Aaron listened in silence as Ives expressed her hopes. Standing beside Terrio, she silently wished that the throne Aaron would one day ascend would protect the weak and vulnerable in the world. From the doorway, Sehervian watched everything silently, holding the Mimir staff. Witnessing the heartwarming scene, the figure let out a soft sigh of relief. Sehervian decided not to disturb them and quietly walked away. The door gently closed, returning the space to Aaron's group. Outside, bright sunlight streamed through the leaves, heralding a peaceful new beginning. Sehervian walked alone on a deserted dirt path, gripping the staff tightly. With a cold expression, the figure suddenly stopped, sensing another's presence. Amidst the quiet forest, the rustling of leaves broke the silence. Sehervian spoke decisively, demanding the hidden presence reveal itself and state its purpose. A voice echoed from the bushes, warning that the outside world was dangerous for a child. From the undergrowth, a child with black hair and twin buns suddenly leaped out, adamantly stating they were not a child. Sehervian thought to himself that the child was merely a hatchling, but the child immediately retorted and introduced themselves as Roran. Roran earnestly pleaded to accompany them, expressing a burning curiosity about human life. Sehervian remained silent for a moment, contemplating the unexpected proposal. Refusing decisively, Sehervian ordered Mimir to send a message summoning Ives to pick up Roran. However, a message from Ives arrived instantly, surprising Sehervian as she seemed to have foreseen this encounter. Ives cheerfully explained that she always wanted her daughter to have a chance to explore the world, and Sehervian's arrival was the perfect timing. Ives requested Sehervian to be Roran's companion for her first outing, filling the child and the small white dog with bright hope. Finally, Ives entrusted Roran to Servi, and the child was overjoyed to know she would embark on an adventure. Sehervian could only sigh in exasperation, realizing she had fallen into Ives's prearranged plan. Roran excitedly skipped ahead, continuously calling out to Lord Winterbell. As they walked together, Roran curiously asked about their next destination. To avoid drawing attention, Sehervian asked Roran to call her only by the name Serbi. Sehervian gently pulled Roran's hood up and said that the child would also use the name Rhea for this journey. Amidst a desolate land, a decision was made. From now on, they would pose as merchants. Sehervian, in a white cloak, established their cover as envoys from the snow city of Eli. Their journey led them to Mirgard, a lawless northern nation beyond the borders of the Alperios kingdom. This was a land of anarchy, where the strong crushed the weak to assert their dominance. The two entered the lawless black market, a special area ruled by money, and Rowan was astonished by the chaotic yet bustling scene. Stalls displayed all sorts of strange items, from vials of colorful potions to goods of unknown origin. When Rowan curiously inquired, Sehervian revealed their purpose: to sell precious gems at an illegal auction to fund the city. The red-haired guardian's eyes gleamed with determination, highlighting the importance of this mission. Sehervian thought to herself that she had deliberately brought Rowan here to test her, but the child was not afraid at all, instead thinking of innocent matters. Suddenly, a deafening noise erupted as an object shattered nearby, followed by a terrified scream. A masked manager was grabbing a man by the neck and lifting him into the air, demonstrating his absolute power. He sneered, mocking the victim for daring to disrupt the order of the strong with his weakness. After knocking the victim down, he ordered his subordinates to drag the person away and apply a mark of punishment. Amidst his display of power, the masked man suddenly froze, seemingly sensing an unusual presence. His gaze swept through the crowd and stopped at two hooded figures standing silently observing from a distance. Rowan could read his intentions and whispered that the man wanted trouble, prompting Sehervian to remind the child not to use her abilities carelessly. The masked man smirked, while an observation echoed in the watcher's mind. He was a formidable opponent. Later, in a quieter place, a truth of this land was affirmed. Some matters could only be resolved by force. Rowan naively recalled stories from books about negotiation, and Sehervian coldly replied that it depended on the location. Rowan mumbled about the philosophies in books, that the more one has to lose, the more obedient they become. Suddenly, a man parted the curtains and entered, apologizing for making them wait. The man, wearing a white bear mask, announced that the item Sehervian had registered was of great value. He explained that half had been sold for cash, and the other half was offered in exchange for goods, but Sehervian coldly refused. Undeterred, the masked man presented a list, confidently boasting about the excellent quality of the merchandise. As Sehervian scanned the document, she was shocked to find information about age and race. Realizing this was a list of people, the manager smirked, confirming they were slaves, primarily beastkin, and all hand-picked. Sehervian thought to herself, even though this was a human affair, this trade was bizarre and disgusting. In a moment of reflection, Aaron's image appeared, questioning if abandoning a child would make him no different from the cruel Alperios army. Returning to reality, Sehervian boldly declared that the organization they were associating with was Bargian. The person then announced that the available goods were insufficient for exchange, and requested to meet their leader directly. Elsewhere, outside the headquarters of the Barzian Knights, snow began to fall in the dark night. Inside, a detailed report was presented, emphasizing that this matter was indeed very serious. Jin Veronica reported to her leader that the number of slaves confirmed by the priest Serbi was immense, indicating a large-scale human trafficking organization was in operation. Aaron sat silently, clasping his hands, listening intently to every word from his subordinate. The dark-haired swordsman beside Jin Veronica clenched his fist in anger, believing this was an opportunity to strike a blow against those who oppressed freedom. He turned to ask Aaron why he was worried, as this hesitation was unlike his boss's usual demeanor. Aaron looked up, his gaze distant, admitting that he had been having different thoughts lately. He unexpectedly asked if it was okay for them to continue living as they were, leaving his two loyal comrades stunned. Aaron mused by the window, admitting they had never truly known peace. He contemplated that, to end the tragedy of humans hunting humans, they had to break the slave system at its root, but he worried about his own safety and that of the Barzians who had finally found a home. Aaron blamed himself for being a terrible coward, afraid to give up this peaceful life, and no longer wanting to fight. The dark-haired comrade snapped his fingers, suggesting Aaron consult Winterbell if he was that stumped. Aaron suddenly remembered that Barzion was the Winter Dragon Knights who served Winterbell, and immediately sent out a summons. Amidst a flash of light, Sehervian appeared with a tired, long yawn. The person affirmed that no dragon would ignore the call of their contractor and directly asked Aaron what was wrong. Sehervian casually sat down, saying Aaron had something to ask. Aaron, with a pained expression, confessed that he truly didn't know what to do. He explained his inner turmoil, whether to turn his back on his ideals to protect those he had to shield, or to fight to the end for the downtrodden. Lost in despair, Aaron asked Winterbell what he wanted him to do. Sehervian coldly replied, questioning why Aaron would ask such a question. That person reminded that their role was merely to witness the path Aaron chose. Aaron froze, confirming that it was indeed their pact. With blazing eyes, Sehervian sternly warned Aaron not to push off decisions he didn't want to make onto others. That person stood up, harshly suggesting that if Aaron hated it so much, it would be better to just give up everything. Aaron was completely stunned by the cruel words. Sehervian glanced back, stating that at least then, Aaron wouldn't be as disappointing as they had anticipated. Sehervian coldly stated that at least then, Aaron wouldn't be a disappointment as he had anticipated. Aaron was stunned by the harsh words. He admitted Sehervian was right, that he had to prove himself on every path. Aaron recalled his own words, that he would decide on returning Winter to the world after observing the Barzians. He questioned if his choices for Winterbell were too cowardly. Aaron was inwardly astonished by his own weakness. He clenched his fist, realizing the peace he sought was merely the result of turning a blind eye to violence. In his turmoil, Aaron recognized his mistake. He turned away, admitting to Sehervian that he had been thinking wrongly. Aaron shamefully apologized and asked Sehervian to pretend he hadn't heard those weak words. Sehervian calmly remarked that Aaron's thoughts seemed to have finally cleared. With a confident smile and determined gaze, Aaron confirmed this. Sehervian smiled faintly, acknowledging his admirable change. The person asked Aaron what he had decided to do next. Aaron boldly began to outline his plan. He suggested going to Mirgard first. In a luxurious room in Mirgard, a meeting was taking place. A masked man recognized the one who sold the rare fairy diamond. He casually stated they had met before on a small street. While holding Roran, Sehervian denied this, asserting they never forgot those they met. Sehervian coldly refused the arena invitation, demanding to see the goods immediately. The masked manager casually agreed, deeming that the more important matter. A subordinate quietly pulled aside the red velvet curtain, revealing the secret hidden behind. Roran was utterly astonished by the scene that had been unveiled. Unlike the child, Sehervian maintained a calm demeanor, their sharp eyes observing everything. Behind the curtain was a massive cage, holding countless beastfolk treated as high-end merchandise. Roran approached, his hand gripping the bars, and felt something profoundly strange. The child turned, bravely questioning the manager, pointing out that he himself was a beastfolk. Discovered, the manager feigned surprise, then stood up, praising the young customer's keen observation. Killing intent erupted as he revealed his true form as a dark phantom, threatening to eliminate all who knew his secret. Immediately, Sehervian stepped forward to shield Roran, confronting the threat with an unexpected proposal. 5 times. The person offered to provide 5 times the quantity of fairy diamonds each month, but with a condition. The manager's red eyes gleamed with greed at the unbelievable offer. The prospect of rare diamond caches, a stable supply implying ownership of an entire mine, appeared enticing. Convinced the other party possessed a mineral deposit, the manager's greedy smile widened. He eagerly asked for the condition, and Sehervian demanded exclusive rights to all current and future slaves at this black market. The manager happily agreed, proposing to immediately draft an exclusive trade contract. Sehervian probed, asking if he intended to use the slaves to prepare for a war. The manager only responded vaguely, but in his heart, Sehervian had his own answer. The scene abruptly shifted to a peaceful place with vibrant rose trees, signaling a change. A voice echoed in the luxurious garden, praising the incredible abilities of the bells. Roran excitedly recounted freeing beastfolk children and teleporting through doors, while Sehervian reassured that with practice, Roran could do it too. Sehervian explained that Roran's power was spatial displacement, different from the bell's doors, causing Roran to pout at being reminded of studies again. Amidst the seemingly ordinary tea garden, Roran wondered why they were there. With a serious expression, Sehervian revealed they had something to investigate. The flashback returned to the conversation with Aaron. When he asked Sehervian to go to Mirgard, Aaron explained his plan. Sehervian would go to Mirgard, the world's largest slave auction, to stop the trafficking ring and deal with the remaining trading companies. Meanwhile, Aaron would meet with the Elder Council of Alperios, confident that as the sole descendant of the Fairy King, he could sway those seeking legitimacy. Returning to the present, Sehervian silently confirmed the mission was complete, having used a blizzard to seal the roads, trapping the trading companies. A voice suddenly chimed in, asking if the customer had called for them, interrupting Sehervian's thoughts. A bard with lavender hair and a lyre in hand smiled, asking what story they wished to hear. Sehervian invited the bard to sit, believing no one was better at gathering news, while Roran marveled at the newcomer's dazzling appearance. Sehervian explained that being abroad, they wanted to know the most prominent recent news from home. The bard sat down, beginning to recount the most famous news. With a knowing smile, the bard revealed the shocking information. Dragon slayers were being recruited across the continent. Sehervian was stunned, their mind filled with a single thought. The person was completely taken aback, wondering why humans would hunt dragons. An unforeseen piece of information. Noticing Sehervian's reaction, the bard asked if they had surprised them. The bard continued to explain that public opinion towards the current ruling royal family was not favorable. Gently strumming the lyre, The bard stated that if a hero of royal lineage emerged during this time, capable of surpassing human limits, they would win the hearts of the people. The bard explained that the hatchling dragon was inherently weak, and dragons, as representatives of the divine, could not arbitrarily attack humans. She sneered, adding that if the dragon hunt was successful, the royal family's power and status would be firmly consolidated. Sahervian listened quietly, his expression thoughtful as he absorbed the crucial information. The bard continued, stating that dragons were entrusted by the divine to protect humanity, but if they abandoned their divinity, they would fall into corruption and madness. Sahervian spoke with disdain, calling such people fools. Rarn was stunned to hear Sahervian say they were even willing to lose the blessing from the dragon they cherished most. The bard mused for a moment, resting her chin on her hand in thought. Sahervian immediately asked directly if she had heard any particular rumors. The bard chuckled, revealing the earth-shattering rumor that the prince, the late empress's heir, was still alive. A subtle smile graced Sahervian's lips as he thought to himself, this day has finally come. The bard looked directly at Sahervian, asking if the winter dragon monk was satisfied with this information. Sahervian smiled in approval, acknowledging the bard's impressive capabilities. In his mind, Sahervian envisioned Aaron and affirmed that it was time for him to reclaim his true name, Aaron Sen Le Alfarios. Elsewhere, a loud bang echoed as someone slammed their hand on a table, shouting angrily about the true prince rumor. Prince Rainef trembled with rage, wondering if that made him a fake prince. An aide rushed to calm Prince Rainef, but only received a furious curse in return. Rainef stood before the window, staring at his enraged and bewildered reflection. Rumors were spreading everywhere. The son of the late Empress Titania had returned and even rescued people from slavery in Mirgard. Rainef gritted his teeth, telling himself that the entire old royal family was dead, and he was the rightful heir to the name Alfarios. After calming down, Rainef ordered his aide, Sir Ted, to quietly find the source of this rumor. Ted, the aide, suggested a brutal solution of beheading the rumor-mongers to quell the seeds of rebellion. Called by name by the prince, Ted flinched and immediately replied with solemnity. Rainef, with a cold smile, reminded Ted, who was once the late Empress's guard, of his lack of foresight. The prince leaned in, calling the aide's name again, which stunned Ted. Rainef grabbed Ted by the shoulders, his voice full of menace, demanding that he listen carefully. He explained that this opponent not only possessed the legitimate lineage the Elder Council craved, but also freed slaves and helped commoners. Rainef posed the question of whether getting angry and executing civilians was a wise move when facing someone who had already won the people's hearts and the nobles' support. He contemptuously thought that the opponent's plan was so despicable it sent shivers down his spine. Ted bowed his head in apology, and Rainef ordered him to trace the rumor's origin as instructed. The prince emphasized that the investigation must be conducted quietly, discreetly, and with absolute secrecy. Ted obeyed and hurried away, leaving Rainef alone with his thoughts. When left alone, Rainef's expression turned pensive. He tapped his fingers on the table, wondering if his opponent was acting out of revenge or a desire for power. However, Rainef saw this as a perfect opportunity to eliminate the remnants of the old regime and solidify his own position. In Rainef's thoughts, the image of Aaron Sain Le Alfarios appeared, and he declared that Aaron was no longer a member of the royal family. He asserted that the head of the royal family would no longer bear the name Sen, but Carrickson. Rainef silently resolved to make Aaron understand that no matter how much he struggled, things would not change. Meanwhile, an elder council member, escorted by two cloaked figures, believed that Aaron's premature appearance was the beginning of his downfall. Returning to the present, Sahervian stood alone on the balcony, quietly gazing at the shimmering water, as if everything was unfolding according to plan. Rarn leaned curiously on the balcony, observing Sahervian's unusual expression. Noticing his pensiveness, Rarn asked who he was thinking about. Sahervian was surprised by the sudden question, but Rarn explained that this was the first time he had seen Servi with such an expression. Smiling brightly, Rarn commented that it was an expression filled with longing. Sahervian remained silent, lost in thought as an image of someone from his past appeared. In his memory, a woman with pink hair smiled radiantly, happily recognizing him as Lord Winterbell. Back in reality, Sahervian merely told Rowarn it was an acquaintance, causing Rowarn to pout at the same answer he gave his mother. Rowarn cheerfully guessed it was a friend, and expressed his desire to be friends with Sahervian too. Rowarn's words made Sahervian wonder if he was truly missing the woman. Nevertheless, Sahervian thought to himself that he did not want to see that person again. Memories flooded back. The last time Sahervian saw the woman was when she was crying. Amidst the rose petals swirling in his mind, Sahervian declared that if he had the chance to meet her again, he would be able to tell her not to worry anymore. The promise made years ago, "I will definitely keep my word," echoed. further solidifying Sehervian's resolve. Standing alone on the balcony, Sehervian was determined to do everything so that person would no longer have to shed blood and tears like that. In a magnificent mansion, someone remarked that the rumors had spread faster than expected. Aaron stood by the window, thinking to himself that he hadn't expected the royal family to send someone so quickly. A voice rang out, stating that thanks to this, the Elder Council could meet Aaron directly, just as he had planned. An imposing, elderly man stepped forward, introduced as Duke Goth. Duke Goth offered Aaron a temporary stay at the Hash family mansion and promised to bring his Barzian comrades, an offer Aaron accepted. He then asked if the bard had any information about the dragon hunters. Duke Goth spun around in surprise. Before him and Aaron, a brilliant blue portal of light suddenly opened in the grand hall. The seasoned Duke was astonished, unsure of what was happening. From within the light, Sehervian emerged, leaving him stunned and wondering what it was. Sehervian approached with a calm demeanor, unbothered. Aaron smiled and explained that it was another companion, a close attendant of the Winter Dragon. Later, in a luxurious mansion, Aaron and his core companions settled in. Aaron raised his glass, thanking everyone for their hard work over the past while. He specifically thanked Jin and Cassio for having to go into hiding and assist him, but Cassio humbly stated it was no big deal. Aaron inquired about Eli's condition, and the green-haired knight reported that everything was fine, and the rescued individuals from the slave market were also adapting well. Aaron smiled in relief, thanking Wiz and Pinuar for looking after Eli on his behalf. He also thanked the priest Serbi for accepting his request, while Sehervian quietly enjoyed the meal. Cassio Drake narrowed his eyes, looking thoughtful. He spoke up to ask Aaron, who cheerfully responded. Cassio wondered why Aaron had treated the priest so casually before, but now used respectful terms like a devout follower. Aaron laughed heartily and explained it was because this priest served the Winter Dragon most closely. Cassio seriously expressed the group's worries, stating that while they trusted Aaron, they feared he was becoming too reliant on the priest and worried the Winter Dragon might change its mind. Aaron confidently assured them that wouldn't happen, but Sehervian casually remarked that the food was delicious and there was no rule preventing a capricious dragon from abandoning them. Cassio continued to voice his doubts about the priest. He questioned Sehervian about the reckless use of portals and even selling the Winter Dragon's treasure, the fairy diamond, causing another companion to quickly intervene. Cassio Drake imperiously declared that from now on, the teleportation portals would belong to him, and warned the priest. Amidst the feast, Sehervian merely looked up and responded indifferently. Cassio continued to list, emphasizing even the Winter Temple. Two other Barzian members exchanged bewildered glances as Cassio mentioned the portals as well. Sehervian calmly held up the fairy diamond, declaring that everything in Blanconia was his property. Immediately after, they crushed the diamond in their hands, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. The entire group was stunned as Sehervian asserted that he was the Winter Dragon, leaving Cassio stammering in disbelief. At the same time, in a lavish mansion, a loud noise echoed. In a dark room, someone was groaning in a fitful sleep. King Aiden Landre Alfarios jolted awake, gasping for breath after a terrifying nightmare. In his mind, he heard a mocking voice about Titania. A curse echoed in the illusion, warning that he would lose everything. An emblematic image appeared of a reform rising from the darkest of places. Returning to reality, the king let out a piercing scream, causing an official to rush in a panic. Two attendants hastily reassured Aiden as he shrieked that he was cursed by a spirit. Trembling on the floor, the king whispered that they needed to make a plan. The panic reached its peak as Aiden grabbed the official by his collar. He screamed maniacally, ordering that Grand Prince Rainef be brought to him immediately. In a separate development, Prince Rainef announced a plan to aid the poor. Returning to the Knights, Aaron reported that he had visited the slums to verify the plan. Aaron sternly recounted that the prince's plan was mere empty promises, as the reality was entirely different. He explained that all the relief funds from the royal family were limited to noble families, as they were the ones who owned the commoners. An elderly man in the slums bitterly mocked the idea of soup kitchens or orphanages. He asserted that such things would only be built next to the luxurious temples the nobles frequented, never in these squalid slums. Hearing these bitter words, Rowan trembled, and Sehervian gently said, the child didn't need to listen if it was too difficult. Aaron concluded his report with a grim truth. To those in power, the poor were not considered human. Back in the present, Aaron bluntly called Rainef's plan a cheap political stunt. A burly Barzian member excitedly suggested attacking the royal palace immediately with Winterbell's support, but Aaron waved it off, stating he had already dealt with Cassio Drake long ago. With a smile, Aaron apologized for disappointing everyone. He declared he would not use Winter's destructive power. The Barzian members, including Wiz, Zeke, Jin Veronica, and another companion, were stunned by this decision. Jin Veronica questioned, reminding them this was a war against the king and doubting their chances of victory without the Winter Dragon's forces. Eren turned his back, asserting that they could still win because they had Winter's protection. He mused that Barzian had always chased freedom, hoping someone with enough power would change the world. But Eren wondered, if someone else changed the world, would there still be a place for them? He clenched his fist, showing his iron resolve. Eren declared loudly that they would change the world with their own hands, and his companions' faces lit up with renewed hope. He smiled brightly, affirming that he had to take care of his own future. Sehervian watched silently, a fleeting image of someone from the past crossing their mind with a reminder not to push difficult decisions onto others. Seeing Eren's growth, Sehervian smiled with satisfaction and remarked that he looked much better now. Eren gripped the hilt of his sword, boldly declaring he no longer feared and would fight to the end. He knelt, offering his sword to Sehervian in a solemn oath ceremony. With unwavering faith, Eren affirmed that with the Winter's protection, they would never fail. Sehervian responded with a radiant gaze, icy magic beginning to surge around them. Standing before Eren and the kneeling knights, Sehervian declared the pact of protection would last until the day of victory, when Winter truly returned. The final promise between man and dragon was re-established. Smiling confidently, Sehervian offered to hear the plan to reclaim the throne, signaling a great reform was about to begin. In a luxurious study, Duke Goth was startled by the commotion and ordered the door opened. Outside, the procession of Grand Prince Rainef had arrived, standing solemnly with his silver-armored guard. The heavy iron gates of the manor slowly opened, welcoming the uninvited guest. Prince Rainef smiled brightly, greeting Duke Goth familiarly. Duke Goth stood sternly, the prince's two escorts immediately stepping in to guard him on either side. He questioned the sudden visit, but Rainef merely smiled and told him not to be too tense. The prince stepped forward, his voice full of insinuation, saying he heard rumors the Duke was hiding a treasure. The friendly demeanor vanished. Rainef leaned close to Duke Goth, his voice a low growl as he asked where he had hidden Titania's bloodline. Duke Goth maintained a cool expression, replying that he didn't understand what the prince was talking about. Rainef sneered, calling Gothhash by name and mocking that it was too late to act now. His smile vanished as he realized the Duke had moved away, and he gritted his teeth, calling it treason. Duke Goth faced him directly, arguing that it wasn't treason when the rightful master was reclaiming his position. Rainef, enraged, grabbed the Duke by his collar, sneering that his low birth made him speak foolishly. Rainef growled, declaring the crime of treason would be punished by death and threatening to execute Duke Goth on the spot. Contrary to expectations, Duke Goth burst into hearty laughter at the threat. He calmly reminded Rainef that the prince's own father was a rebel. Fury erupted. Rainef shouted loudly, ordering the guards to immediately arrest the insolent man. A cracking sound echoed as Duke Goth's cane snapped in half in his hand. Without hesitation, the Duke swung his hand, striking the prince directly in the face. He coldly repeated Rainef's words, asserting that the on-the-spot execution should be for the prince himself. Rainef was stunned into silence, unable to believe what had just happened as the Duke's hand grabbed his collar. As ordered, the prince's guards charged forward, but were immediately blocked by the Duke's black-armored knights, the clang of metal echoing loudly. Amidst the chaos, a royal guard cried out in alarm, shouting rebellion, as he witnessed Duke Goth completely overpowering Rainef. A soldier fell to the ground in a pool of blood, the remaining ones hastily retreating in fear. Standing in the courtyard, Duke Goth loudly commanded his troops to advance towards the castle. He declared it was time to awaken from the prolonged silence. In another scene, a monster's blazing yellow eye suddenly opened. The guards recoiled in horror, stammering that it was a monster. A colossal wyvern and a pack of dark wolves roared into existence, spreading terror. Cassio Drake, riding atop the wyvern, cheered excitedly, challenging all to charge so he could crush them. Jin Veronica sternly ordered Cassio Drake not to act recklessly but to follow the battle plan. She confidently thought that, since they had deliberately leaked information, Rainef would soon arrive at this manor. In another room, Eren explained the plan to Sehervian and the core members, stating that while they returned to Blanconia to prepare, Duke Goth would hold Rainef off, after which they would all simultaneously advance into the royal palace through Lord Winterbell's gate. Eren directed on the battle map, declaring that the central team must stay close to him at all costs. Support teams 1 and 2, under Veronica's command, would intercept enemy reinforcements at the east and west gates. Meanwhile, the mage team would focus on maintaining the defensive shield and reporting any anomalies immediately. Eren explained that most of the royal city's forces were deployed abroad due to the war. Therefore, the fall of Alperios royal city without reinforcements was only a matter of time. Immediately after, a large gate of the royal city was destroyed by a fierce magical explosion. Amidst the dust and smoke, Aaron's cat spirit Daisy gently landed on a piece of debris. Sitting on the throne, King Aiden Landre Alfarios was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He fearfully wondered how Aaron could have broken the barrier and infiltrated this far. Aaron ignored the king's rage, stating he had something to ask when they met. The young man calmly asked his first question. Why had he become king? With the image of his deceased mother appearing behind him, Aaron questioned why, after taking everything, he hadn't protected it. The king was shocked to realize the connection to the deposed Queen Titania. Aaron continued to accuse him, stating that if the king had prevented territorial wars and not ignored the suffering of his people, the tragedy would not have occurred. Regaining his arrogance, the king sneered, asking what those things mattered. He loudly declared that the populace existed only to be exploited and mocked Aaron for being supported by the poor. Aaron retorted by asking about the nobility's support, leaving the king stunned. Just then, Duke Goth and the Elder Council appeared, declaring their support for Prince Aaron. Other factions also voiced their dissent, asserting they could no longer tolerate the king's cruel reign. Aaron coldly concluded that the most pathetic figure at this moment, lacking support from both nobles and commoners, was the king. Aaron directly addressed the usurper by name, Aiden Carrickson. As the rightful heir, Aaron declared Aiden unfit to rule. The past flashed back, showing the kingdom of Alperios collapsing into chaos. Aaron raised the royal seal high, solemnly proclaiming that they would now start anew. Under a sky echoing with thunder, Aaron called upon their followers to break free from the old history and rebuild everything with their own hands. A tale from the past was recounted, about a place called Labargia. A new era was born under the blessing of winter, by the first emperor, Irene S. Ruberzan Archedion. It was the first chapter in the history of the great Ruberzan Empire, with its rooftops covered in white snow. After everything concluded, a voice echoed through the snowy expanse, asking if the person intended to leave like this. Sehervian coldly replied that those who remained would manage on their own. Accompanied by Roran and the small white dog, Sehervian walked away, thinking to themselves that their contract was with Irene Bargian, and things were now quite troublesome. With a determined expression, Sehervian told themselves that the most important thing was that they now had something to do. Memories of Archabel surfaced, along with the worrying information that dragon hunters were being recruited across the continent. Sehervian decisively ordered Mimir to locate Archabel. Immediately, Mimir transformed into a knight in silver armor, with long white hair, accepting the command and beginning the search. Sehervian asked in surprise why Mimir was still in that form. Mimir explained that they were operating in maximum security mode to prepare for any unexpected threats. In the courtyard, 2 white dogs ran circles around Mimir, while Sehervian explained that Mimir was originally a branch of the World Tree. A voice chimed in, remarking that Sehervian must have been quite shocked at the time. The scene shifted back to the coronation banquet, where Aaron and the nobles discussed how Winterbell, the guardian dragon, had left immediately after making a contract with the new emperor. In a flashback, Duke Goth proclaimed a bright future for the nation, while the deposed King Aiden was imprisoned. Imprisoned, Aiden muttered with hatred, realizing who was behind it all. He suddenly raised his head, screaming in madness that he should have been the chosen one. In his rage, Aiden suddenly attacked a Barzi knight on guard. Amidst the chaos, Duke Goth frantically ordered the guards to quickly subdue the Mad King. The scene cut back to Sehervian, who witnessed everything with a cold, impassive gaze. Aiden, with nothing left to lose, lunged directly at Sehervian, shouting the name Winterbell in resentment. Aaron, the new emperor, was shocked by Aiden's actions, and worriedly called out Lord Sehervian's name. Without a moment's hesitation, Sehervian unleashed an icy magical attack, blasting Aiden away and freezing him on the spot. Sehervian silently watched the usurper fall, their expression unchanged. Returning to the present, having completed their task, Sehervian stood before a kneeling Mimir, preparing for a new journey. Feeling weary, the person brushed aside concerns about Aaron and ordered Mimir to search for Archabel's location. The eyes within Mimir's helmet flashed with a blue light as the search process began. Mimir reported detecting Archabel's magical traces in the Turk desert, much to Sehervian's surprise. Sehervian wondered why a forest dweller would appear in the desert, while Mimir suggested sending a message. The person refused, deciding to go there themselves to uncover the truth. The scene immediately shifted to a vast, arid desert under a scorching sun. A brilliant blue teleportation gate opened in midair. Sehervian, Roran, and Mimir stepped out, the former immediately grumbling about disliking the desert. From atop a sand dune, the group looked down at a colossal structure and wondered if it was Archabel's lair. In the middle of the desert, Sehervian was startled by a barking sound. A small, yellow fox-like creature appeared, barking incessantly and wagging its tail agitatedly. Mimir recognized it as another guardian, and commented that it seemed very frightened. As the small creature buried its head in the sand, a strange voice spoke, greeting it. A tall figure in a white robe appeared, calling the creature a member of the lazy, reclusive Silver Clan. Sehervian subtly pulled down their face covering, their eyes scrutinizing the newcomer. The figure smiled brightly, waved, and introduced themselves as Solaris Archabel. Archabel was known as a benevolent golden dragon, the longest-lived and wisest among the bells. However, even someone like her harbored a peculiar hidden trait. In a luxurious room, Sehervian asked in astonishment if Archabel had truly abandoned her role as a guardian dragon. Archabel casually confirmed, causing Sehervian to inwardly lament her unpredictable whims. She explained that her contractor had passed away, so she left the land she protected and invited everyone for drinks to celebrate their reunion. Sehervian sternly questioned, reminding Archabel that she herself had once championed their sacred mission. Archabel slung an arm around Sehervian, admitting that perhaps their friend was right. With a mysterious smile, she declared that she no longer wished to protect humanity. Sehervian was utterly stunned, rendered speechless by this sudden change. Archabel, already tipsy, cheerfully turned to converse with Roran, calling the child a cute hatchling. She mumbled that she only had a boring child at home. Just as a blonde attendant brought food and asked if she was talking about them, Archabel turned back in surprise, her face a mask of embarrassment at being caught. Amidst Archabel's awkwardness, Roran sternly stated that guests could not be treated so casually. A person with golden hair and tanned skin formally introduces themselves as Shuhanan of the Golden Clan, offering greetings to the Lord of Winter and inviting them to make themselves at home. Sehervian silently compares the stark contrast between their ever-smiling mother, Archabel, and their solemn-faced son, Shuhanan. In a flashback, Archabel complains to Roran that her son is boring and asks the child to befriend him since he has no friends. A young Shuhanan shouts that he doesn't need friends, but Roran immediately replies that they want to be friends, while Sehervian quietly observes from behind. Archabel in memory smiles warmly and contentedly. In stark contrast, Sehervian maintains a cold, composed expression while raising their glass. The scene shifts to a tower under a starry desert night sky. Roran looks up at the sky, exclaiming in awe at the beauty of the desert night. As the group walks on the sand, Roran curiously asks Sehervian why they came to the desert, only to receive the answer that there was something they wanted to ask, but then hesitated. In Sehervian's mind, an image of Archabel appears with a tired expression, declaring that she no longer wants to protect humans. Sehervian looks up at the night sky, thinking that this is not the right time to ask questions, especially since Archabel is drunk and asleep. Mimir, in night form, suddenly appears from behind and calls out to their master. The knight reports that they have detected shadowy figures in the vicinity, causing Sehervian's eyes to gleam with alertness. Shuhanan suddenly appears on a sand dune, asking if they plan to leave in the middle of the night, surprising Roran, who joyfully calls out the child's nickname. Shuhanan wonders why Roran shortens a nice name, and the child explains that it's a human world habit, like calling themselves Rhea and Lord Winterbell Serby. After a brief exchange, Sehervian realizes the two children have quickly become friends. Sehervian suddenly realizes the shadow Mimir detected was not Shuhanan, as a giant, menacing shadow appears on the ground. A damp aura carrying the scent of death emanates from the shadow, a power completely opposite to divine energy. Sehervian orders Mimir to deal with the threat as soon as the analysis is complete. Mimir obeys, and a giant pillar of blue light erupts from the ground. Mimir dashes like a phantom, their white cloak tearing through the night. The knight strikes the ground with a lightning bolt, triggering a violent blue energy explosion directly over the dark magic zone. The force of the impact throws off the hidden ambushers, exposing their entire trap. Shuhanan realizes the dangerous situation in shock, shouting that it's an ambush. The boy angrily prepares to charge at the enemy, but Sehervian calmly orders Roran to hold Shuhanan's hand tightly. Standing in front of the two children, Sehervian coldly warns the enemy not to take another step. Sehervian analyzes that the enemy has prepared meticulously, deliberately using necromancy, which is difficult for dragons to detect. The person quickly deduces that their true target is Shuhanan, the hatchling of the Golden Clan. Hearing this, Shuhanan freezes in horror, realizing they are the prey. A voice rings out, confirming the attacker's identity. They are dragon slayers. From the attacker's side, a curse erupts in utter confusion as the plan goes awry. Hidden from afar, the Dragon Slayer leader fearfully wonders why the plan failed, as they were certain dragons couldn't sense necromancy. Without hesitation, Mimir swings their weapon, instantly beheading a Dragon Slayer. The knight's expressionless face reveals no emotion as they carry out the order of destruction. Suddenly, a dark hand emerges from the ground, gripping Mimir's leg. The surrounding land transforms into a dark magical swamp, with pained faces screaming from the darkness. Mimir plunges their sword into the ground for balance, facing the encroaching dark tentacles. The dark magic grows more horrifying, with resentful souls clearly visible in the swamp. Pulled by the magic, Mimir begins to be dragged down into the dark swamp. Despite this, the knight stands firm, straining against the power of necromancy. In knight form, Mimir confirms the summoning of the undead and locates the 3 fallen mages. With eyes gleaming with determination, the knight begins their rampage. From a distance, Sehervian witnesses 2 explosions of light erupting in the night, the result of Mimir's attack. Sehervian muses that Mimir seems to be a bit annoyed. Suddenly, an arrow whizzes past, but Sehervian lightning fast raises a hand and catches it. The person appears annoyed, finding this troublesome. Sehervian lands on the ground and immediately dashes like a phantom. The person moves with terrifying speed, blocking the path of the 2 terrified children. Shuhanan and Roran stare in shock, calling out Serbi's name in panic. Sehervian calmly holds the arrow, stating that the poison is useless against them but could endanger the children. A white-haired person with a crossbow appears, complementing the priest's reflexes. The leader sneers, revealing that this is a power-reversing poison that melts the victim's internal organs from within. He declares he will take care of the blonde child, causing Sehervian to clench their fist and shatter the poisoned arrow. The leader shoots another arrow into the ground as a diversion, shouting that they are running out of time due to the intervention of the knight. Another cloaked figure, semi-transparent, lunges forward, attempting to grab Shuhanan. The person whispers that they cannot take Shu away. Suddenly, the cloaked figure senses a terrifying presence and looks up at Roran's small form. Roran stands there, their face cold, devoid of their usual innocence. The child's eyes flash with purple light as they angrily question why they would hurt Serbi, who brought winter back to them. The cloaked figure realizes in horror that their body is completely immobilized under an invisible pressure. An authoritative voice boomed, questioning who dared trespass upon its domain without permission. Shuhanan flinched in terror at the furious sound. A colossal pillar of golden lightning descended from the heavens, showcasing destructive power. The robed dragon hunter recoiled in horror, realizing the voice accused him of harming his own child. Amidst the lightning, a golden dragon emerged, declaring that trespassers would pay a steep price. The dragon hunter leader screamed in despair, begging for mercy as he faced an irresistible wrath. He suddenly recalled a harsh rule: if discovered by an adult dragon, end it cleanly. But as he moved to do so, a small creature lunged and bit his neck, thwarting his intent. The colossal golden dragon roared, enraged that he dared seek a peaceful end. In the midst of this, Servian appeared, demanding Solaris cease her actions. With a stern gaze, Sehervian compelled Archabel to confront herself in that very moment. Sehervian questioned Archabel about the lives she had taken in her rage. Archabel's dragon form began to crack, a sign she was losing control and risked becoming a berserk dragon. Sehervian reminded Archabel of her son and companion, watching in fear. These words seemed to awaken Archabel, causing her to freeze for a moment. Sehervian gently urged Archabel to calm down and approach if she understood. The golden dragon hovered in the air, facing Sehervian, seemingly accepting the advice. Golden motes of light rained down as a pair of bare feet gently touched the ground. Archabel returned to her human form, bowing her head with exhaustion and regret. In despair, Archabel tearfully asked Sehervian, whom she called Serbi, what she should do. Her heart heavy with guilt towards her partner and son, Sehervian looked sternly at Archabel, sensing something deeply amiss with her state of mind. Archabel tearfully revealed that this was not the first time humans had targeted her son, recounting her past as a guardian dragon in Haedong. Memories of dragon hunter attacks in the old land flashed through images of an ancient fortress, shrouded in snowy night. Leaning on her staff, Archabel painfully repeated that this tragedy had happened before. She recalled the horrifying moment she reached their lair, only to find everything too late, leaving only devastation. In memory, an image of an unconscious Shuhanan appeared, a testament to the attack's brutality. To protect their child, Archabel's partner had to destroy an entire city and lose their divinity, leaving a massive chasm as a scar on the land. Sehervian remained silent, contemplating, unable to believe anyone would dare attack the child of a guardian dragon within a dragon-protected nation. Archabel clutched her chest, tormented, stating she couldn't abandon her partner, who had now become a berserk dragon. From afar, Shuhanan and Roaran watched with concern, while Archabel wondered about her son's fate, left alone. Later, in the grand hall of the temple, Roaran sat quietly on the steps beside Sehervian, Sehervian pondered, considering what she had just heard. Standing on the balcony overlooking the scene, Sehervian asked Archabel when she planned to leave. Archabel sadly replied that her partner didn't have much time left, and they were struggling to contain their rage. She recalled the moment she said goodbye to Adrian, another bell dragon. In a flashback, Adrian listened quietly as Archabel expressed her intention to leave after bidding farewell to everyone else. Returning to the present, Archabel declared she would depart at dawn. Suddenly, Sehervian announced she would accompany her, causing Archabel to turn in surprise. Archabel was stunned, disbelieving her ears at Sehervian's offer. Sehervian calmly asked why she was surprised, reminding her that Archabel herself wanted her to leave the lair. The red-haired guardian declared she would personally deal with the dragon hunters, as they had long been an eyesore to her. At the resolute statement, Archabel couldn't hold back tears of emotion, as Sehervian gently told her not to cry. She tearfully expressed her thanks and apologies, but Sehervian simply replied that it was unnecessary. Hearing this, Archabel wiped away her last tear and broke into a radiant, hopeful smile. Sehervian watched silently, lost in her own deep thoughts. Sitting beside Rorn, Sehervian thought to herself that others' painful emotions always found their way to her. The thought continued, revealing that in such moments, it was one's inner voice that offered solace and recognized them as the most understanding. Sehervian wondered if it was strange to soothe one's own pain. Suddenly, Rowarin smiled and said she understood Sehervian's worries, assuring that everything would be all right for both Archabel and Shuhanan. Sehervian was surprised to learn Roran could hear her thoughts, but the girl playfully replied that everything was evident on their faces. Roran commented that Sehervian and Archabel were indeed good friends. Amidst the dawn, Sehervian silently denied in her mind, "We are not friends." A magical portal activated, signaling the journey's imminent start. Before leaving, Archabel looked sadly at the children, while Sehervian entrusted them to a woman named Ives. Ives smiled kindly, standing with Shuhanan and Rowarin, promising to protect them with absolute safety. Archabel gently bid farewell to her son, who merely listened in silence. Shuhanan responded curtly, and when his mother asked for a goodbye kiss, he firmly refused. Archabel smiled, teasing her son for being so boring. Suddenly, Shuhanan called out to his mother, making Archabel turn in surprise. The boy lunged and embraced his mother in a tight hug. In his mother's embrace, Shuhanan whispered his thanks for everything. Archabel looked down at her son with gentle, understanding eyes. She affectionately stroked the boy's head. Shuhanan looked up at his mother, his eyes filled with unspoken emotions. As the boy stood alone at the threshold of light, Archabel's voice echoed, telling him she loved him. The scene shifted to a meadow filled with white flowers under a brilliant sun. Amidst the peaceful surroundings, a fleeting thought remarked that this place was still quite chaotic. Archabel stood beside Sehervian, wondering if this place was merely beautiful, and if there was anything wrong with it. In her thoughts, Archabel called out Sehervian's name. Suddenly, a figure with purplish-pink hair and small wings appeared in the air. Sehervian greeted the newcomer, Desha, while Desha called Sehervian Shasha. Desha's eyes gleamed with contemplation. The figure began to hum about the Golden Clan, about bountiful harvests that always lay at their feet. Desha told Archabel that as an earth dragon with the ability to see the future, Archabel must have known her own fate. The figure asserted that Archabel's presence here proved she had made her final decision. Archabel confirmed that she had come to say goodbye, and that she would depart for eternity with her partner. With a sorrowful expression, Desha questioned Archabel's decision to leave, knowing it would cause pain to those left behind. Archabel replied that humans change faster than they think, a bitter affirmation for her dragon friend. In a moment of recollection, Archabel recalled her past conflicted relationship with humanity, from love to resentment to the effort of forgiveness. Sehervian pondered silently, reminding themselves that they were merely messengers, not omnipotent deities. Standing between her two friends, Sehervian concluded that in the end, they were all part of the world, all capable of pain and hurt. Archabel turned to Desha, earnestly advising her to consider if her sacrifice would be worth it. Confused by the advice, Desha wondered how she could demand concern from those she had to protect, while Archabel warned that those people were just waiting for an opportunity to betray. Archabel continued her warning, painting a grim picture of what would happen if such betrayal occurred. With determined eyes, Archabel commanded Desha, calling her by her true name, Sidbel, to abandon this world if the worst were to happen. Speaking her final words, Archabel turned and walked alone through the field of golden flowers, beginning her eternal journey. Desha stood still, watching the retreating figure of her friend amidst a shower of golden leaves. In her mind, Desha spoke the full name of the one who had left, Solaris Archabel. Memories flooded back, and Disha recalled Archabel once being the one who loved humanity the most, along with the advice to leave this world behind. A radiant golden rose bloomed in Disha's palm as they lamented their inability to accompany her, for if they left, the blessings of the land would wither. Disha sent a farewell into the wind, hoping it would bring comfort to her friend on the path ahead. The final farewell echoed as a magnificent golden city appeared on the horizon, the domain of Solaris. After a long journey, they had arrived in a new land. Upon entering a magnificent structure, a voice marveled at the extraordinary wealth of the place. Archabel smiled proudly, introducing Sehervian to her domain, Heidong, recently nicknamed the Land of Gold. Archabel smiled sadly, admitting that this place might no longer be her domain. Sehervian listened in silence, their stern gaze fixed on their companion. A flicker of contemplation crossed the winter regulator's fiery red eyes. The two stopped before a dark abyss, Archabel announcing that they had arrived. In the dim light, Sehervian recognized the dark encased skeletal remains of a dragon, and concluded it was completely corrupted. Archabel sincerely thanked Sehervian for accompanying her all this way. With a gentle smile, she bid farewell, explaining that she could not see Sehervian off. Then Archabel unexpectedly asked about her friend's feelings after their recent journey. Confused by the question, Sehervian hadn't yet understood, when Archabel elaborated, asking about the feeling of going out and meeting people. For a moment, Sehervian recalled the time Archabel found them amidst a vibrant flower garden. Memories flooded back, recalling days accustomed to solitude and a hatred for those who sought them out of greed. Sehervian had once been ready to give up everything, but since someone had come looking for them, they were once again drawn into the world's vortex. Meeting people who brought positive influence turned out to be far more interesting than they had ever imagined. Returning to reality, a rare smile graced Sehervian's lips, as they admitted the experience was indeed very good. Archabel smiled with satisfaction, thinking to herself that she knew she had to be the one to pull Sehervian out of their shell. Offering a final thank you, Archabel called out Ivan's name as a brilliant golden energy erupted from the skeletal remains. Her golden dragon spirit appeared, bowing and apologizing to Ivan for making him wait so long. She gently bestowed the final purification upon the defiled soul, promising that he could now rest in peace. Everything fell silent. The farewell ritual concluded in the darkness of the cave. In the silent cave, Sehervian sat alone, leaning on their staff. A profound sense of emptiness enveloped their mind. Sehervian wondered why tragedy still befell the dragon people, if the god's will was to bring peace to the world. Their hand clenched their clothes, suppressing anger and helplessness. Determined to act, they summoned Mimir and ordered a search for information about dragon slayers. Mimir reported that the keyword could not be found, making Sehervian realize the system's search limitations. They ordered a portal to be opened, setting the destination to Barzian, then quickly changed it to Rubarzian. Just as they were about to depart, a strange sound from behind made them freeze. Sehervian turned back and looked towards the deep pit where the ritual had just concluded. A peculiar object, resembling an egg, had fallen from where Archabel had vanished. Memories flooded back of Archabel handing a golden egg to someone else. In the flashback, Disha, surprised, asked if the egg was for her. Archabel smiled, explaining that Disha would need it in the future. Disha thanked her and promised never to forget the gift. Returning to the present, the pinkish-orange egg rolled out from the shattered golden shell fragments. Sehervian realized it came from the orb Seedbell Disha had given them. Mimir identified the creature that had just hatched as an animal spirit. The system explained that it was born by absorbing the magical energy released upon Archabel's death. Sehervian wondered why it couldn't speak, and Mimir stated that animal spirits need 1 to 2 years to learn knowledge and communicate. Sehervian believed the new spirit would learn quickly, while the small creature looked up at them trustingly. As Sehervian turned to walk away, the spirit immediately toddled after them. Sehervian coldly ordered it not to follow, but Mimir announced that it had accepted them as its guardians. Helpless against the small creature's persistence, Sehervian could only sigh in annoyance. The scene shifted to a magnificent palace, bathed in sunlight. Here, Jin Veronica was reporting to her superior that she had deployed troops at the border as ordered. Aaron smiled with satisfaction, commending his deputy commander for completing the task well. However, Jin Veronica complained about the sweltering heat and reminded Aaron, who was fanning himself miserably, to maintain his dignity. A long-haired, dark-haired aide standing nearby also teased that Aaron seemed to still be poor at enduring heat. Suddenly, Aaron gasped in surprise, sensing the presence of an acquaintance. He exclaimed Sehervian's name in astonishment upon seeing them appear, with a small spirit perched atop their head. Soon after, they sat opposite each other on the balcony, and Sehervian began inquiring about Aaron's situation. Aaron poured tea while cheerfully replying that, despite being busy, everything was under control. He admitted he hadn't expected Sahervian to return so soon, while Sahervian inwardly praised his thoughtfulness in preparing cold tea. Sensing something unusual, Aaron directly asked if something had happened. Sahervian took a sip of tea, admitting that Aaron had always been perceptive. They got straight to the point, stating they had some information they wanted Aaron to help investigate. When Aaron asked what information, Sahervian revealed the name that stunned him: the Dragon Slayer Cult, an organization of dragon hunters. Aaron immediately fell into thought, recalling he had heard rumors about the cult and their connection to the old royalty, wondering if they were still active after the king's overthrow. Sahervian stunned Aaron by revealing that the Dragon Slayer cult had already made several moves. They calmly confirmed that the situation had occurred. There had been victims, and they were fully aware of it. With blazing eyes and a cold smile, Sahervian declared it was time to deal with them. Aaron recognized the others' intense anger, and understood they would handle this themselves. He clenched his fist, accepting the command and telling himself his power was nothing compared to the opportunities Winterbell had bestowed. Aaron declared he would investigate all information circulating within this land. The scene shifted to a rugged, majestic mountain range amidst lush green forests. A white bird swiftly glided across the clear blue sky. Meanwhile, Sahervian, riding a colossal spirit beast, mused on how the Dragon Slayer cult had spread across the continent. Back at the palace, Aaron reported that they had carried out 7 raids with some successful. Though the leader remained unknown, they had pinpointed the base's location. When Sahervian asked where it was, Aaron confidently pointed to a spot on the map. Now, Sahervian stood before that location. River, a mountainous region behind a wyvern nest. They reached out, sensing an anomaly in the air. A flash of green energy around their hand confirmed their suspicion. They realized they were standing amidst intricate, illusionary barriers, a magic far too sophisticated for humans. Mimir appeared in his armored knight form, asking if the barrier should be removed. After a moment's hesitation about gathering more information, Sahervian decided to act immediately and ordered the barrier to be broken. Mimir turned towards the barrier and began the analysis process to disable it. Red energy enveloped Mimir's gauntlet as the analysis progressed. Mimir completed the analysis and began disabling the barrier. The barrier's disruption caused the birds in the forest to scatter in alarm, alerting those within. Shadowy figures in black cloaks immediately rushed to search for the intruder as the barrier flickered and vanished. A red-haired individual ordered his subordinates to quickly summon the pixies, as the defensive perimeter had collapsed. Hidden in the shadows, Sahervian was inwardly surprised to learn of the pixies' existence, and wondered why they would aid those who destroyed the forest. The patrolling guard searched in vain in an open field, one grumbling that it was another false alarm. The guard continued to complain that he joined to hunt dragons, not to do such tedious work. Standing beside Sahervian, Mimir inwardly wished a dragon would appear right now to make things more interesting. Sahervian cast a silent glance, maintaining intense focus on the mission. The red-haired leader decided to retreat to the sky-piercing tower, leaving the guarding of the barrier to the pixies. Inside the tower was a stone spiral staircase leading to the upper floors. The Dragon Slayer cultists moved up the stairs, returning to their positions. Having gained entry, Sahervian asked Mimir about the tower's structure, and was informed that the first 3 floors were common living areas. Mimir continued to report that from the 4th floor upwards, it was blocked by another barrier, preventing any reconnaissance. Perceiving this as an area reserved for high-ranking individuals, Sahervian coldly ordered Mimir to break it open. A crack echoed in the darkness as the second barrier was shattered. The door now wide open, Mimir politely gestured for Sahervian to enter. Sahervian stepped through the threshold with a determined expression, followed by Mimir. Sahervian's eyes flashed as they realized the true reason behind everything. Inside the tower, blood-red magical runes stained the floor, revealing why the place was sealed. Sahervian recognized these as soulless husks, prepared for a dark ritual. They intended to use necromancy to implant souls into the corpses, turning them into an undead army. Sahervian smirked, finally understanding the dragon hunter's true objective. A horrifying thought crossed their mind: the plot to turn noble dragons into undead creatures. They deduced that, unable to directly corrupt adult dragons, the enemy had targeted young dragons as bait. Nevertheless, Sahervian felt a slight unease, as the dragon hunters had never been caught before. But now, standing in their lair, Sahervian was confident that the play was nearing its end. Just then, a group of figures in black appeared, their leader questioning who had broken the barrier. Sahervian calmly pulled down their hood, declaring they were from the Dragon Temple. The masked leader sneered, believing Sahervian to be a pawn of the clergy and a perfect test subject. He raised his hand, initiating the ritual to summon a dark entity named Goliath. From the darkness, claws and a grotesque form gradually took shape. Sehervian merely glanced coldly, recognizing it as a green wyvern. The colossal undead wyvern materialized, making the leader boast about the power of a half-dragon, dreaming of a true dragon. He declared that the test of strength would begin now. With glowing red eyes, the leader stared intently at Sehervian. He ordered Goliath to crush the priest, and the monster hovered above, ready to descend. Immediately, the undead wyvern opened its maw, unleashing a destructive energy blast towards Sehervian. Against the destructive energy, Mimir raised a hand, creating a brilliant blue shield. The wyvern's attack collided violently with the shield, creating a blinding explosion of light. The masked leader smirked, praising the useful guardian, but Sehervian coldly questioned his faith in divine protection. With sharp eyes, Sehervian unequivocally denied it. They stepped forward, proclaiming that the gods granted beings the power to choose for themselves, yet others cursed and trampled on others to achieve their desires. The leader suddenly shivered from an unusually cold aura. He broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with utter horror. A thick layer of frost rapidly enveloped and froze his body. Sehervian, exuding bone-chilling cold, stated that blaming the gods was a cowardly act. A subordinate cried out in alarm upon seeing the leader frozen, while the leader himself couldn't believe a priest could wield such magic. Realizing they had underestimated their opponent, Sehervian decided to eliminate them immediately, as the killing intent had surpassed its limit. The system announced the commencement of the extermination process, and Mimir sprang into action. The leader was stunned to realize the undead wyvern had been neutralized. Goliath lay defeated on the ground, bound tightly by blue energy chains. The leader hastily cried out "Wait." Sehervian paused, considering that killing them all would make it difficult to find clues about the cult leader. They turned to Mimir for his opinion, and the knight suggested torturing them all for information. Sehervian was secretly surprised by such a cruel method. Encased in frost, the subordinates shivered. One begged that he knew nothing, while another desperately called out for the leader. Tormented by the frost, the cult leader frantically pleaded, promising to reveal everything. Sehervian coldly considered his offer, but then, they smiled cruelly and decided that interrogation was unnecessary. In his final moments, the leader was horrified to realize he was facing a true dragon. After everything concluded, Mimir warned that Sehervian's divine power had significantly diminished. Sehervian admitted they knew that, and the search for clues was merely an excuse. Mimir reported finding a map of the enemy's bases and communication codes in the basement. Sehervian examined the map, surprised that only 4 locations were marked. As Mimir listed the locations, Sehervian suddenly noticed a disturbing pattern. All those places were nations that had established protection pacts with the 4-time dragons. They dismissed the idea of coincidence, as Archabel Solaris had been sacrificed. Sehervian surmised that the Dragon Slayer cult was targeting the dragon race, and they would act more easily after having succeeded once. Immediately, they ordered Mimir to send an envoy to warn Kesha and Archabel. Then, Sehervian resolutely declared they would head to Hestalion at once. The scene shifted to a land bathed in golden light. Here, Adrian appeared and inquired if the news they received was true. Adrian exclaimed in shock that humans had indeed killed Archabel, but Sehervian replied that Adrian already knew this. Adrian explained they had only heard of Archabel's companion's demise, and the two had decided to depart together, unaware of such a wicked plot. Sehervian frankly reiterated their message, proposing Adrian's assistance to apprehend those hiding in Hestalion. Adrian listened intently to Sehervian's offer of help. However, Adrian clenched their staff, retorting that they should be the one begging for help from the only dragon possessing destructive attributes. Worried, Adrian asked Sehervian if they were all right, only to receive a nonchalant reply. Disbelieving the words, Adrian narrowed their eyes and observed in silence. They decided to check for themselves, asking for a moment's permission before placing a hand on Sehervian's shoulder. A stream of pure, cool water energy instantly enveloped Sehervian's body. As Adrian channeled magic through their wrist, Sehervian brushed their hand away. Adrian confirmed in shock that Sehervian's divine power had weakened, surmising they had dealt with the enemy's base themselves. Sehervian ignored this, asserting that this minor damage would be healed with just a good sleep. Helpless against such stubbornness, Adrian clutched their forehead and sighed, deeming the excuse too dangerous. Adrian expressed empathy for Sehervian's pain and fury following Archabel's death, and affirmed their own desire to stop the dragon hunts. But Adrian did not want Sehervian to sacrifice themselves, prompting the other to ask in surprise if they were stepping forward because they couldn't stand idly by. Instead, Adrian offered to personally escort Sehervian to Grozliro for their safety. Without waiting for a reply, Adrian summoned a colossal magic wave, ready to transport them away. Sehervian quickly called Adrian back, setting a condition. If they wanted to know about the hunters hiding in Hestalion, they had to come along. Convinced, Adrian turned back and invited Sehervian to join them. A brilliant blue teleportation gate immediately opened before them both. Mimir suddenly appeared beside them, and Sehervian inwardly thought they had no choice but to accept, as Adrian was quite furious. Decisively, Sehervian ordered Mimir to advance with them. A child with peach-colored hair cheerfully greeted them, calling the newcomer a friend of their master. Sehervian smiled in return, addressing the child as Lugi, which surprised it into asking about Mimir. When Sehervian introduced Mimir as a friend, the armored knight seemed confused by the familiar address. Adrian gently appeared, asking Lugi to step aside so they could speak privately with their guest. Lugi happily complied, stating they would go read the book Adrian had gifted them, and quickly scurried away. As Lugi disappeared, the small spirit remained perched on Sehervian's shoulder, watching the child's retreating figure. Adrian also watched their student with a fond but slightly melancholic gaze. The two then sat down at an outdoor table, preparing for an important conversation. Adrian calmly declared they would handle the Hestalian issue themselves, but Sehervian inwardly considered it a reckless decision. Sehervian countered, asserting that they could at least oversee their own territory. Raising a finger, Sehervian began to break down the dragon hunters' tactics. They explained that the enemy targeted loved ones to drive dragons mad and to their deaths. This statement stunned Adrian, as Sehervian pointed out that unlike themselves, Adrian had a weakness for enemies to exploit. Sehervian directly asked if Adrian thought they would have made a different choice than Archabel in the past. From a nearby window, Lugi curiously peeked at their conversation, while Adrian admitted they couldn't be sure. The child startled, dropping a stack of books, creating a loud clatter from the window. Sehervian emphasized that Adrian's entire daily life now revolved around that child. Therefore, Sehervian concluded Adrian's plan would be ineffective and advised them to protect themselves and their weakness. Cornered, Adrian retorted by asking if any existence of Lord Sehervian could become a weakness. Sehervian calmly took a sip of tea and confidently replied that they had none. Sehervian coldly declared they had no intention of sacrificing themselves for anyone. They asserted they would never fall for another's sake, unless it was their own will. Hearing this, Adrian stood up and accepted their answer. Adrian, radiating energy, directly asked Sehervian about the role they expected from them. In response, Sehervian merely offered a knowing smile. They revealed that within Hestalian's leadership, there were those colluding with the Dragon Slayers, and according to Archabel, the noble factions in Hedong were also involved. Adrian was stunned, wondering if this meant Hestalian's emperor, their contractor, could also be a suspect. Sehervian casually dismissed it, telling Adrian to investigate themselves and announcing they would be staying for a while. Night fell, and the scene shifted to a quiet room. Sehervian happily sank into the soft bed, deciding they would utilize it often. Lying in the summer territory, they felt the abundant divine power rapidly healing their body, a recovery the winter's chill couldn't provide. Nevertheless, this unfamiliar sense of rest made them feel uneasy and restless. Still in bed, Sehervian ordered Mimir to use the communication codes they had acquired to eavesdrop on the Dragon Slayers. Mimir explained via a system interface that eavesdropping would be most effective during an ongoing conversation. Sehervian immediately instructed Mimir to attempt an immediate access. Mimir's staff glowed, successfully breaking the encryption and announcing that a conversation was underway on the channel. Sehervian sat up, focusing intently as Mimir connected to the communication channel. A voice emanated from Mimir, ordering subordinates to search for someone believed to have been buried in Hedong. As another voice respectfully replied, "Yes, Guildmaster." Sehervian frowned, realizing they had overheard a high-ranking figure. The conversation continued, revealing that no dragons had reacted to the guild's raids, just as they had predicted. Sehervian listened thoughtfully to the guildmaster's taunts about the dragon's arrogance. Inwardly, they had to admit the words held truth, as they themselves had once been the same. A pang of regret flashed as Sehervian thought of Archabel, wishing they had realized sooner. The conversation was interrupted by an urgent report. Subordinates could not contact the Ruberzon branch. The guildmaster immediately ordered an assault team to investigate the situation. A cruel command was issued, ordering the annihilation of the entire branch if any sign of betrayal was found, causing Sehervian to jolt upright. However, the guildmaster also warned to retreat immediately if Winterbell was involved, as they were an unbeatable opponent. Gripping Mimir's staff, Sehervian decided to cease eavesdropping for now. They reasoned it would be too troublesome if the enemy knew they were being monitored. With a determined gaze, Sehervian decided they must arrange for the Ruberzan branch incident to appear as if caused by another force. Meanwhile, within the opulent royal palace, a tiring day of work had just concluded. Aaron let out a sigh of relief, running a hand through his damp hair after his bath. He stretched, pleased that his work was finally done. With a contented expression, Aaron thought it was time for some rest, but Sahervian's cold face suddenly appeared, signaling the end of his brief peace. Sahervian unexpectedly materialized in the room and called Aaron's name with finality. Aaron flinched, quickly covering himself and frantically asking why Lord Winterbell was there at 2 in the morning. Contrary to his flustered state, Sahervian offered a radiant smile and declared they needed him for a few tasks. Aaron was dumbfounded, unable to believe he was being made to work now. In the quiet of the late night, Aaron's desperate groans echoed through the palace as Sahervian coldly urged him to begin his work. Outside a magnificent mansion, a voice calls out to Lord Winterbell, wondering if they will be lazy in their room again today. A servant with peach-colored hair opens the door, reminding them of a promise to create an ice sculpture of Grasliro's guardian. As the servant enters, an icy chill emanates from the room, causing them to cry out in the cold. From the bed, Sahervian weakly replies, making an excuse that they are not yet strong enough to do it. Mimir announces through the system window that it has been 2 days since their divine power was restored, then begins to boast about themselves before being ordered to be silent by Sahervian. Shivering from the cold, the servant declares they cannot stay any longer and hurries away. Before leaving, they insist that Sahervian keep their promise, while Sahervian's annoyed expression is visible beneath the blankets. With no one else around, Sahervian sits up, pleasantly realizing this is the first time they have slept soundly in a long while. They feel so comfortable having resolved a troublesome matter. All traces of Winterbell at the Ruberzan branch of the Dragonslayer Guild have been completely erased thanks to Aaron's cooperation. The entire incident was disguised as a demolition ordered by the King of Ruberzan. Sahervian calculates that the Guildmaster of the Dragonslayers is very cautious. If they find a trace without knowing Winterbell's weakness, they will immediately flee. They inwardly muse that they never imagined receiving help from humans in this way. Sahervian sits by the edge of the bed, asking Mimir if there is any news from Adrian. Mimir immediately displays the data screens that were sent while their master was asleep. The report indicates that the Emperor of Hestalion is not involved, but it does reveal a connection between the Dragonslayer Guild and many noble families. The information continues to appear. A force called the Temple is exerting pressure. Evidence of necromancy has been collected, and all those involved with the Dragonslayer Guild will soon face divine judgment. Sahervian rests their chin on their hand, inwardly praising Adrian's proactivity and finding the appearance of the temple intriguing. They suddenly realize that hunting dragons, representatives of the gods from the temple's perspective, is an act of blasphemy. Sahervian recalls how the dragon hunters always mistook them for a priest, which proves the deep animosity between the two factions, and the image of the masked leader ordering the undead wyvern to trample the detestable divine priest flashes back. Sahervian ponders, using divine power to handle this matter might draw attention to their existence, but the current situation presents a useful opportunity that cannot be missed. They decide to act, ordering Mimir to send a letter along with the Dragonslayer Guild's map to Lily. Sahervian calculates that by now, she must be at the Holy See with Kesha. In a flashback, Sahervian places a pendant on Kesha and explains that to be officially recognized as a priest, she will have to complete several months of theological study. Standing before a magnificent structure with Liliana, Sahervian asks Kesha if she can do it. Kesha smiles resolutely, her hand gripping the pendant tightly. She cheerfully replies that she will work very hard to spread Winterbell's great benevolence far and wide. Sahervian is slightly surprised, wondering if Kesha truly feels their benevolence. Kesha innocently affirms this and promises to do her best with the pendant while her master is away, while Liliana also assures them that she will take good care of Kesha. Returning to the present, Sahervian smiles faintly as they recall, whispering a farewell. They stretch decisively, declaring that since humans caused this mess, humans will have to clean it up. As Mimir's spirit appears behind them, Sahervian wonders if it is time to deal with the issue in Hestalion. The scene shifts to a dark, cold forest. Here, the leader of the Dragonslayer Guild and his subordinates are prostrate on the ground, trembling and begging for their lives, vowing never to hunt dragons again. Sahervian coldly grasps the leader's wrist, questioning why he utters such words after committing so many crimes. Their face is cast in shadow, only their glowing eyes menacing as they declare he should never have started this. The leader looks up in horror, unable to believe Winterbell is the one acting, when the guildmaster had ordered them to avoid direct confrontation. Sahervian's eyes flash with a deadly light, and a chilling aura envelops everything. After the purge concludes, Mimir reports that they have finished cleaning up and found many documents and communication stones in the basement. Mimir, in night form, explains that sending both communication stones and code to the Holy See will increase the success rate of defeating the enemy, as humans cannot eavesdrop on conversations with code alone. Sehervian orders Mimir to send the recovered items to Lily. While they're at it, they decide to connect to the communication code to check on Aaron's situation. They overhear the Dragon Slayer Guild's retreat order, confirming that Aaron has handled everything smoothly. However, the connection does not disconnect, and the other party realizes someone is eavesdropping. Sehervian realizes they are a step too late, but a voice emanates from the device. Listening silently, Sehervian devises a new plan. With a sly smile, they decide to cast bait, posing as a member of the Hestalian branch. They fabricate a story about finding a young fire dragon cub, not yet capable of human transformation. Sehervian continues to describe how they captured it because no guardian was seen nearby, causing the enemy on the other end to panic. They assert that they have captured the dragon alive, calling it precious material to incite the opponent's greed. The enemy immediately falls for the trap, delighted by their luck, and declaring they will come immediately. Mimir expresses concern, not wanting their master to face them alone. Sehervian orders Mimir to deliberately set the place ablaze. They only need to create a false scene that looks like a fire dragon cub went berserk. Holding the small spirit in their hand, Sehervian smiles, ready to prepare for the upcoming guest. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a servant with peach-colored hair cheerfully brings food to Lord Winterbell's room. The servant excitedly boasts about making a special salad pasta for Sehervian. But upon entering, the servant is surprised to find no one there. The room is completely empty, making the servant wonder where their master has gone. Opening the door to look outside, the servant suddenly smiles brightly upon seeing something. An ice sculpture of a small deer stands silently on the table. The scene abruptly shifts to a ruined, desolate grand hall engulfed in flames, where a horrified scream echoes. What happened here? A silver-haired man appears, gritting his teeth, cursing the fools who angered a hatchling dragon, driving it into a frenzy. In his rage, he slams his fist into a wall stained with blood symbols, screaming in despair that he couldn't save anything that had been burned to ashes. Suddenly, he freezes, his eyes widening in shock, as he notices something unusual amidst the ashes. Within the lingering magic circle, two tiny beings emerge, a red hatchling dragon and a pure white creature with an orange chick on its head. The silver-haired man's eyes bulge in disbelief, then flood with joy as he sees they are safe within the protective circle of fire. He realizes they not only survived, but these are the legendary dragon guardians he had only heard tales of. The red hatchling dragon's glowing eyes stare directly at him, a voice echoing in his mind. "Who are you?" The scene changes, the silver-haired man now happily cradling both creatures, joyfully declaring he has brought them to their new home. The red hatchling dragon looks around the wooden house, silently surprised that it is more intact than it anticipated. The man gently places the hatchling on the floor, where its white companion is already waiting. He kindly sits down, promising to bring food for the two little beings shortly after their long journey. However, the hatchling still walks with wary eyes, never letting down its suspicion. It notices the unusual peace of the surrounding forest, an alarming stillness. A deathly silence blankets everything. Not a single bird chirps, not a fish swims, not even the sound of insects buzzing. Both creatures approach a door, the hatchling sensing something is wrong, while its companion is drawn by a pleasant scent. The hatchling hides in the shadows, suspecting the man is preparing ingredients for some dark, necromantic ritual. It asks Mimir about the contents of the pot, and though told it's just soup, it still can't believe it won't be turned into an undead creature. The silver-haired man suddenly turns, a mysterious smile on his face with blood-red eyes as he stirs the steaming pot of soup. The silver-haired man enters, asking when the two little beings came inside. With a disconcerting smile and blood-red eyes, he assumes they must be very hungry. The red dragon creature narrows its eyes suspiciously, convinced this person harbors some ulterior motive. It deduces that if it's not necromancy, then some other plan must be in motion. Deciding to probe, the small creature pretends to faint from hunger, collapsing onto the floor. The silver-haired man merely smiles with amusement at the charade, while the dragon creature decides to patiently wait. Inside the cozy wooden house, another lavish meal is prepared. He serves a plate of rare steak accompanied by mashed potatoes. The red dragon creature devours the meal, then suddenly realizes how troublesome this situation is, as it begins to feel too comfortable. The man named Norman sits down, praising it for eating so well. As the dragon creature sleeps soundly after the meal, it briefly thinks that the life of a dragon, merely eating and sleeping, is too fleeting. A moment later, Mimir announces that the homeowner, Norman, has gone out. A blinding blue light erupts from Mimir's location. Amidst the magical smoke, the red dragon creature transforms back into Sehervian's true form. Sehervian sits up, thinking it almost accepted being that mortal's companion dragon until he grew old and died. Standing up and stretching, Sehervian asks Mimir how much time has passed. and is shocked to learn they have been monitored for 7 days. With a determined expression, Sehervian orders Mimir to scan the entire house. Mimir begins scanning and projects a holographic image of the wooden house. The system reports no special elements within, prompting Sehervian to pay attention to the wording. Mimir then reveals that there is a secret space located directly beneath the house, revealing a dark passage leading underground. Sehervian steps into a vast grand hall, a thick aura of deathly energy immediately assaulting them. Each step on the red carpet sinks ominously. They realize it is soaked in fresh blood. The atmosphere is so suffocating it's nauseating, not just from the smell of blood but from another dark energy. The deathly energy is so dense that Sehervian's divine power begins to erupt uncontrollably. They horrifyingly wonder if this entire place is an undead creation workshop, and how many lives have been taken. Mimir's system begins scanning and detects the presence of undead, the number rapidly increasing. Sehervian is stunned, as the count quickly surpasses 150. Finally, the system stops at the astonishing number of 332. Mimir reports a total of 332 undead, most in a dormant state due to their master's absence. Sehervian smirks, wondering who could possibly assemble such a massive army. They doubt whether an ordinary human could achieve such a horrific feat. In the darkness, the figure of a scythe wielder appears, surrounded by kneeling undead. The figure has long dark purple hair, standing silently with a scythe in hand. A glowing red eye flashes in the darkness, filled with a deadly aura. Suddenly, Mimir's system emits a danger alert, announcing that the undead have recognized their master. The system cannot gauge the enemy's rank, and warns of an imminent attack, causing Sehervian to shout for Mimir. The scythe wielder lunges like a phantom, swinging their weapon, while Sehervian summons a blue energy whip in response. Sehervian cracks the whip fiercely, creating a brilliant streak of light that shoots directly towards the enemy. The two destructive energies collide, creating a blinding explosion of light. Sehervian and the purple-haired necromancer face off directly, their energies erupting in a fierce confrontation. In a blinding burst of energy, Sehervian directly confronts a winged warrior with purple hair. With sharp eyes, Sehervian analyzes the opponent, wondering if this is truly just an ordinary undead. The enemy's silhouette appears with blue skin, glowing red eyes, and black wings, a combination that makes Sehervian begin to suspect. Mimir's system suddenly issues a warning. The energy collision is about to awaken all 332 dormant undead. Sehervian clenches their fist, realizing there are no other options left. Emitting a turquoise aura, they raise their staff high, deciding to use the power they hadn't intended to wield at this moment. They slam their weapon down with full force, unleashing a colossal pillar of divine energy. Screams of agony echo as the cleansing wave sweeps through, obliterating the dark entities. The entire vast chamber is washed in light, leaving behind only shimmering magical remnants. Looking at the reflection on their weapon, Sehervian confirms their suspicions were true. As a demonic warrior is frozen by divine energy and shatters, Sehervian confirms they are indeed demons. They question how demons, believed to be extinct, could be turned into undead, and Mimir explains they were resurrected from ancient fossils. Sehervian utters a sarcastic remark about the mastermind's dedication, just as another demon lunges to attack. The battle continues at breakneck speed, with green and pink energy bolts flashing with every impact. They realize these are high-level demons, resistant to both ice and divine power, and the fact that Norman could return at any moment further complicates the situation. Sehervian blocks a powerful strike from the demon's scythe, the impact creating a small explosion. The dense death aura in the air begins to affect Sehervian, making them feel as if they are suffocating from poison. They look towards the deep corridor, knowing they must make a swift decision. Suddenly, Sehervian turns and dashes away, leaving the bewildered demon behind. With a masterful slide, they stop just before a large door, completing their tactical retreat. Behind the door, Sehervian calmly listens to the desperate screams echoing from within. They had guessed correctly. The enemy was under orders and could not leave this basement. Sehervian forcefully pushes, and the heavy stone door slams shut. At that moment, Mimir's system flashes a warning. Teleportation magic detected near the forest, and Norman is about to arrive. Sehervian deems the timing perfect, and orders Mimir to send a message to Adrian to handle the basement, while they will deal with the guildmaster themselves. A loud noise echoes as a stranger appears. It is Norman, who is horrified to realize the lower half of his face is frozen solid. Sehervian stands there, Mimir's staff in hand, icy energy radiating from their palm, filling Norman with extreme fear as he recognizes his enemy. They leisurely approach the immobilized necromancer, speaking sarcastically, asking if he has had enough fun. With a cold smile, Sehervian declares they will not kill him immediately, as his crimes do not warrant such an easy death. The image of a towering church appears. Sehervian has devised a fitting punishment for him. And so, the Dragon Slayer Guildmaster was captured. His name was Norman Barkuhem, a necromancer who had lived for over 200 years. Through joint communiques from the Holy See and the Ruberzan Empire, all remnants of the Dragon Slayer Guild across the territories were apprehended and punished. Norman, after being brought before the Divine Court and interrogated, would face a painful end in sacred flames. In a magnificent grand hall, Aaron reviews the report documents. He notes that despite the incident being resolved, Norman has not uttered a single word, clearly hiding something. Standing by the window, Sehervian muses that creating such a large undead army could not have been the work of a mere guild. They tell Aaron that someone must have helped Norman, and ask him to investigate it, as they still have unfinished business. Handing over all matters, Sehervian steps onto a lush green meadow. There, Disha is sitting, seemingly sensing their presence and turning her head. Disha beams with joy upon seeing her old friend. With a smile, the person calls out Sehervian's name. Disha begins to convey a prophecy she has seen. The prophecy begins with a vision of endless prosperity, where a seed will yield gold and silver. But then it shifts to a dark future, warning that the dead will rise and Ruberzan will be flooded with corpses, leaving Dacia aghast. Sehervian calmly remarks that it is indeed a great calamity, but fortunately, it is not their future. Dacia apologizes sheepishly for bringing ill omens, but Sehervian reassures her it's all right and thanks her for the prophecy. Sehervian wonders why Dacia has come all the way to the Springlands, and the person replies that she has finished her business. Afterward, Sehervian shows Dacia a small, round creature. Dacia immediately recognizes it as the child born from the orb Sehervian gave to Archabel. Holding the small creature in her hands, Dacia explains that she hopes it will fulfill Archabel's final wish. Sehervian quietly asks about that wish. Dacia reveals that until her last breath, Solaris Archabel always loved Haedong. Since Haedong is where Archabel drew her last breath, the answer to her wish must surely lie there. Inside a palace in Haedong, a black-haired ruler sits alone, lost in sorrow. The ruler's expression is filled with deep sadness. The small spirit beast glows, carrying the mission to fulfill an unfinished wish. In Haedong, Sehervian stands on the palace roof under the night sky. They silently wish that even without them, someone will protect this land. Sehervian turns to Mimir, stating that everyone has found their place, and it is time for them to depart as well. Sehervian smiled confidently, declaring their next destination. Standing before the teleportation gate, they informed Kesha they would be returning to Blanconia. A memory flashed back, showing a radiant girl with golden hair recognizing them as Winterbell. Another child with orange hair also appeared in the flashback, introducing herself as Autumn. That child affectionately commented that Winterbell looked like a warm snowflake. The memory shifted to a snowy scene, where a young Sehervian sat huddled alone, only to be discovered by a cheerful voice. Sehervian's young face displayed clear loneliness and sadness. A younger Archabel ran up, beaming with joy at finding their friend. Sehervian awkwardly denied hiding, but Archabel playfully teased them, calling them by the nickname Serbi. Archabel sat down beside them, beginning to explain that bells like them were innately aware of their differences. The golden-haired girl saw through Sehervian's feelings, gently asking if they felt lonely. Archabel shared that they too had experienced a similar emptiness, a loneliness that even family couldn't fill. With a warm smile, Archabel affirmed that despite it all, they were still alike. She explained that bells were the closest of companions, and autumn and winter were no exception. Archabel cheerfully invited Serbi to play, but Sehervian hesitated. The memory faded. Returning to the present, Mimir suddenly announced that 42 prayers had just been sent. Sehervian was stunned, not quite grasping what was happening. A powerful surge of energy struck, and the number of prayers skyrocketed to 86 inches an instant. In their mind, Sehervian saw themselves looking at a magnificent, unfamiliar city, and wondered what dream this was. The vision showed countless people devoutly praying, asking Winterbell for blessings and good fortune, the source of the power flowing towards them. Drowning in the multitude of prayers, Sehervian wearily wondered how long they would have to endure this. They irritably concluded that Aaron was behind the spread of their fame through a best-selling book about guardian dragons. A moment later, Sehervian stood quietly by the window, gazing out at the peaceful snowfall outside. In a vast garden, Adrian, Terrio, and Ives were gathered, seemingly preparing for an important event. A child clutching a teddy bear, wearing a white hooded cloak, smiled cheerfully amidst the snow. Meanwhile, a mysterious woman with pink hair and amber eyes offered a knowing smile. The woman's expression turned serene as she closed her eyes. Then, the pink-haired woman spread her arms wide, opening a grand doorway. Sehervian looked out thoughtfully, knowing the full moon was approaching. The narration explained the 4 seasons bells, 4 entities with the great mission of regulating the world. The succession rule was revealed. When a bell's position became vacant, a new bell would be born after 4 full moons to continue the mission. An image appeared, showing white tombstones scattered throughout a forest, hinting at the departed bells. Elsewhere, 2 strangers discussed a young dragon hatchling and decided to bestow a small blessing upon it. Roran, the child with hair tied in 2 buns, curiously took their father's hand. Adrian smiled, guiding Sahervian, while Roran happily called them Lord Serby. Roran excitedly greeted Sahervian, innocently remarking that they seemed a little taller. The child smiled brightly, ready to tell Sahervian a story. Roran explained that their mother stayed in the cave with Shuhanan, and they were only accompanying their father. Terio stood silently as a voice mused that bringing Shuhanan to Archabel's upcoming birthday celebration would be cruel. Another woman with black hair cheerfully linked arms with Sahervian, eagerly asking if they had seen the newborn. Sahervian gestured for silence. In the nearby cradle, Roran made a similar gesture, indicating the newborn was sleeping soundly. Tiny snowflakes imbued with Sahervian's magic gently fell upon the pointy-eared child. The green-haired child stirred awake, whispering the name Winter. Feeling the pleasant coolness, the child joyfully exclaimed. Sahervian quietly observed the baby's reaction. Adrian smiled, remarking that Lord Sahervian seemed pleased, while the child attempted to babble their name. The child looked up and innocently asked if Sahervian was Winter. Memories flooded back, and Sahervian recalled first meeting a girl with orange hair who introduced herself as Autumn. Another memory surfaced, showing a radiant girl with golden hair also cheerfully greeting Winterbell. Returning to the present, Disha announced that now, all 4 seasonal bells were gathered. Tario felt the need to leave soon, while Roran clung tightly to their father. The green-haired child rejoiced upon realizing everyone was like them, and Dacia explained that today was a blessing ceremony for a comrade. The blessings echoed, calling out Archabel of the Blue Clan and the prosperous Autumn. Streams of magical energy converged, bestowing the blessings of the 4 seasons upon the child's birth. Disha turned, gently reminding them that it was Sahervian's turn. Adrian also turned their expectant gaze towards them. Seeing Sahervian still standing still, Adrian called out their name. Deep within, Sahervian sensed the child's nature. The color of a green forest, a different face and energy. But deep down, they recognized something core remained intact and familiar, as the child offered a radiant smile. Deep within, Sahervian told themselves they could not accept this child as Archabel. They painfully acknowledged their hatred for another taking Solaris's place. Even though their rational minds knew Archabel was gone, the green-haired child looked up innocently, noticing the tears, and asking if they were crying. A tear traced down Sahervian's cheek as they succumbed to sadness, unable to answer the child's question of why. Suddenly, a hand grasped Sahervian's wrist, pulling them out of their reverie. Adrian had appeared, sternly calling out Lord Sahervian's name to stop them. Memories flooded back, of when Sahervian once thought the season of abundance needed no blessing from winter. In the past, they had declared, to Disha's astonishment, that Winterbell would not bestow blessings. The dark-haired woman and others could only whisper in shock, thinking Winterbell had come only to cause trouble. Returning to the present, the green-haired child, sensing the pain, began to sob. In a flashback, Sahervian had turned and walked away alone, into the dark forest. Now, under the quiet night sky, they once again sought solitude. Sahervian collapsed in the snow-covered forest, their hand still clutching Mimir's staff. They stood up and called out to their only companion. Sahervian asked Mimir if the child felt like Archabel. The staff merely responded with a mechanical notification, stating it did not understand the command. Sahervian covered their face in helplessness, chiding themselves for knowing how absurd their words were. They lowered their hand, their gaze hardening as they accepted the truth. Sahervian suddenly recalled the child's bright smile, realizing it was simply happy to have found its own kind. And then, a thought struck them. The child didn't even have a name. Sahervian remembered that sometimes, the parents of a dragon guardian felt burdened with naming their child, so they passed the responsibility to other dragons during the birth ceremony. Standing alone in the night forest, they thought it was too late to turn back, and adding another bad rumor wouldn't change anything. Suddenly, a notification from Mimir appeared, indicating a strong forest energy was approaching, but carried no ill intent, making Sahervian wonder who could possibly be coming here. A rustling sound came from the nearby bushes, and an unbelievable thought flashed through their mind. No way. The green-haired child suddenly rushed out, hugging Sahervian's leg, and calling out their name with a lisp, Saherbia. Looking up with pleading eyes, the child asked if Sahervian hated them, and begged not to be hated. Sahervian's gaze grew distant, as they whispered a name filled with sorrow. Archabel. Regaining composure, Sahervian asked how the child found its way here. and it cheerfully replied that Didier had shown it the path. Sehervian sighed inwardly, realizing the child's staff likely had no concept of privacy, but registering them as messengers had solved the issue anyway. The child tugged, its voice asking if Sehervian could not leave. It continued to plead, hoping Sehervian would stay and play with it. An argument ensued. Sehervian insisted they weren't here to play, while the child adamantly claimed they were leaving because they hated it, despite Sehervian's repeated denials. The child pouted, calling Sehervian a liar, and declaring that if they didn't hate it, they would have blessed it. Sehervian coldly retorted that the child had hit them earlier, causing it to awkwardly deny it was a hit. Sehervian looked down at their hand, clenching it, as they noticed the red mark from the earlier impact. Immediately, they knelt down, gently taking the child's hand and apologetically asking if it hurt, to which it replied it only stung a little. Worried, Sehervian called for Mimir to heal, but the system announced they didn't possess the appropriate healing divine power. Another notification confirmed the healing magic had failed, causing Sehervian to curse under their breath in frustration. They bowed their head, helplessly admitting to themselves that they couldn't use healing magic. However, not giving up, Sehervian channeled energy into their hands, creating a gentle blue light that enveloped the child's hand. The green-haired child asked in amazement if this was the winter blessing, but Sehervian replied it was just a cold compress. The child continued to question why Sehervian wouldn't bless them, leaving them only with silence. Sehervian then asked in return why the child wanted the winter blessing so badly. They explained that Winterbell wasn't originally a blessing-giving bell. At best, they could only help others not get cold. Sehervian stated that the child, as Archabel, should have known this through inherited knowledge. The child insisted that precisely because they knew, they wanted it, leaving Sehervian bewildered. With a bright smile, the child explained the simple reason was because the person before them was Winterbell. Compassion welled up, and Sehervian thought to themselves why this child had to try so hard just to receive a blessing. They mused on the fate of the seasonal guardian dragons, mutated beings given a special label, but in reality, completely isolated from birth. Despite craving affection and connection, always being rejected, this child still persistently clung to others' sleeves. Sehervian chided themselves for being pathetic for comparing this child to Solaris. Turning to the child, Sehervian affirmed they didn't hate it, causing the child to ask back in hope. Sehervian confirmed and apologized for hurting the child, and it happily accepted the forgiveness. However, the child proposed fulfilling its wish instead, leading Sehervian to guess it was the winter blessing. The child confirmed but added one more thing, to give it a name. Sehervian was stunned as the child explained that everyone had a name except them, and suggested asking other adults. The child adamantly refused, saying others were not like them, and that it only liked winter. Finally, Sehervian agreed, warning the child not to regret its choice, and it happily promised never to regret it. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the darkness, calling out Miss Archabel. A person with long silver-blue hair emerged, staff in hand, chiding them for the sudden disappearance. The silver-blue-haired mage stares straight ahead with a solemn expression. In a fleeting memory, Sehervian raises their staff, bestowing a blessing upon the green-haired child, looking up eagerly. They declared that this forest would become a cradle of snow each winter, a foundation for new prosperity, and the child would overcome all cold and hardship. The mage's two hooded attendants silently witnessed the scene. Kesha, with her pointed ears and purple hair, also watches the flow of magical energy in astonishment. Amidst the swirl of magical snowflakes, the green-haired child joyfully receives the blessing under the name Gronencia. The silver-blue-haired mage and Kesha both smile in relief as the ceremony concludes successfully. Another image flashes by, showing Terrio carrying a dark-haired young girl on his shoulder in a forest. Sehervian recalls, remembering that the dragons present that day all said the falling snow was strangely warm. The night sky that evening was illuminated by the moon and a twinkling star amidst the falling snow. The memory fades, and the scene shifts to a magnificent building bathed in the morning sun. A hand unexpectedly grasps someone's arm. Sehervian jolts awake, yawns, and rubs their eyes, thinking it was a good sleep. Mimir's system suddenly appears, announcing a total of 25 messages from Archabel, making them irritably wonder, again? Sitting on the bed, Sehervian reads the excited messages from Gronencia, thanking them and eagerly asking for directions to visit. They realize the messages were sent a day ago, and Gronencia has already set off for Blanconia, even though the staff's teleportation function hasn't been unlocked. Sehervian freezes as a terrifying thought strikes them. They are horrified to realize that child intends to walk here alone. An image of an eerie forest with giant mushrooms appears, perhaps the dangerous path Gronencia is taking. A burst of magical energy erupts, signaling an imminent emergency action. Amidst an eerie forest, Sehervian Winterbell steps out of a blue teleportation gate, Mimir's staff clutched tightly in hand. They look around in confusion, trying to orient themselves in the unfamiliar surroundings. Sehervian wonders about Gronencia's location based on the map received, and a name flashes through their mind. Archabel. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls their name, causing Sehervian to freeze. From a distance, Gronencia, the green bell child, runs over joyfully, waving excitedly. The child beams upon seeing Sehervian again, completely unaware of the other's worry. Sehervian sighs, questioning how Gronencia managed to get here, and warning that the danger from dragon slayers is not over. Gronencia innocently explains that Didier showed them this shortcut, causing Sehervian to mutter curses at whoever gave the directions. The child wonders why they can't take this path, and Sehervian admits it's a shortcut in terms of distance but still advises against using it. Sehervian explains that the Daruni forest is very dangerous, but Gronencia naively asks if anything could threaten even dragons. They gravely reply that the dangers here, while not difficult to defeat, can cause immense suffering. For a moment, Archabel's image appears in Sehervian's memory, a heartbreaking testament to precious things lost. Gronencia asks if their status as a bell will keep them safe, but Sehervian asserts that it doesn't matter. Sehervian explains that profound knowledge or special abilities do not guarantee the world's protection. They kneel down and instruct Gronencia that from now on, if they wish to leave their dwelling, they must seek help from other dragons. Gronencia's eyes light up with hope, asking if Sehervian will come if they call. Sehervian calmly replies that they have already arrived, making Gronencia squeal with delight. Seizing the opportunity, Gronencia asks to stay and play a little longer now that Sehervian is here. Sehervian agrees and suggests that Gronencia use this chance to learn about and experience the differences of this forest. They begin to explain to the child that this Daruni forest is a land managed by a pixie named Daruni. Sehervian explains that the forest's pixies are beings who cherish peace and nature. However, they are rare, with only one pixie residing in each forest. Gronencia becomes extremely excited, exclaiming they want to meet Daruni because the Forest of Wisdom has no pixies. Sehervian reassures them that meeting will not be difficult. They explain that even now, the pixie is observing from somewhere within the forest. Sehervian suggests Gronencia try singing their Song of Power, the song of the Verdant Forest clan, as pixies are easily attracted to it. Though initially confused, Gronencia quickly recalls the song from their inherited knowledge. The child clings to Sehervian's leg, pleading for them to sing along, but is flatly refused. Sehervian quietly thinks that songs of blessings and wishes are inherently foreign to their Winterbell nature. Hearing this, Gronencia bows their head, revealing clear disappointment and sadness. Seeing the child's crestfallen face, Sehervian falls silent for a moment, seemingly changing their mind. Sehervian relents, saying they can at least play an instrument, causing Gronencia to cheer with joy. A golden lyre materializes from magic in Sehervian's hand, ready for a melody. As the music begins, Gronencia starts to sing loudly about a place where all beautiful things wither away. Amidst the magical forest scenery, the child sings that they will bless what remains that is no longer lovely. The lyrics continue to echo, about a place where winged creatures fall, and a promise to bless those who cannot fly. The melody and lyrics spread, attracting forest creatures to listen, as an affirmation of waiting. Sehervian strums the lyre while listening to the song, realizing it is their mission, the beloved forest. Responding to the song's call, a gentle figure lands softly on the ground. A being with pointed ears appears, solemnly greeting the forest's steward. The figure turned to Sehervian with a scrutinizing gaze, ready to question them. The pixie asked why the Lord of Winter had come, making Sehervian inwardly muse that no pixie welcomed winter. Gronencia rushed forward to grasp Sehervian's hand, asserting that they had come to meet them. The child confidently declared to the pixie that Sehervian was their protector. Sehervian simply stood by in silence, not denying Gronencia's words. Hearing this, the pixie mumbled that they now understood the relationship between the two. The figure inquired if Sehervian intended to bring winter, and received the reply that they did not do things others disliked. The pixie then apologized for their abruptness, and introduced themselves as Daruni, the caretaker of this forest. Gronencia also proudly introduced themselves as Gronencia Archabel, causing Daruni to realize they were the new guardian dragon of autumn. Daruni looked at Gronencia, inwardly marveling at how young this bell was. A pang of sorrow welled up in Daruni's heart, thinking of the hardships this innocent gaze would soon face. Daruni silently prayed that the wounds the young bell would endure would not be too great. With a gentle smile, Daruni invited Gronencia for a stroll through the forest, and the child happily agreed. Gronencia turned to invite Sehervian along, and was reluctantly accepted. The child couldn't hide their joy, beaming with a radiant smile. While holding Sehervian's hand on their walk, Granencia suddenly exclaimed, as if remembering something. Granencia looked up at the sky, searching for words to express their feelings. Finally, the child happily declared that this outing was a picnic.